Good morning. My computer is showing that it's 9 a.m. And so at this time I call to order the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for December 7th, 2023. And I ask you to all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Noah Sad.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So thank you for coming this morning, and we're entering the last several meetings of the calendar year. The layout of the meeting this morning, first of all, I'd ask you to, those of you who have electronic devices, if you could please put those on silent mode so that we don't interrupt speakers when they come to the podium for public comment. And this meeting is designed to primarily, well, not primarily, I shouldn't say that. That's not the right term. Anyways, we will be having a joint meeting of the Board of Commissioners and our Audit Committee to go over the financials of the county and possibly accept the annual comprehensive financial report, which is required by NRS. So in that regard, we have their chair, Ms. Terry Rankin, that's on Zoom. And we have Mr. Tim McCoy, who's their vice chair here present. And also we have Commissioner Noah Sad sits on the audit committee as well. So they have a quorum here today. And then they've had a resignation in Ms. Schurman, and I believe Ms. Saylor is not available today. So anyways, we do still have a quorum of theirs. So the anticipation here is to do the joint meeting with the audit committee and go through those 5 items. Time permitting, before noon, we will go through the liquor board items. I believe there's 3 of those. And once again, dependent upon time, whether or not we do the consent calendar at that time and then break for lunch or where, we're going to play that a little bit by ear, dependent upon the time. So, but at least that will allow those involved in the financials to get that done this morning, and also our sheriff and Captain Michitarian to also get their items off the agenda before we break for lunch. So anyways, with that, public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, and you'll hear a buzzer also, please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. Public comment will not be taken on liquor board agenda items. If you would like to provide public comment on liquor board agenda items, then we ask you to please provide your public comment during the opening public comment, which is we're going into shortly, and then closing public comment. I'd also like to indicate that Commissioner Rice is a little bit under the weather, I understand, literally and figuratively, right? You have got some snow last night, so anyways, and then
the snow is not the problem. No. I sit next to Walt, and he's even older than I am. I don't want him to get what I got.
Okay. And so Commissioner Noah Sad has graciously agreed to do our timing system today. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners.
Good morning. Julie.
Good morning.
This morning I'd like to do a follow-up on something that was brought to the board last board meeting, November 16th, Rick Phillips was here from the investment company FHN, and he went through the investment account summary as of September 30th. There was a negative variance of approximately $4.5 million. Chairman Gardner asked a question regarding the negative variance, and to paraphrase, Mr. Phillips' response was, "This negative variance is not indicative of a realized loss because most of the negative variance is due to bond value fluctuation, and most bonds will be held to maturity." So I happened to run across I have this from last year. This is the popular annual financial report. This was presented to the board on March 16th of this year. And there were 2 items included in the report that had to do with investment losses. On page 4 of the PAFR, it indicates a revenue increase were partly offset by a one-time investment loss of $3.2 million. And on page 9, miscellaneous revenues were $1.1 million less than anticipated due to an unexpected investment loss. So this, to me, leaves 2 open questions to Mr. Phillips, I guess. The first is to provide details to the public on the losses that are referred to in the PAFR on page 4, $3.2 million, and page 9, $1.1 million. And secondly, to request additional information from Mr. Phillips on the projected probability of actual loss percent of the $4.5 million of negative variance as of September 30th.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Happy holiday season. I will not be staying for the meeting. I was a little surprised to see the audit committee combined with such a robust regular agenda. I'd like to thank Terry Willoughby for her service to the county. Her work has been exemplary, just in case I don't get to see her at the December 14th or December 21st meetings. Guess the county has a lot of things to cover before the year is over. Today's consent calendar includes over $1 million in requests of funds. I'm asking for a future agenda item explaining the consent item calendar, who determines what should be allowed for consent, and also during the upcoming 2024 budget meetings, what is our discretionary budget? A presentation allowing questions from the public before those meetings. I'm hoping you will be removing the trails plan today to a future meeting. I believe there is linkage between the U.S. Highway 50 Corridor Management Plan and Trails Plan before you today. I'm not against a revised and updated Trails Plan, but a more robust discussion is necessary. Other elements from other plans may not be evident or directly lead to the Douglas County update, but need to be considered. Number 1, we're not sure what the proposed NDOT restriping project next year is going to look like. Maybe no lane reduction, but is bike lane striping going to be part of that? I suggest staff contact NDOT for a presentation to the board on that before the striping. Also request a presentation from Carl Hasty of the Tahoe Transportation District for an update for plans for the 250 space parking lot to be combined with the boat inspection station at the intersections of Highway 28 and 50, which is Douglas County. The Tahoe Regional Planning Agency is preparing to kick off an update for their regional transportation plan update of their RTP 2020 starting in early 24. All of these things coincide with our trails. I'd like to report December 13th, the TRPA is conducting a housing elements deed restricted, affordable, or achievable, I'm not sure their terminology anymore, amendment update that could affect our Tahoe Township residents in the future. For anybody interested, please go to trpa.gov. There's a 332-page staff report. Not sure what the exact rules are, but this morning when I was looking at the Planning Commission agenda, there is not a packet yet. And today I will close with, I'd like to make a recommendation that the commissioners give their assigned committee meeting updates at the beginning of the meeting before public comment, so all in attendance can hear what's going on. When we have meetings that go on for 6, 8 hours, all of you are tired, just like the public is. And I don't believe that we are getting enough information on all the things and all the committees. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Steve Mundy and the county staff as well. 16 months ago, the Commissioners approved Ordinance 2202-1604. The net result of this ordinance is that new construction homes over 5,000 square feet would be required to install automatic sprinkler systems. I believe the board, when it approved the ordinance, understood the 5,000 square feet to only include the living area. In fact, Fire Chief Todd Carlini, in his presentation to the board, referenced NRS 278.586, which defines the 5,000 square feet as livable space. Unfortunately, the ordinance references an IBC chart that uses the term fire area, which is defined as including covered porch and attached garage. The fire district's regulation also references building area, which is defined the same as fire area. I ask that the commissioners engage with Deputy DA Ritchie, East Fork Fire, and the building department staff to ensure that the 5,000 square foot threshold is properly defined in the ordinance and regulations to be consistent with Nevada state law. The correct definition is livable space, which would exclude porches and garages. Regarding past speculation of sprinkler system costs, I have a quote from my new construction home, $37,450. $37,000 amortized over 30 years at 7% interest rate is a net total with interest of $89,000. Other costs include East Fork fire permit over $1,500, annual testing and inspection fees, higher property tax due to the increased value of the sprinkler system, backup generator, and the industry accepted standard for wet sprinkler life expectancy is as low as 15 years. The Douglas County property tax schedule has a line item for paramedic and ambulance service and a separate item for East Fork Fire Protection District. I propose that Douglas County provide a tax credit to homeowners who are forced to install a sprinkler system equivalent to the amount of the property tax allocated to East Fork Fire. In my scenario, it would take more than 25 years of tax credits to offset only the base system cost. I also request that the cost or value of the sprinklers be excluded from the assessed value for the property tax calculation. Finally, let's work with the fire board to waive the permit fee. Thank you very much.
Jim Slade. Regarding the board's decision at the November 16th meeting approving a purchase of a lot on Red Hawk Lane in the Spring Creek subdivision, I was not only disappointed at the board's decision, but how you arrived at that decision as well. For starters, the agenda packet for that item went into great detail about the $5 million cost of a flood mitigation basin right there at Spring Creek and the nearly $100 million cost of a series of flood mitigation bases and a dam to attempt to control potential flooding in the Pine Nut Basin. Myself and other members of the public asked about that, and if the county was committing to all of those projects, or even just to the Spring Creek one. Yet not one of the commissioners addressed that issue whatsoever. Don't you think that a $100 million project, about $2,000 per resident, is something that should be thoughtfully discussed before even starting to head down that road? That is baffling and inexcusable. Secondly, several of you mentioned that this purchase had the support of all 8 homeowners in Spring Creek, using that as a reason to approve. These residents bought homes in the floodplain and should be responsible for their own flood insurance and the cost of whatever mitigation is needed. They and you should be aware of caveat emptor, buyer beware. Of course they support the idea of the county buying that lot and the prospect of the taxpayers of Douglas County paying for their flood mitigation. That's no surprise and certainly no reason to go ahead with that purchase. And as to the idea that this purchase and subsequent 15-foot deep mitigation basin would somehow be consistent with the open space requirements for Douglas County that they signed onto is absurd and insulting. That is to be open space in perpetuity, which requires that it preserve scenic views, the natural condition, and the existing flora and fauna. How can you possibly claim, as staff did, that digging a 15-foot deep flood mitigation basin does that? It clearly does not preserve the natural condition, nor the existing flora. After a lengthy period of excavation, it will be a large hole in the ground, likely full of cheatgrass and tumbleweed, often with a fetid pool at the bottom, a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. That was a shameful decision to the benefit of the few and contrary to the interests of the residents as a whole. On a different topic, but one seemingly that will never go away, it is still inexplicable to me why Commissioner Rice refuses to ever apologize for his blatant knowing lies earlier this year. Not only is that contrary to the county's core principles of honesty and integrity, but it is offensive to our citizens. It should have been easy for him to apologize back in February, and that likely would have cleared up this issue. Instead, apparently, he would rather be publicly reminded of his lack of honesty and integrity on a regular basis. I'm still baffled by that, but I guess lies just run in the family. Have you no sense of decency, sir?
Additional public comment?
Hi, Terry Willoughby, CFO, for the record. There was a comment at an earlier meeting, I think the last meeting, about how the county used the CARES Act money and various COVID funding, and that none of it went to the community, and I wanted to provide some statistics for the public. This was from the CARES Act money, which was the original COVID Relief Act. In Category 6, this was the money that came from the state and then to the county. Expenses to facilitate compliance with COVID-19 measures, $745,000 was spent. Economic support, small business, housing, and food assistance, $610,000. And economic support other than small business, housing, and food assistance, $711,000. Just some information for the public. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Doug Ritchie. I'm with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. With me today is Melanie Bruchetta. It's been a year as we've been trying to fill a civil division position in the District Attorney's Office, and I'm very happy to say we found an incredible addition. She's a contract attorney. It's agenda item G on the consent. Melanie just retired as the HR director for Carson City. Prior to that, she had experience in both the criminal and civil divisions of the Carson City District Attorney's Office. I've heard about her before I met her. Her reputation precedes her. We're very excited to have her join us and provide services to the citizens of Douglas County and to the various departments within the county. But I wanted to introduce her to you. Hopefully she'll say a few words.
Good morning, Melanie Bruchetta. I just want to give you a little bit of information about my background because hearing that I was the HR director and now suddenly coming back as an attorney might give you a little bit of pause. However, I'm a graduate of Carson High. I attended the University of Nevada, Reno, where I graduated. I attended Gonzaga Law School and graduated from there. And then I went, after a clerkship in Washoe County, to the Carson City District Attorney's Office, where I served as a prosecutor for a number of years, and then went into the Civil Division, where I ultimately worked as the Chief Deputy District Attorney for Carson City for a number of years. So unfortunately, the city lost their HR director, and because I was doing a lot of civil work for the HR department, that's why I moved into HR for a period of time. So that's information about me.
Additional public comment? Since you know additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board, and I will entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
Do we have a chance to comment on public comment?
If you wish to, we're not required to, but if you wish to.
I wish to. I was going to say welcome to Ms. Bruchetta.
I understand where you were going.
And I also wanted to say to the gentleman, I didn't catch his name, about the fire sprinklers, that I thought his public comment was very thoughtful and creative, and it's going to give me pause to think about some things and see what we can maybe do.
Okay. And as long as we're going there, I would thank Ms. Willoughby also for her comments, public comments, and clarification of the expenditures by not only the CARES Act, but also ARPA funds that have gone out to the public. So thank you very much, Ms. Willoughby, for that clarification. So sometimes those things go unchecked, and inaccurate information gets out to the public and causes questions, and it needs to be clarified. So.
Also, I wanted to thank Ellie Waller. Lots of good things there, and it's really hard to keep up with Ellie.
Okay, yes. Okay. Mr. Noasad, did you have any? Okay, it looked like you were getting ready to push your button. So anyways, I will go back into the, I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Approval of the previous minutes for possible action. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of November 2nd, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Do I hear any questions about the minutes? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the draft minutes.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
Okay.
I moved to. She
Got to
beat
be a
me.
little bit faster, Mr. Rice, with your microphone.
Sorry.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve the draft minutes of November 2nd, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Sensing no corrections to that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. So at this time, as I indicated earlier, we'll recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of County Commissioners sitting jointly with the Audit Committee, of which we have 3 members with us today. We have the Chairman, Ms. Rankin, who's on Zoom. We have Mr. McCoy, who's the Vice Chair, and also the Commissioner, our Commissioner, who serves on that board, as well as a board assignment, Mr. Noasad. So at this time, we'll go into the joint meeting of the Audit Committee. I believe our standard practice has been, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe Mr. Ritchie can clarify this for me, is that we will hear the item. We will have discussion by the questions and discussion by the Audit Committee. Then we'll have some questions or possible questions by the Board of Commissioners. We'll go to public comment. After public comment, then we would entertain a motion by Ms. Rankin would entertain a motion by the Audit Committee to approve the report. which is a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. Is that the proper procedure?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Yes, that the meeting could be conducted that way, and I think that's how we have done it in the past.
Okay, so I'm not only doing it for my own clarification, but understanding of the public to how we're going to operate, and also Ms. Rankin as chair. So we'll go into item A1 for possible action, discussion to approve the Douglas County fraud policy. This is being presented by our CFO, Ms. Terry Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. I would like to, first of all, clarify one item with this policy. There was a section that somehow didn't get in the final packet. I don't know the mysteries of these things, but I printed out the revised policy. So, and you have the attachment, and there's copies available for the public. So the missing part is reporting violations. It showed up on the packet as blank. On page 2 of 4 of the supplemental information, it is included there. And the reason for a fraud policy is I attached some supplemental documentation about the need for this, and it applies to not only employees, but to contractors, vendors, anyone really the county does business with. And the intent is it's an important part of a fraud prevention program, and it's recommended by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, of which I'm a member. And everyone that reads the policy, and will be distributing this to employees, and I would assume it would be included in future contracts, I want everyone to know what fraud is, what behavior is not acceptable, and what the consequences are, so that everyone has a clear understanding up front. And I'm happy to answer any questions from the audit committee first.
Sorry, Tim McCoy for the record. Is this a new policy or is this replacing one?
This is brand new.
Right, so we haven't had one in the past.
We have an ethics policy, but not a fraud policy, correct?
Okay, and this is going to be included in all contracts going forward?
There'll be a reference to it, I'm sure, and there's already references in the contracts that they're to abide by county policies, but I would like to either include this as an attachment or a reference to this specific policy, because
Okay.
it does apply to vendors.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? Well, I should go to Ms. Rankin first and let, as the audit committee.
Mr. Chairman, this is Terry Rankin. Are you all hearing me? Because okay.
Yeah, we're here.
And if you have any issues, I've asked Mr. McCoy, who's physically present, to step in as chair if he needs to. But I think this is an excellent complement to the ethics policies and the hotline that we've set up when you set up the audit committee 5 years ago, whenever that was. So this dovetails nicely into that. And I think Terry's expertise as a certified fraud examiner really gave you a benefit with this policy. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Nosad? So, and I did have a question. We've previously had a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline and a policy, but it hasn't been written. Is that correct?
We had the hotline, and there may be a policy specific to that program, but it's not in a comprehensive policy where everything's in one place. So that this is what this is designed to be.
Okay, because I noticed, particularly on this flyer and in the supplemental or in the packet, that there was no effective date, last revised, last reviewed, that type of thing. And so I thought we had a policy, but okay.
No, this policy, fraud policy is new, so that's why there's no revised date.
Very good. Okay, if there's no further questions, Commissioner
No,
Hales?
no questions. I just really like it. I think it's clear, it's concise, it's straightforward. It has enough examples that people might think of things that are not fraud, but oh yeah, those are fraud too.
Right.
And so I think it's great.
And I want to thank, I got some really good input from department heads and directors, things to include, so it was a team effort.
Can I move approval? Are we there? Oh,
Well, and I know that we've also had fraud, waste, and abuse, but this also is adding the definition of theft as well, as I see it. So I think that's an important thing to understand, is that's part of that process. So, okay, if that's the questions or observations, I suppose we can go to public comment. After public comment, we will come back and Ms. Rankin, your board can make a recommendation if you wish, and then we'll discuss it. Okay. So at this time, public comment is open on item A1, discussion to approve the Douglas County fraud policy.
Good morning, Douglas County. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council here and for Douglas County. Hey, this is brilliant. Thank you, Terry. The wealthiest county in the state of Nevada finally has an audit policy in the 21st century. Isn't that progressive? Millions of dollars flushed down the tubes. $8 million in the American Rescue Plan Act flushed down the tubes. Can't even get a dime or a nickel to help you out with your flood situation without pulling teeth. I think it's interesting that in the year-end financial report last year, that our chief financial officer and our county manager, along with their business partner, Mark Stevens Gardner, sold the county on a $31 million new JALEC building on 55 acres out there. They found out they're building on a floodplain, going to have to lift the construction site up by 6 feet or so, and they got a stretch of road out there. They're probably going to have to invest in that stretch of road. 31 became 40 million. On the same day, May of last year, this county followed in the footsteps of the federal government, and the federal government committed us to a $40 billion war in Ukraine, which is a lost cause. They're following in the footsteps of a federal government that is absolutely broken. Terry Willoughby and Patrick Cates signed a year-end financial report, put their hand to ink, and said that it was going to cost us $40 million. We found out about 8 weeks ago it's going to be triple that. It's going to be at least triple that because they're not taking into account the inevitable event, the global reboot, the world war that we're strapped into, the domestic terrorism on our shores and coming to your door every day, seeing it. And they know it too, because they're watching Douglas County, Nevada Facebook, and they're watching all these Facebooks out there that people are putting up, the Megatrend 2023 and State of the Nation 911. They see all of it, and we know they do because we've been informing them for 3 years. We told them last year that this year would be unprecedented social turbulence, unlike anything the planet has ever seen, and they won't listen. They won't put a dime or a nickel towards localizing our agriculture, humanitarian aid, or prepping you for a potential nuclear war. That's the kind of government you got here today. Out to lunch with Richie Rich.
Is there additional public comment on item A1? Since no discussion, we'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Rankin, the floor is yours to discuss as a audit committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Terry Rankin. I'm chair of the audit committee, and I am participating by Zoom just for the public record. So the members of the committee, do I have a motion to approve the new fraud committee for the county that was presented by Ms. Willoughby?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Do any of you, or do either of you have any discussion on that issue?
No.
Not particularly, but it's good that we're starting to increase the amount of oversight that we have on the finances of the county. And I was very happy to read the report where we have 114 days of money just sitting so we can use that if we need it.
Right, and I think it's significant that it's going to be given to contractors and others prior to any work for the county. So I think that's significant. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Everyone in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? No. Mr. Chairman of the County Commissioners, the Audit Committee has approved that policy. It's back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. Members of the commission, any further questions, comments, observations? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the Douglas County fraud policy as recommended by the Audit Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bryce, you're still a little slow. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noah, at the recommendation of the Audit Committee to approve the Douglas County fraud policy as presented. Sensing no further discussion, any other observations? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. I'm going to take a quick break here. It's been identified, although we missed it in our approval of the agenda, so I'm not sure exactly how to proceed here, Mr. Ritchie, but maybe you can give me some direction. But I know that there is folks here in the audience that want to speak to item 2 of, I believe it's 2 of our administrative agenda regarding the comprehensive trails program. And I've been informed by staff that that is not ready for prime time, and we're going to, the thought process is to withdraw that from this agenda for today and bring it back at a later date. So with that being said, I believe that the members of the public who are here to speak on that item could be excused, understanding that we're not going to, when we get to that item on our regular administrative agenda, we're going to more than likely table that item. Is that appropriate, or how do we go about doing this?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. There are a number of ways you can do it. You could call the item now, have public comment on that item now, or you could inform the public that that item will be continued and there will not be public comment taken on that particular item. So if they want to speak, they'll need to do it at closing public comment. I think those are the 2 options you have, or to go ahead and hear the item.
Well, I'm questioning, because we're convening as a joint meeting, would we have to basically recess as the joint committee, go back into session? I know it's all semantics, or basically, procedural, right?
That's correct.
So, okay, with the indulgence of the audit committee, I'm going to recess our joint meeting and go back into the meeting and reconvene the Board of Commissioners, and then entertain a motion for the removal and postponement of that item 2 of our administrative agenda. Okay, so the joint meeting is hereby in recess, and we're back into session as a Board of Commissioners, and I'll entertain a motion to basically table item number 2 of our administrative agenda.
I move that we postpone hearing item 2 of our administrative agenda, table it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so with that being a actionable item, though, I do need to go to public comment on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so understanding that we're looking at tabling it, is there any public comment on item number 2? Okay, since no public comment, bring it back to the board. All those in favor of postponing this to, I believe, December 21st? Is that, or date certain? Okay, December 21st. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. So I apologize to those members of the public who came down to speak to that item, but we will be hearing that item on December 21st. So with that, I will once go back into recess as the Board of County Commissioners and go back into reconvene the joint meeting of the Audit Committee and the Board of County Commissioners. All procedure, folks, all procedure. Okay, so with that, Ms. Willoughby, we'll go into item 2A, A2 for possible action. Discussion to review and accept the Public Administrator Internal Audit Final Report. And this is being presented once again by our Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby.
Thank you. And I did want to clarify, I'm not actually a certified fraud examiner. I'm a member of the association because I like to take the trainings, but I have not been certified yet. Maybe later. But this item wasn't, the public administrator review was an item requested by this board, and I would like to turn it over to Haley Garcia of Moss Adams. She's available on Zoom, and she will go over the report.
Hello, hi everybody. This is actually Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams. For the record, I will be presenting this item. So here we go. So the public administrator internal audit, this was contracted by Douglas County really to evaluate and test specific internal controls related to the county's public administrator function. So this included, testing internal controls related to the public administrator's cash receipts, disbursements, and inventories. This project took place between May 2023 and September of 2023. So some of the things that we looked at during this internal audit was really understanding how the public administrator functions, as well as related internal controls related to the public administrator. And so to do this, we specifically looked at Nevada revised statutes. And there is quite a number of statutes that relate to the public administrator. So I encourage you to, look at those. There is a list in our report that talks about the different chapters that we had to review. Additionally, we looked at public administrator case management files. So we had our team come on site to the public administrator's office. And we randomly selected a sample of files, really making sure that there was available documentation that was maintained in the physical case files, and that was in adherence to the Nevada revised statutes. Additionally, we also looked at case file reconciliations. So for that sample, we reviewed supporting documentation for any cash that was received during the sale of estate items, and also cash dispersed, so payments to vendors for estate sale services or other items related to estate transactions. Overall, there were 3 findings that came out of this report. So number one, since the public administrator is one person department, not having technological resources really can result in a risk of inefficiencies or errors. So our recommendation for this is to, bolster efficiency, accuracy, and oversight within the public administrator's operations. Really, the county should consider adopting software and technology tools that are really tailored to the public administrator's unique needs. Such an investment really would not only expedite case management and financial reconciliation, but it would also ensure heightened transparency to you all, as well as regulatory compliance. Finding number 2, so the public administrator primarily relies on paper files for record keeping, which is why our team came down to the public administrator's office. Additionally, there's an absence of a systematic method for organizing these records chronologically. So these methods increase the likelihood of losing, misplacing, or not being able to pinpoint timely information with these paper archives. So really develop, our recommendation was this, for this finding was to develop an electronic document storage framework and process and obtain adequate storage for paper files. In the case of a shift to a digital storage solution, it's impractical. At a minimum, the public administrator should develop a filing system methodology that requires a systematic approach to any type of record keeping. Finally, the last finding was that the public administrator currently lacks a set of detailed policies and procedures. This absence means that there's not a structured guideline in place for their operations. And so Moss Adams' recommendation for this is to develop policies and procedures describing the public administrator's processes, as well as to ensure proper internal controls are in place. Policies and procedures should be reviewed and approved by county leadership, and a process really should be in place for regular reviews to ensure that the public administrator processes remain relevant and compliant with all of the current laws and as well as best practices. I do want to say that the county should be commended. There was, it's not all bad things that we saw. And really, during our interviews, the public administrator really understands the importance of internal controls and, his overall role, as well as with those related processes. And so, he was really open for opportunities for improvement to make sure that, estates are handled both appropriately and according to those statutes, as well as, the cash receipt and disbursement. So like I mentioned, there was a testing that we did over the cash receipts and disbursements, and it appeared that the public administrator had, properly supported with third-party documentation all of the accounting records, so like a digital checkbook for the cases that we sampled. We also did not observe any issues or non-compliance with cash handling processes, which is really exemplary.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Any questions by the commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Looking at finding one, I just picked out the line tailored to PA's unique needs. Are we going to use existing software like Excel, or are we going to go for a custom software detailed to the PA?
Terry Willoughby, when we had the exit meeting with the public guardian, we discussed possibly developing Excel models that would be able to be customized for his use, and we seem to think that was sufficient. That's my recollection. Is that correct, Chelsea?
Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams, for the record, yes, that was my recollection as well, Terry.
And I have already reached out to the public administrator to offer my assistance in setting those up.
Ms. Davidson, did you have something you wish you had?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. This is an interesting position to discuss in the sense that we're talking about an elected official. And as an elected official, this individual has ultimately the responsibility for their overall operations and policies and software that they choose to utilize. I will tell you that county management is very interested in pursuing a partnership. And Mr. Walsh has been very open to conversations during budget cycles, and we would be happy to enter into discussions regarding resources or tools he may need to better use his job that could get further towards addressing these findings. So I just do want to point out that it would be inappropriate for us as county management, the commission obviously can have this discussion with Mr. Walsh, for county management to recommend that he utilize a specific software. Although Moss Adams likely does have recommendations, it would be up to him to implement those.
And that was thank you, Ms. Davidson. That was going to be my observation, is that just as we can't direct Sheriff Coverly to particularly do things in his department. We can't direct Ms. Bergens to do things in hers or other elected officials. We can make recommendations, but if there was a cost involved, they would need, those individuals would need to come back to us and ask for budgetary allocations. Is that right, to implement those types of things?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. The Office of the Public Administrator does fall under a particular section of the statute, and the Board of County Commissioners does have a certain amount of added oversight of this function. There's regular reporting requirements pursuant to the statute, and the County Commission can implement additional reporting requirements such as the audit that you've asked for today. Legal counsel would be happy to advise you on the exact amount of discretion or authority we have in partnership with this office, but there still is a certain amount of discretion and autonomy that an elected official maintains.
And I saw Commissioner Hale's light on down there.
I was going to make that point. I have a lot to say about this, but I'll defer to when it's discussion time.
Okay. Okay. Members of the Audit Committee, Ms. Rankin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Terry Rankin for the record. I'll just emphasize that even though this is an elected position and there's that balance between the county and the elected person, this is a highly important fiduciary position, and the importance of the cash and other accounting methods and policies and procedures, I can't emphasize that enough. And this is an area, public administrator, public guardian, that in some counties or states becomes a very public disaster. So it's good that we had this audit. And I think bringing some of these issues to the forefront will really help. I would just emphasize the fiduciary nature of this elected position. So with that, do members of the the Audit Committee have any comments or questions?
McCoy has none.
No? All right. Members of the committee, do you want to make any kind of motion?
This is for discussion.
So we have to, before we go into motions by your board, we need to go into public comment. So.
I apologize. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. But I wanted to make sure also that Mr. Noasat, did you get an answer to your question? Yes. Okay, because that's where this whole line of thought revolved around. So anyways, we'll go into public comment and then we'll bring it back to this board, for their board and in ours. Okay. Yeah, okay. Public comment on item number A2.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Gibson with the Justice Coalition in and for Douglas County. Before he retired, or before he moved on, Commissioner Elgis said that this county hadn't had a decent accounting department, and that the one that we've got now is only 4 years old. The richest, most wealthiest county per capita, check your facts on this, in this nation, per capita, doesn't have a decent accounting system. They're just now implementing and fast-tracking the audit system. Everything nowadays, fast-track. Fast-track that strategic plan. There's a storm on the horizon. Fast-track the audit policy. Fast-track the law enforcement. 100 recruitments in a single day. It takes 3 months to usually hire these guys. Just get them in there. Get them in there. Fast-track. Federal government, everything's fast-track. Fast-track. You got the fast-track transportation system, $1.5 million into that, one person on the bus. Riding around all day long looking for something to do. Fast track. I think it's interesting, with all due respect, Chief Financial Officer Terry Willoughby. Well, first and foremost, thanks for putting this together before you dip out on us. We know you're retiring. We know that our notices have been effective. Patrick Cates retired with our notices as well. He lied to you about the state of the county address. Said that education in Douglas County is swell. No, It's not swell, folks. Both of these agents committed us to a $40 million jail-like facility, put their hand to ink, never went through the audit council, never went through the debt council, no due process. None of you even know what's going on. By the time you're locked into this criminal enterprise expansion, you're going to be feeling the pinch because your dollar is tanking. You're $40 trillion in debt. Smiling. Fast tracking it. Getting filthy rich while the country's going to hell in a handbasket.
Do we have additional public comment on item number A2, the Public Administrator Internal Audit Final Report?
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Karen Simpson, and just a little history on me. I have been a volunteer for many years with the Douglas County Sheriff's Department, so I've had the ability to observe a lot of things that in relation to the public administrator, and I am aware of 3 things where a woman has passed away in 2019. Her probate has not been completed under the guise that she has relatives and that they're holding it up. She does not. And her van is sitting over at Social Services as we speak and has been for a couple of years. And it's still there. So I asked questions about it and determined that some misinformation was given on that. There's also another instance where a gentleman had bad dementia. There were involvements with the officers who got people out of the person's house and into jail, and those people are now squatting in that house, and the neighbors are quite upset about it. There are another instance where the family members have passed away, and a family member is in that home, should not be. The house should have been sold and the proceeds divided amongst the other family members. So those are just 3 that I can speak to off the top of my head. So while I agree that the audit committee has done a great job, I think some additional fiduciary audit needs to be performed because they're only looking at what the bank said. And getting paperwork written afterwards that supports it. So, you know, I, as a person here in the community, would not want my estate to go under this public administrator at all. And if you have any questions of me, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No public comment, additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. And Ms. Rankin, now is the appropriate time for you to entertain a motion, and then we'll bring it back to our board.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Terry Rankin for the record by Zoom. Members of the audit committee, did you have any other additional questions or comments?
McCoy had none.
Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the public administrator internal audit report.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Any other further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second on approving the public administrator's internal audit report and forwarding that on to the Board of County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any no, everybody vote. Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing the audit committee to do that. It's your report.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. So additional comments, questions, observations by commissioners? Ms.
Yes,
Hales.
I have a few. I am in favor of accepting this report with some conditions. I believe that this report, if a member of the public were reading this report, I believe they would leave with a misunderstanding of what the appropriate roles of the county and the public administrator are. And so I would suggest that we, at a later date, receive a presentation from the Deputy District Attorney clarifying the county's role in supervising and supporting the public administrator. I believe also that if someone read this report, they might leave with the understanding that the county has not provided adequate resources. And so I would also like to suggest that at a later date, we receive information from the county manager regarding the county's offer of resources during the budget process and the county's willingness to provide resources for this important function. And then finally, I was very concerned, particularly about the facts we read on page 133, where we read that the audit found that in 3 of 7 cases reviewed, there was not an inventory yet. An inventory should be done immediately because that's the way to be transparent about what's in the estate, be accountable for what's in the estate. We also read on that page that there was a situation where an inventory was filed with the court, the issuance of the letter, for that to be done in 120 days. So I see cause for real concern. Those two are just examples of other pieces of things that concern me in this audit. And so I would suggest that the regular and rigorous administrators, commissioners about if that be done with respect for the fiduciary role of the public administrator in this county. And I believe I share the concerns of Ms. Simpson. Where the county knows that this role is being undertaken with integrity and transparency, and we don't have that right now. So I'm prepared with a motion that incorporates those comments. I just want to, the last thing I'll state is I did look up NRS, and I found, for instance, NRS 141.090 causes for suspending appointment of personal representative, and that includes has wrongfully neglected the estate and has unreasonably delayed the performance of necessary acts. We see evidence of that here. I also want to point out NRS 141.037, duty to close estate within 18 months after appointment. Although there are some exceptions, that's the general rule. And we have cause for concern here.
I won't entertain a motion yet because we haven't had the input from the other commissioners. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions, observations here on this?
Yes, I do. It sounds like some oversight is necessary that has not happened up to this point. And before I cast any stones, I want to make sure that the public administrator has an opportunity to respond to some of these, I won't call them charges, allegations. How about that? So I would like to see some further look-see into the situation. And I concur with my fellow commissioner and what she has just stated.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Noasad?
Yes, I have a question before I have another question. Does the public administrator have a staff?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. As of right now, Mr. Walsh does not have staff. He has not asked for administrative staff report. If he were to make that request, that would be something we would bring to the commission for consideration, as we do all other elected official departments within this organization. Each year at budget time, we do touch base with him and ask if he requires any additional resources, including staff. And to date, he has not requested additional staff.
Well, having been a manager in other areas before, and knowing full well that staff is required, I'm looking at this as the findings and the details in the findings cries out to say you need some help here. I agree. I think that we should investigate that point about staff.
Okay. Commissioner Turkanian, anything you want to say?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay.
I would like to note that he does have the support of an attorney. And the attorney does a lot of the legal documentation and those kinds of things.
Okay.
So you're going to say to a lawyer, I want you to do this clerical work.
Okay. Mr. Ritchie, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I'd like to make 2 points. There are numerous NRS provisions that deal with the public administrator and the role that he fills. NRS 253.091 talks about the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners is in kind of in an awkward position because the public administrator is an elected official, independent from the county manager's office, and also the courts supervise the public administrator. They supervise all the probate of all estates, including the issuance of letters of administration, the reports, the inventory. And so I will note that Justin Clauser has been retained as the public administrator's legal counsel fairly recently. And so some of the things that predated Mr. Clauser, it appears that a lot of those he's been helping the public administrator with the different files. The public administrator has been submitting, I believe, quarterly reports to the board. What I could do is, with the DA's offices, work with Mr. Clauser and Mr. Walsh to maybe update the report to include any inventories that are past the statutory deadline. Ultimately, though, that it's the court that is responsible for requiring those inventories to be timely filed, disbursement of funds, the accounting. So to the extent that the board would like the district attorney's office to help, we can, but again, as Commissioner Hell's noted, the public administrator has his own legal counsel.
Many of you know that I was in the Navy. I'm looking at this as a rudder without a ship. You have someone who does the steering but can't tell anybody else what to do. This is crying for a staff of maybe 2, and I think we should entertain that.
Okay. So I have some observations. I always, when we do these audits, and all 4 functions of these audits, I always look particularly to the findings because and what our response is to those findings. So when I looked at, for instance, finding number 1 regarding the lack thereof of an accounting system or a method of doing that, I was surprised that there was no electronic means to track cases and things of that nature. I would certainly encourage Mr. Walsh to take a look at some method of doing that and basically getting up into the 21st century, so to speak. Because I can see where, and I appreciate Moss Adams when they looked at this and identifying that particular area as a need. I also concur with Commissioner Hales. A timely inventory is absolutely critical to ensuring the safety of the estate and the heirs of that estate, if there's multiple heirs. And certainly, there's no method here without timely parts of the estate could be liquidated unbeknownst to the public administrator if it's not done in a timely manner. So that's critical in my opinion. So I think those things need to be certainly taken a look at. Maybe we need to have further discussions with Mr. Walsh and see how we could assist him basically in his responsibilities to the county, because it is a very important aspect of our county, especially with the elderly population that we have, right? So, okay. Commissioner Nosad, you had additional comment?
Yes, I do. If reading that finding number 1, in another instance, the PA was appointed to via letter of administration, et cetera, which was a report that was 1,067 days after the issuance of the letter of administration. One would ask why. Why was the delay of that long? And I point to staff.
Yeah, I understand that, and I've been aware of that previously because it's been identified. Sometimes there are just things that prevent that from occurring, the complications of the estate, the whereabouts of the heirs, and all the other thing that goes into it. So sometimes it does become a very difficult thing to do. But that seems to me what's 1,000 days is 3 years, 4 years?
Too long.
Yeah, too long. Okay. So anyways, thank you for this report, and the audit committee has recommended that we accept the report, so I'll entertain a motion to do so.
I move that we accept the report with the following conditions, and that is that we receive a presentation from the Deputy DA further clarifying the county's role in supervising and supporting the public administrator. 2, that we receive information from the county manager regarding the county's offer of resources and discussions regarding what's needed for that office to be successful. And finally, that we have an agenda item in the near future to direct the county manager to regularly and rigorously audit the public administrator's work and report that audit to us. I'm going to add 4. And 4, that the public administrator's regular reporting to us be increased to include more information, including a list of estates that haven't had an inventory filed yet.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to accept the public administrator internal audit final report with the recommendations of Commissioner Hales. Everything clear on that? Okay, sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Yes, we can take a quick break. Let's take, it's 10:14 by my clock, so why don't we go to 11:20, or 10:20, I'm sorry, 10:20, 6 minutes? 10, yeah, that's a long break. That would be an hour. So 10:20. Okay, it's 11:20, or 10:20, I'm sorry. I'm getting my clocks mixed up here, 10:20, so I'd ask everybody to come back into session. So we have 4 of the 5 commissioners back in place, and I don't see the Zoom screen, so I don't know who's up there. Oh, there's Mr. Rice. Mr. Noasad and Mr. Rice, I'm sure will be. Thank you, Ms. Rankin. Gotcha. Okay, we will go into item A3 for possible action. Discussion to review and accept the Douglas County, Nevada Cooperative Extension Review conducted by Internal Auditor Moss Adams. And again, being presented by Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, CFO, for the record. This was the final internal audit program for last fiscal year. This was approved by the board. This was another situation where we had non-county employees running county programs and how to draw those lines. There was no agreement with UNR, even though it's been going on for 100 years. There's no contract, there's no guidelines, but we have UNR employees running county programs, and sometimes we need to put some bumpers in. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessie Lenhart of Moss Adams, and she will go into the details. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. Jessie Lenhart, Senior Manager with Moss Adams, for the record. So as Terry mentioned, this was part of the county's previous internal audit work plan, and really kind of focused on diving into the processes, the procedures, the operations that are done by the cooperative extension between the county and UNR. As Terry mentioned, this is a longstanding relationship. And so just over time, the way that the program, the cooperative extension, has evolved, it's just shifted. And so this is a good old-fashioned health check to look at ways that we could improve collaboration, transparency, streamline processes, make things more efficient. And again, as Terry mentioned, really seek to clarify some of the gray area that cropped up just kind of over the natural evolution of the program. So before I dive into the findings or the observations, recommendations, results, and kind of what's happened since this report has been issued, I just wanted to say that this was a really delightful project to work on. There's a lot of really strong collaboration between the county, between UNR, parties on both sides really were so appreciative of each other's work, really interested in diving into this process, participating in it, and really seeking to come up with some great solutions to benefit both sides. I think everybody universally agreed that this was ultimately going to be a benefit to the program. So lots and lots of really productive conversations, really collaborative work between these two groups. So this project occurred between May and July of earlier this year. It's a classic Moss Adams project, followed those 4 phases: startup and management, and then our fact finding really focused on interviews between county members and also UNR members. We did a document review, and then we also did a little bit of research just to kind of see what was out there with what other cooperative extensions were doing related to some of the things that we were thinking about addressing in the report. And that led us right into our analysis. So we put together kind of a draft report and submitted that to both county members and UNR leadership. So they both had an opportunity to reflect and provide additional insight, kind of work together really collaboratively on developing some really constructive solutions. Again, really to focus on clarifying operations, streamlining workflows, and kind of agreeing on how to best move forward to formalize a lot of the work that happens in the exchange of information between the county and the cooperative extension. So after we got all that feedback, then we went into producing the final report. And since July, the county has already drafted an agreement between a cooperative extension agreement that is, again, collaboratively been reviewed between UNR and the county. And Terry can provide an update, but I think you're moving forward to get that in place and finalized. So lots of great work has already kind of been picked up, and you all are quick to move on the recommendations in the report. So just at a very high level, the report looks at opportunities to really kind of, again, streamline, enhance the transparency related to funding and budgeting, making sure that folks are kept in the loop as things change, formalizing that communication process and the budget development process, again, to make sure that everyone's on the same page about programming and funding moving forward. Also looking at kind of procurement practices, again, some legacy initiatives. Some UNR employees as part of the extension have both P cards, right? UNR P cards and then also county P cards. So really kind of consolidating that practice to really kind of shift procurement and P card use to UNR employees and kind of consolidating that under one umbrella. Also looked at maintenance, facility maintenance. So the county owns the current cooperative extension facility. And so again, kind of clarifying the full spectrum of maintenance. So from light bulb changes and painting, who's responsible for that? Whose budget does that fall under, to the much larger kind of renovation that could be part of facility improvements that are regularly part of the county's improvement projects and so on. Then we also looked at reporting. So we want to make sure that reporting between the extension and its programs and services are meeting the needs of the county, is providing really useful and informative information. And then looking at staffing. So that was the next one. Again, historically, the program has been staffed by both UNR employees and county employees. So that's really shifted over time to be fully staffed by UNR employees. That makes a ton of sense, is super consistent with what we see in other places. So again, just supporting, continuing that trend. Moving forward. And then collaboration, really thinking about the ways in which UNR and the county are invited to working sessions, department meetings, and again, making sure that flow of information continues to grow and be strengthened over time. So like I said, the county has already drafted an agreement. It's been reviewed by the cooperative extension UNR leadership, and Terry can provide an update, but I think it's moving forward really well and towards getting adopted.
Thank you. Ms. Willoughby, did you have anything you wish to add?
Terry Willoughby for the record. I would like to thank Lindsay Chichester, who is the director for the UNR Cooperative Extension Program. She's been great to work with. We both really wanted to put some bumpers on this and how UNR employees can't be treated like county employees, and to put this together. We do have a draft contract, and there were some comments during the review by Moss Adams that Lindsay agreed with and accepted, and those are going back up to UNR for their review. And then I would expect to see that contract come back to the commission at a later date with the recommendations. And I'm happy to answer any logistical questions or.
With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Rankin for their board to discuss, and then we'll have our observations, and then we'll take it to public comment, and then we'll come back. Okay, Ms. Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, this is Terry Rankin. I'm chair of the audit committee. Just for the board's recollection, when the audit committee was founded, there were certain structures put on what kind of audits we do and what type of entities would be looked at for policies and procedures and structure. And this is an example of, and so was the public administrator, of going through those different county functions or joint functions and looking at what was done. And I think, Terry and her staff, Ms. Willoughby and her staff, have done an excellent job of proceeding through kind of the list we had developed. And this is a good example of showing what role the county has, what role UNR has, and the responsibilities of each party. So with that, I'll go to members of the audit committee.
Tim McCoy for the record. I think your comments encapsulated exactly what we're trying to do here at the audit committee, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioners, any questions you might have of this? Okay, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for action by the audit committee. Okay.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council for Douglas County. That was a fine presentation. Some hope at the end of this tunnel. I'm going to take the opportunity to give the board a snapshot of our experience with their county administrator, Mr. Stephen Walsh, and his representative, Justin Clauser.
Mr. Gibson, we are talking about item A3, which is the Douglas County Cooperative Extension Review.
I got you. Okay.
We're not into the public administrator.
I skipped a beat.
Okay.
All right. I guess it's just relief that we've got some relations at UNR to help us out with this muddle puddle. We're in deep shite, folks. And this is all a fast track program. And if you look at all the news, you're seeing that they're getting real busy with this right now because the state of Nevada was identified as the #1 state for fraud in the county or in the country right now. And with all of the commercialization that's coming in and all the contracts they bound us to in that lithium mine that they found in northern Nevada, your rural lifestyle is over. They're doing everything they can, damage control, to try to buffer the gold rush. You got $1 billion being placed into that SGR up there. And then you got that organization out of Sacramento that's got your whole valley lined out. No representation from Douglas County. They're just fast tracking the concrete jungle. So once again, this is called maladministration. You're going to want to activate your social networking account and get comfortable in dialoguing as an adult with others to find out what's going on in your township, what's going on in your state, and what's going on in your country, please. Please activate your YouTube account. Begin keeping a library of all of the videos that you're being algorithm with, because somebody wants you to wake up sooner than later. In fact, if I was to tell you your survival depends upon your communication, you wouldn't believe me, but it really does. You don't have to share personal information on your Facebook. You can create an autonomous page. It's easy. In fact, nobody should be in public service today without a Facebook account. And if they're unwilling to be transparent on their Facebook account like we are, maybe they shouldn't be public servants. Maybe they got something to hide. Maybe they got nothing to show, nothing to share. And many of them don't, because they're not real people. They're fictitious persons doing business as they've always done business, as a corporate subject citizen slave. Getting filthy rich, maladministrating your future.
Do we have additional public comment on item A3? Since no additional comment, we'll bring it back to the board. And I'll call on Ms. Rankin. Okay, I'm sorry.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, I wanted to clarify, this was not done because of any suspicion of fraud by UNR. This was merely to clarify boundaries and to put a contractual definition to the program.
I think that's what we requested. So thank you for doing so. Okay, Ms. Rankin, it's your board's action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, this is Terry Rankin. I'm participating by Zoom from Chair of the Audit Committee. So is there any other discussion by the Audit Committee members?
None from McCoy.
All right, hearing none, I'll accept a motion to accept the Douglas County Nevada Cooperative Extension Review that was conducted by the internal auditor, Moss Adams.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of offering this to the Board of County Commissioners? Aye.
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 Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we've accepted the report and the review and are forwarding on to you.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. Commissioners, any other discussion, observations, questions? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to accept the Douglas County, Nevada Cooperative Extension Review conducted by Internal Auditor Moss Adams as reviewed and recommended by the Audit Committee of Douglas County.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to accept that as presented and articulated. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll go into item A4 for presentation only. So this is a presentation only item, so we will not have public comment on that. We'll just have questions and observations by both of the boards. It will not require any motions by either one of the boards. So presentation of the Douglas County Internal Audit Program update by Moss Adams. Ms. Willoughby, and are we joined by, it looks like Ms. Chelsea Ritchie is with us instead of
That's correct.
Ms. Haley Garcia.
That's correct. I will turn this over to Ms. Ritchie for the update. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record. I'm going to share my screen so we can look at the status update together. Hoping that you all can see that. I don't know, I'm going to see that again. I apologize. Can everybody see my screen? Wonderful. So
It's
this is
very small, but yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I will audibly talk about it. So this is the internal audit status report. This is actually through November 30th. So instead of today, it's November 30th. These are the 4 different projects, including also the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline that were docketed for this year's internal audit program. So first, going off of it, grant management efficiency study. This will be taking place starting in January, so nothing has been done thus far. Also looking at the procurement internal control review. We started that back in September. We plan that this will be finished and have a report in January. Right now, we are finishing up field work. So activities for next period, we will be expecting to have a draft and deliver that report to you all. The enterprise risk assessment, this will start in January and it will go all the way through April. This is a big one. So be expecting that soon. Quarterly cash counts. This was a new one that we started this year. This will be something that we do every quarter with the county, doing surprise cash counts throughout departments. So this period we did cash counts for Q1 and Q2. Next period, we'll be looking at cash counts for Q3 and then delivering the report with the results from Q1 and 2 within the departments that we looked at. So the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline administration. So this is looking at it from July when I last spoke with you all the way through November 30th. We received 4 reports via the website. 1 was HR related and 3 were compliance and ethics related. All 4 reports were forwarded to county management and have been closed. There are 0 pending. That is my report, and I will stop sharing.
Thank you. 2 times in my life I've seen the last name Ritchie. One sitting to my left, and we asked this last year, and there was no relation, you know.
There is no relation. Yes.
Okay.
We are independent, and independent standards are withheld.
Okay, Ms. Rankin, I'll turn it back over to you. Your committee questions. Where did she go? Did we lose Ms. Rankin? Okay, in light of the fact that it looks like Ms. Rankin we may have lost her online, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. McCoy as the vice chair.
Tim McCoy for the record. Any comments from the audit committee regarding this report?
You're up. Nope.
I think she just fell off the.
She may have fallen off, but this is a presentation-only item, so it doesn't require any action by their board or this board. So I think we're still safe in regards to quorum, right?
We should be, yeah.
Yeah.
and
Quorum's not
also-
necessary right now. Yeah.
Correct. We're good.
Okay, so you turn it back to us.
I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay. Okay. Commissioners, questions, observations, comments? Mr. Commissioner Rice, anything you wished to ask?
No, sir. That was very thorough as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Commissioner Hales? No? Okay. Okay. I think we're done with that presentation. So with that, we thank you, Ms. Ritchie, and are you sticking around for the next one? Yes, okay. Okay, so A5 for possible action, review and discussion to accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2022-23 financial audit and annual comprehensive financial report, better known as ACFR, whatever. Okay. Everything's, oh, there's Miss Rankin. Okay, so she's back. Okay. So, okay, Miss Willoughby. And did we lose Miss Ritchie? We've been requested to have a 5-minute recess. I show it's 10:42. Why don't we come back at 10:50? Okay, that's an 8-minute. Okay? Okay. So we'll return at 10:50. Okay, so it's just a few seconds less than 10:50, so we'll go ahead and call this back into session. And we'll go into item number A5. And for possible action, review and discussion to accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2022-23 financial audit and annual comprehensive financial report. I guess I already read that into the record, more commonly known as ACFR, and being presented by also our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Willoughby. And it's yours.
Terry Willoughby for the record. First of all, I would like to thank my staff who are here in the audience. I would like them to come up and introduce themselves. This is not all of my staff, but this is the accounting side that really work heavily on the audit. So I'd like them to acknowledge them and thank them for their hard work.
I'm Jenny Cartwright, Finance Manager.
Carolyn Sheffo, Senior Accountant.
Debbie Carter, Senior Accountant.
Candy Bumat, Accountant.
Luis Hernandez, Accountant.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to David Showalter of Eide Bailly. He is the partner in charge of our audit, and he will have the presentation on the audit and the financial statements.
Great. Thank you, Terry. Good morning, Board of Commissioners and Audit Committee members. This is David Showalter with Eide Bailly for the record. And we have the presentation on the screen, which we will go through the results of the June 30th, 2023 financial statement audit of the Douglas County's annual comprehensive financial report. So I am David Showalter. I'm the audit partner on the audit engagement. And we also had James Ramsey, audit partner, who his responsibility was providing technical and the quality control review of the financial statements. Also, David Morris, who's also joining us on this presentation, was the audit manager, and David was involved with the day-to-day activities of the audit, working with Terry and her team to complete the audit this year. And we had a senior audit associate, Layla El-Sumari. She was also involved with the audit this year. So our scope in the audit was the audit of the fiscal year 2023 annual comprehensive financial report, which includes the financial statements of the county. There's also a management discussion analysis. There are other supplementary schedules that are included in the comprehensive financial report, which makes it a very large document. But definitely I would encourage you to read the transmittal letter and the management discussion analysis to get a good idea of the results for the year from management's perspective, comparing financial information, comparing current year to prior year, so you get some perspective on what were some of the reasons for some of this fluctuations from prior year to current year. The financial statements also include the notes to the financial statements, which provides additional support for the balances. In addition, we're also conducting an audit of the county's federal financial awards. That's commonly referred to as the single audit. And that audit is still underway, and we expect to have that completed by the end of the calendar year. So our plan, scope, and timing, this is sort of the timeline. I think I shared this with you at the initial meeting. We started our field work back in June of 2023, and we started our final phase of the audit. So the final phase is where Terry and her team, they go through the long process of closing the books as of June 30th. And it's a pretty big process to go through, and preparing the trial balance for our audit. So we started the audit in September and worked through October of 2023. And we issued the report dated November 30th, 2023. Excuse me.
Before you go any further, I just wanted to let everybody know where we are. This is on supplemental, right? So if you're following along on your computers or at home, all this information is on supplemental, and commissioners, that's where it is. So,
And
thank you.
And just to reiterate on the single audit, we did start the field work in September and October for the single audit. And as I mentioned, we're in the process of completing that. The hope is to have it done by the end of the calendar year. It could go into January, but we expect to have it all issued before December 31st. So our responsibility under U.S. generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards is to express opinions about whether the financial statements that are prepared by management are fairly stated in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So our responsibility is to provide reasonable but not absolute assurance on the fair presentation of those financial statements. And our audit does not relieve management of its responsibility, meaning that management is responsible for the financial statements. And our role as the independent auditor is to audit those financial statements independently and render an opinion on its fair presentation. The same applies for the single audit. Management is responsible for compliance with the federal programs, and our role is to come in and audit compliance with those federal grants. In addition, our standards require that we exercise professional judgment and have professional skepticism when we conduct the audit. So what that really means is that we're independent. We're independent of the county. We're independent of the financial statements as well. And so having professional skepticism in the audit environment, it means that our audit, the audit team asks questions when we're not satisfied with certain variances or certain support. We continue to ask those questions until we have the support that we need for the balances in the financial statements. We also identify and assess the risk and material misstatement in the financial statements. That's part of our audit responsibility. We identify, we assess that risk and material misstatement, whether it's due to error or fraud. So as we walk through the understanding of the entity, we look at internal controls over financial reporting, and those internal controls are in place in order to detect and prevent and correct material misstatements that potentially could end up in the financial statements. So those controls are usually implemented at the transaction level. The disbursement of funds, the receipt of funds, all go through a series of internal controls to ensure that there are segregation of duties and that there isn't management override. Our responsibility also is to evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policies that are included in the financial statements. And we do provide commentary on whether any of those policies have changed. And then we conclude in our judgments that there are conditions or events considered in the aggregate that may raise substantial doubt about the county's ability to continue as a going concern. And in this case, we don't have any issues in that area. So, so the summary of our audit results, the opinion is an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. So it's that's the highest level of assurance, and the having a clean opinion means that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with GAAP. We did have a couple of emphasis on matters. So in our paragraph, in opinion, we will outline anything that may have changed in the current year that would result in some incomparability between this year's financial statements and last year's financial statements. So this year we had a new accounting pronouncement, GASB 96, where the county was required to record its subscription-based information technology arrangements, which resulted in the recording of a liability and an asset for those arrangements that meet the qualifications of GASB 96. And we also had a prior period adjustment with respect to a correction of an error. In our separate letter that we've submitted to you, we also communicate to you our responsibility with respect to ethics and independence, qualitative aspects of the accounting policies, and estimates and note disclosures, any difficulties we encountered in the audit, the uncorrected and corrected misstatements, any disagreements with management representations, and any consultation that management had with other accountants. We've complied with all of our ethics and independence standards. The significant accounting policies that are described in Note 1 of the financial statements. The only two things that have changed, as we mentioned earlier, is a new accounting pronouncement, GASB statement number 96. And we also note that there was a prior period adjustment as it relates to the recognition of the legal settlement for the national opioid settlement. Significant estimates. The significant estimates that are included in the financial statements include the actuarial determinations of your net pension liability and your OPEB liabilities. So those liabilities are calculated by actuaries, and so management relies on those actuaries for those balances that are included in the financial statements. As I mentioned, we had one misstatement as it relates to the unrecorded receivables related to the national opioid settlement. So in this particular instance, the settlement was signed and agreed to in 2022. And so at that point in time, under accounting standards, does require a recognition of the receivable. And I know that this has been a kind of an ongoing process to come up with the value of that receivable. That information was provided to the county during the audit, and it was recognized that a portion of that receivable should have been reported back in 2022. So we did report a prior period adjustment for that balance. As far as we know, there were no consultations with any other accountants by management as it relates to accounting matters or auditing matters as it relates to our audit. There were no significant difficulties with the audit, and we did not have any disagreements with management on the audit. And we did have one finding this year as it relates to financial reporting, and that dealt with the prior period adjustment not being recorded, or as a result of the adjustment that needed to be recorded as a prior period adjustment as a result of the One Nevada settlement. And lastly, prior year findings. All of the prior findings have been fully implemented. So at this point, we just have one finding this year. And so I just want to point out that, as you recall, in the previous years, we've always provided an update on the prior year findings. And so we're happy to present that all of those findings have been cleared.
Is it Mr. Showalter? Is that who's online here? So, Mr. I don't mean to interrupt you here, but certainly, as I indicated earlier, I always go to the findings, and I find it remarkable, honestly. I can remember being involved as a member of the public 5-6 years ago, where there was close to 30 findings for a couple of years, and so this is, and so when I opened this report and went to find the findings, and then went to the very last page of this book, and there was one finding, I was aghast. Okay, certainly extremely commendable of our finance department, because I know that I watched in previous years where finding after finding was carried over from one year to the next, and so it was whittled down each year. But this is absolutely remarkable that we have one finding this year. So congratulations, finance team. Ms. Willoughby?
Terry Willoughby, and it's not just finance. This was a team effort across the county. When I came in, we had several findings that had been carried over, and that should not be happening. That should never happen. You always want to make some progress on each finding. Some are harder than others, but the county department heads as a whole have worked with me over the years. And I did post the 2019 schedule, which I think had 22 or 23 findings. And that was the first year of the Eid Bailey audit. And I met with department heads at that point quarterly, and I had assigned them to people because finance can't do everything by themselves. It really is a team effort. And I really give credit, particularly to our Chief Technology Officer, Daniel Johnson. A lot of these were technology, and he really worked with me to get things implemented. So it's not just finance, but thank you.
Yeah, definitely a tremendous effort by the county to clear out all of those findings, and certainly the oversight of the audit committee is equally as important to continue to monitor those findings and apply a level of accountability to that. So we appreciate that too as external auditors. So
And in looking at the one finding, I mean, in regards to the opioid funds, those, that once again, that's once again remarkable. That has always been kind of a floating number. We haven't been able to really get a handle on the exact down to the penny item on that. But for that to be the only one, that's also once again impressive.
great. And just to wrap up the presentation, like I said, we had a few new accounting pronouncements this year. The main one being GASB 96, which is Governmental Accounting Standards Board, number 96, subscription-based information technology arrangements. And so basically the county has subscribed to a various host of different IT applications that are hosted by a third party. And so under the new accounting pronouncement, it's requiring the recognition of the subscription-based asset and the liability. And a lot of those arrangements are long-term. So one of the factors is that the agreement has to be greater than 1 year. And also the county has to go through the process of evaluating whether it's going to exercise renewal options in those agreements, which in most cases that is the case. So that adds to the liability as well. And then the asset is also recorded. And this is very similar to what we did last year with the leases. So the concept is very similar. And so so that was implemented this year, and that did result in also a prior period adjustment just to record the adjustments in order to bring on the new accounting pronouncement. And so so that should be reflected in the financial statement. That will be reflected in the financial statements as well. And then looking ahead, we just have a few additional accounting pronouncements that will be implemented next year and the future years. And none of them have a significant effect on the financial statements as what we've gone through the last few years with the lease standard and the SBITA standard. So shouldn't be too complicated to walk through some of these new pronouncements for next year. So any questions as it relates to the audit? I did want to thank Terry and Jenny and the team with all of their hard work with the audit this year. It definitely is I mean, we're in December, and it is a 5-month process to, from July 1st as they start closing the books and until we issue that audit opinion, which was actually dated November 30th. So exactly 5 months. It's a lot of hard work for their team, and we really appreciate all their effort and answering all of our questions and providing everything that we need for the audit. So the quality of the financial statements, and as we just talked about the fact that we have all of the findings cleared from the prior year. I think that's just highlights the quality of the finance department, and we really appreciate all of their effort.
Thank you. So, Ms. Rankin, I'll turn it over to you to entertain questions from your board, and then we'll come back and I'll entertain questions from ours, and then we'll go to public comment, and then come back for action. Is Ms. Rankin there? There she is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I've had an internet glitch, so I'm back. I did not have any questions, but I do want to compliment the financial staff and certainly Ms. Willoughby and wish her the best in her retirement. So members of the Audit Committee, and I should have stated, this is Terry Rankin for the record, Chair of the Audit Committee. Members of the Audit Committee, do you have any questions or comments on the annual report?
I have none.
Yeah, Tim McCoy does. Dave, we go over a couple of specific pages on the report itself, specifically page 13, bullet item number 3. It talks about the county's net position increased $16,304,000. And then on page 18, it says the county's net position increased $20,532,000. What am I missing?
I can respond to that.
Okay.
That's probably in the management's discussion and analysis. So those are two different, one is looking at enterprise funds and one is looking at the government-wide position overall. So two different forms,
Okay, so two different forms of identifying net position.
two different sections, yeah.
Okay. On page 21, first bullet under business type activities, a 10% increase in expenses from the prior year, primarily due to inflationary factors. So the U.S. average was 8.3% for 2022, but we experienced 1.7% higher inflation.
That was the primary reason. There are other reasons. Some of that was personnel related.
Okay.
And business type activities, if the activity increases, which it did, we had more revenue, so there are more expenses. So those are the airport, water utility, sewer utility, and the town utility funds.
Okay. All right. And then finally on page 23, this might just be a semantic thing. It says the very first sentence of the page, the fund balance of the county's general fund decreased by $3,500,000 from the prior year. Then it goes on to say, key components of this increase are, is that?
That's me.
Okay.
I'll fix that in the final
Okay.
draft. I apologize for that.
All right, great.
The general fund's fund balance did decrease, however, that was due to a one-time planned use of that fund balance where we refunded the economic stability fund and also the major repair and maintenance fund, those reserve funds. So it was a planned use of excess fund balance.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions.
Okay, so members of the Audit Committee have had their questions?
Yes, there's no other questions. Mr. Chairman, this is Terry Rankin. Did we want to take public comment or do you want me to take a
Yes.
motion?
No, we
Okay.
need to take public comment first, but.
All right,
I wanna
thank you.
I want to entertain questions from the board first, and then we'll go to public comment. Board of Commissioners. So Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Hales? Commissioner? No? Okay. Then we'll go to public comment, and we'll come back, and your committee can take this matter up, and then we'll take it. Okay? So at this time, we'll entertain public comment on item A5, review and discussion to accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2022-23 financial audit.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council in and for Douglas County. This is an impressive body of work. It's massive. You should have a copy of this. When they produced this last year, Patrick Cates and our Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby, signed their year-end reports claiming that your new jailette construction was going to run $40 million. John Engels, our commissioner, was honest enough to say, don't forget the $17 million in interest. That's $57 million. Chairman Gardner kept talking me down, saying my numbers were way off, way off. We only make $60 million a year. How could we possibly afford something like that? 6 weeks ago, the Debt Council Committee was presented with a $57 million bond obligation which when you augment the interest to the 57 million, which exceeds the original 40 million that they claimed was going to cost us, and considering the 10% increase every year, by the time that building's done in 2025, you're looking at a $130 to $150 million project. You're going to be hurting Douglas County. Your dollar's tanking, and they're all abandoning ship. It is most unfortunate that we would lose Terry Willoughby during a time of economic crisis like the one we're heading into, and I can't blame her for checking out. They're heading for higher ground. Her, Patrick Cates, they're going to be dropping like flies, folks. They're just going to be checking out. Hit and run. Get in there and get out. It's on fire. It's going down. They're not going to go down with us, the taxpayers, that's for sure. They're going to be going underground. We're going to be left on the surface to cook and pay for it. As far as the fraud hotline, it doesn't exist. It's a front. Douglas Ritchie will tell you that. Your county management that's supposed to review those complaints, they go right in the garbage. Douglas Ritchie and Mark Jackson do not represent the people of Douglas County. They represent the Board of County Commissioners. They are not going to investigate any kind of suggestion of fraud if it's a conflict of interest. Douglas Ritchie is a bar-accredited attorney. He's a British-accredited registry agent of the Crown. He serves the Queen of England. He's not a patriot. He's not pro-people, and neither is his boss, Mark Jackson, or his Board of County Commissioners. He could care less. And they're not going to respond with your NRS 239 open public requests unless you press them for their oath and their bond. Go for the throat. Go for the bond. Give us a call at 775-309-1262. Let's do some business. It's hunting season.
Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I did not side seat with Terry in presenting this, her final effort. And I'm getting kind of emotional about it because Terry should really be commended for everything she has done for this organization. And this ACFR is leaving on a very, very bright note. She is leaving this county in a better financial position than that in which she found it. And I remember when I asked her to come work for this organization, and I knew this was going to be one of the biggest lifts of her career. And she has done an exceptional job. And her team really, really stepped up this year as well. As a result of her anticipated departure, she went out of her way this year to make sure that her team had the time to deliver to you this excellent document. And I just want to commend them and also recognize the team effort that Terry alluded to. She has spent all of her time in Douglas County trying to get us in a better position, and I just really appreciate that. So I wanted to take a moment to commend her for her work and acknowledge that she is leaving on a very bright note, and we will be celebrating her retirement. She's not going underground. She has earned this time away. And she has served this organization proudly, and we will be celebrating that in the coming weeks. So please stay tuned for that. On behalf of the community, I want to thank her and her team and the department heads in this organization who worked with her to get this accomplishment achieved. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, then we'll bring it back to you, Ms. Rankin, to further discuss and entertain motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, this is Terry Rankin, Chair of the Audit Committee by Zoom. Members of the committee, any additional questions or comments on the report?
None from McCoy.
No?
No.
I'll entertain a motion to present that annual report and forward it on to the Board of County Commissioner, both the Douglas County fiscal year 2022-23 financial audit and the annual comprehensive financial report.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any other further comments? All in favor of the motion, aye.
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 Aye. Mr. Chairman, here's your annual report. It's been forwarded to you by the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin, and thank you, other members of the Audit Committee. We appreciate that and appreciate your attendance today. Entertain any other questions, comments that the other board members, the Board of Commissioners wishes to add? Commissioner Rice, anything you wanted to add? Okay. If not, then I'll entertain a motion to accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2022-23 financial audit and annual comprehensive financial report as approved and forwarded by the Audit Committee. Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner. You're going to have to be faster on the button, Mr. Rice. Seconded by
I'm
Commissioner.
not well. Don't pick on me.
Well, at least you're not out shoveling snow. Anyway, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. Without further questions or comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. I can remember as I've watched this discussion take place over a long time, it seemed like it took a lot longer to do this because there were a lot more findings and we had to go through those findings one by one by one by one by one. And when you have 20 or so plus, it takes a while. So we've been able to get through this joint meeting very, very rapidly today, in my opinion. So thank you once again and for your service, Ms. Rankin and Mr. McCoy and Mr. Noah sat on this committee. And then we have one vacancy, I guess, coming up in a couple of weeks, or no, actually next Thursday, right? So anyways, we'll entertain the fulfilling of one of the other board members. But with that, once again, thank you for your attendance today and your work on behalf of the county in a volunteer manner. So that should not go unrecognized. And thank you, Ms. Willoughby, once again. And I'm looking forward to celebrating your retirement in a couple weeks.
I would also like to commend Ide Bailey. They've been our auditors since fiscal year 2018-19, and they've been great partners with us. And I appreciate Mr. Showalter's leadership and his team this year. So, and I also wanted to let the board know that the single audit is actually due at a different date. It goes to the federal government. It's not due until March 31st. So we're not late on that. So just to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So with that, we'll adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners sitting jointly with the Audit Committee, and we will convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board, another board that we serve on. Once again, thank you, and you may go enjoy the rest of your day, except for you, Mr. Noah Sad, you're still here. You're part of these two boards. So, okay. With that, we'll go into the Liquor Board, and as anticipated, I think we can probably get through the Liquor Board and perhaps even the consent calendar, and then take a break and come back after lunch for the administrative agenda. It looks like we're going to be able to accomplish that today. So with that, welcome Mr. Michetarian, and we're now serving as the Liquor Board. Just as a reminder to myself, this is a 6-member board because our sheriff serves on this board as well. So there will be 6 votes available. And we'll go into item number, is it I or 1? I think it's I, okay. Or Roman numeral 1, I guess is what it is, right? Yes, Roman numeral 1, okay. For possible action, discussion to approve the package retail liquor license, on-site unrestricted license, caterer's liquor license, entertainment endorsement, and a non-restricted gaming license for Neva 1 LLC, DBA Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino, represented by Brian Muravez and Yale Rowe. Brian Muravez and Yale Rowe have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino is located at Highway 50, Highway 50, State Line, Nevada, 89444, being presented by our administrative Captain Michetarian.
Good morning, Captain Ron Michetarian for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. All of the requirements have been met for this application, and the sheriff's office is not in objection.
Okay, and so for those of you questioning where this is the old Hard Rock Hotel. It's changed names and ownership. So any questions by the board? Since no further questions, okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the package retail liquor license on-site, unrestricted, for Neva One LLC, DBA Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Thank you. We'll go into Roman numeral item 2 for possible action. Discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor and restricted gaming license with entertainment endorsement pending certificate of occupancy for Carson Restaurant Concepts LLC, DBA Roy's Bar and Grill, represented by owner Patrick Coleman and manager Justin Ross. Patrick Coleman and Justin Ross have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Roy's Bar and Grill is located at 939 Micah Drive, Carson City, Nevada, 89705. Just for clarification on that address, even though it says Carson City, it's only Carson City because they get their mail from the nearest post office, which happens to be Carson City. So we're not approving something in Carson City. This is still in Douglas County. So, Captain Mitchurian.
Captain Mitch Tran again for the sheriff's office. This applicant has also met all the requirements, and we are not in objection.
Questions, comments, observations? Entertain a motion. This is up in your neck of the woods. Maybe you should do that.
Yeah, I'll do that. Make a motion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor and restricted gaming license with entertainment endorsement pending certificate of occupancy for Carson Restaurant Concepts LLC, doing business as Roy's Bar and Grill, represented by owner Patrick Coleman and manager Justin Ross. Patrick Coleman and Justin Ross have signed a waiver of notice of hearing.
Second. I'll second.
Next one I'm giving you.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. He beat you to the punch again, Mr. Rice. So anyways, to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license and restricted gaming license for Carson Restaurants Concepts LLC, DBA Roy's Bar and Grill, as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 6-0. And Roman numeral item 3 for possible action, discussion to approve the package retail liquor license on-site unrestricted license, entertainment endorsement, and restricted gaming license pending certificate of occupation for GBBC-Reno LLC, doing business as Great Basin Brewing Company, Minden, represented by owner Mark Esty. Mark Esty has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Great Basin Brewing Company, Minden, is located at 1573 U.S. Highway 395, Minden, Nevada, 89423. Captain Mitchurian.
Captain Mitch Tran again for the sheriff's office, and all of the requirements have been met for this application, and the sheriff's office is not in objection.
Questions, comments, observations? No? Entertain a motion. Mr. Rice, would you like to make a motion? Unmute. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wes.
Okay. You want to unmute Mr. Rice?
Oh, dang.
At least we
Okay,
can have some fun today, huh? Right? Okay. So you want to repeat that? I think you made a motion and
I most certainly will. I move that we approve the package retail liquor license on-site, unrestricted license, entertainment endorsement, and a restricted gaming license pending certificate of occupancy for GBBC Reno LCC, doing business as Great Basin Brewing Company, and I understand they're going to be selling local meat also, so that could be interesting. So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Noah Sad to approve the packaged retail liquor license for GBBC doing business as Great Basin Brewing Company, represented by owner Mark Esty. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. And I think they used to call bars 6-0. Thank you for correcting that. Sorry about that, Mr. Coverly. 6-0. And they're going to add true meaning to the word meat market, right? I know bars have been referred to previously as meat markets, but this one, as I understand it, will actually have meat in it. Cuts to take home and grill. Okay, so and I believe that's going to be by Park Development Company, right, or Park Ranch. Yeah. So looking forward to that. Should be a great addition to our county, and the occupancy of a building that what needed to be renovated. So that's good. Okay. So with that, Captain Vegetarian, there you go, and thank you very much. And I don't know if we'll see you back in a couple weeks or not, but
Sounds good.
anyways,
Thank
if
you.
not, Merry Christmas.
You too. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time then, we'll adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And sensing the time, we'll go ahead and power through the consent calendar, and then we'll take a break for lunch, if that's good with you folks. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar, items A through K as presented.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the consent calendar, items A through K as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0 on this one. So, okay. With that, it's my clock is saying it's 11:32. So what do you think? A 1:45 would be good? That'll give us a few more minutes, considering the weather. Good? Okay. We'll return at a 1:45, reconvene. So the meeting is currently in recess then.
Recording in progress.
Okay, my computer is showing it's 12:45 on the 7th of December, so we'll reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting for December 7th. And we're now going to the administrative agenda. Our first item on the administrative agenda is for presentation only, so we will not be taking public comment on this. This is the first reading, and this will come back to us probably in another 30 days, I suppose. I think that's about the timeline, first meeting in January. Okay, so for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1628, an ordinance enacting revisions to the Town of Minden's trash and garbage collection regulations, Douglas County Code 18.04.090, including changes to the green waste program. The first reading, and it's being presented by Town Manager J.D. Frisbee.
I think I turned it off. I'm used to turning it on for myself. Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here today. This has been a long time coming for the town of Minden. I am your presentation for the first reading. I don't have anything prepared other than just some comments. I was going to give a background of how we got to this point, but at the end of the day, during the budget cycle this last go around, it became very apparent to town staff and the town board that we were in need of a rate increase with the ever-growing costs of the landfills, the green waste, and just regular O&M. So we decided, since we were going to start going down that path, to look at some ways that we could be more efficient in the way that we do business and try to cut down on some costs there. So town staff started looking at the policy. I think it had been over 10 years since we'd last looked at this policy, or this ordinance, I guess, for better term. We took it to our board in the August meeting, August 2nd, with some of the staff's recommendations. We had a great conversation with the board. There was a lot of conversation, a lot of back and forth. We made the changes that the board had asked for and took it back to the September meeting. The only thing that was missing, and at that point we had checked all the boxes. We'd heard it twice. We just didn't have a very good turnout in the public, and we did have a few items on there that we did know that there would be some interest, especially in specific communities within the town. So it happened to coincide with our quarterly newsletter, and we also didn't want those concerns to come before this board. We wanted to make sure we hashed out any concerns that the town of Minden residents had at our level before we got to here. So we ended up putting the bullet points of the changes that are within this ordinance into the newsletter. As we expected, we did have a lot of feedback, and so it was enough that the staff determined that it was worth a third meeting. And so in the November meeting, we brought it back. The item that was of concern ended up being eliminated after a very good, thoughtful conversation with the community. And so now in your packet this afternoon, you have our red lines that was approved at the board level. And there's strike-throughs, and then everything underlined is what's being added. A lot of it's grammar correction. There was some things that just needed to be cleaned up. But I do have the bullet points, just to touch on those real quick. Trash cans must be out by 6 a.m. the day of pickup. That's something we've always said. It was never just in writing, and so we just wanted to clarify that. Yard waste, also known as green waste, will be discontinued the months of January, February, March. That's just a change. So a few years ago, we discontinued it for those 3 months to kind of follow along with what Gardnerville had been doing. The only difference is we started discontinuing it in December, January, February. And every year, December, the leaves don't quite fall as quick as we thought they would. And so the green waste was needed through December, so we just took those 3 months and pushed it back a month. So nothing's changed as far as the time frame, or as far as the time limit in which we pick up. It's just the months. Yard waste cans are limited to 2 cans per property. Properties over half an acre can have up to 4 cans. We don't have a lot of properties over half an acre. There's kind of this along the river is about it. Extra trash, and just for clarification, extra trash is something the town provides. It's a amenity that on the third week of the month, your pickup for that month, you can add trash to the side of your cans, and our guys will go around in the rear loader and pick that up for you. It's a very nice and special thing that we do at the town of Minden, but it started to get out of control. You know, we started having people put couches out there and all kinds of things. And so we just wanted to clarify that in this policy, there is a limit in which you can, which is the 30 gallon size bags. Items larger than that, we will still more than gladly pick up. You just need to call the office and arrange for that, and there's a fee for that. We have a dumpster program that we allow in the town. We have two weeks per year you're allowed to get a dumpster delivered to your house for a week at a time. We allow 6 at a time to be out within the community. This is a free service that the town provides. And it's been received very well. We have a lot of people. We usually have a pretty good wait list for this. We're just, because of the wait list and because we have a lot of repeat on there, we decided to limit that to just 1 week. We feel that was enough. And also because our landfill prices are going up, we need to kind of cut back on how much we're just picking up without a fee. So that changed to 1 week per year instead of 2 weeks. Residential 2-yard dumpsters are available. The only difference now in this policy or this ordinance is you used to be able to have it for an unlimited amount of time as long as you paid for the dumps. We had a few residents that would leave a dumpster parked out in front of their residence for the year. And the neighborhoods were trying to get a little itchy about that. So we've limited that so you can have it for 2-week periods just to kind of keep it off the street and out of the neighborhoods a little more. It's kind of an eyesore. And then another big thing I think is just common sense is that all residents who wish to reserve a dumpster must have their service amount or account paid up to date. So you just got to be whole in your accounts in order to receive those dumpsters and those services. So those are the big changes, the bullet points. I'm more than happy to answer any questions the chamber or the commissioners may have at this time. Again, this is for presentation only. I'll be back. If there's something else you'd rather see in the next go around, let me know and I will prepare it for you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisbee. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions of this? I know we're going to be discussing your waste issues later on in the agenda.
Right. It sounds similar to what I've been listening to and what we're going to be presenting.
Okay. Any other, Commissioner Hales? No? No? Okay. You're off the hook this time.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
We'll see you in another month, I suppose. Okay. Thank you for coming down. Okay. As we did earlier, we pulled item number 2 to bring back to us at a later date. So we'll go into item number 3 for possible action. Discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2023-R-095, increasing the South Tahoe Refuge Company's rates by 8.15% for the 24 calendar year as allowed under the terms of the franchise agreement. Douglas County receives 3% franchise fee on the revenue collected from Douglas County residents or citizens who voluntarily choose to be served by South Tahoe Refuge. And this being presented by our Public Works Director, Mr. Phil Richter.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. A little bit of the background here. South Tahoe Refuge had applied for a rate increase for the 2024 base year. I should really define that under the terms of the rate setting policy, a base year rate is every third year. There is interim year rates in years. So this year is a base year rate. Next year would be an interim year rate. The following year would be interim, and then they go back to a base year rate calculation. The rate setting manual defines what parameters and what conditions are looked at when you do these base year rate adjustments versus the interim year rate adjustments. If you're interested in that, the manual itself is on pages It shows, it's in your packet under pages 745 through 796, which is actually in the next agenda item, but it is in the packet, and I wanted to just point that out. Anyway, they applied for that rate increase under the terms of the current franchise agreement. In response to that, to their request, the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, which is a joint powers authority, contracted with an independent accounting firm, Crow LLP, to review that rate application. The Crow assists the authority in each respective JPA jurisdiction, of which we are one. The other two are the City of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County, with establishing their solid waste collection rates and charges that are allowed to be charged by South Tahoe's refuse. The base year rate analysis was conducted in accordance with the solid waste management policies and the procedures manual, which I already referenced, is on your pages 745 through 796. A few things I want to make clear, that because I think there's been some confusion in the public as well as maybe with the commission. I want to make it clear that this agenda item and the rate resolution being brought before you today follows the policies in the existing franchise agreement and is not impacted. These rates are not being impacted by any legislative changes in our neighboring jurisdiction of California. The JPA, the authority, did request that Crow review the future possible financial impacts to the implementation of what's called Senate Bill 1383 in California. But that would be for calendar years 2025 and 26. The review was based on numerous cost assumptions that could not be validated at this time, and Crow's recommendation was that the JPA and South Tahoe Refuse review the legislative changes as part of their 2025 interim year rate analysis. So the point is that I'm trying to make here is that any conversation, anything related to SB 1383 is a year out. We're not in that mode today. The analysis of the 2024 rate application and supporting documentation indicated a rate increase, and I'm going to share with you, everyone, rate increase of 11.5% for the City of South Lake Tahoe, 8.33% for El Dorado County, and 8.15% for Douglas County. We are like what you heard, we're the lowest of the three entities. We actually have the lowest rates of the three entities as well. This compares to STR's requested rate increase of 12.29% for City of South Lake Tahoe and Douglas County. We're both going to be at 12.29% and 10.09% for El Dorado County. So the request came in, Crow did their analysis and reduced the rate increase recommendation under the manual and the codes down to 8.15% from the original request. The South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority met on October 23rd of this year to consider this rate application and the Crow LLP report recommendations. The authority accepted the 2024 base year rate analysis, and they are, as an authority, they recommend to this board. So they recommended that the proposed increase be brought forward to you for Douglas County, as well as to each of the other jurisdictions for adoption. So today we are here to staff's recommending adoption of this rate structure. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner?
I had one based upon some emails I had received. I think I discussed this. I'm not sure if it was with you on the phone or maybe just with staff, but there are a certain new procedures that South Lake Tahoe Refuse is going to implement, but it's my understanding that that's only voluntary for the people in the Tahoe Township. Is that correct?
Yeah, Phil Ritger, Director of Public Works, for the record. I'm not sure if that is, well, we can discuss it here. I think it's more relevant to probably the next agenda item with the franchise agreement. But yes, there is So South Tahoe Refuse is moving forward with more automation to their collection systems, like the other agencies in the area do. Less manual lifting of cans, handling of the trash. Douglas Disposal down here in the valley has done that and has done that for quite some time already.
The one that was brought to my attention was dealing with the different containers of the trash and the elimination of the bare boxes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. There is no elimination of bear boxes. I don't want to be flippant and quote, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, but if you like your bear box, you can keep your bear box. That is the policy. So no, South Tahoe Refuse recognizes that there is a significant investment in those bear boxes within the Tahoe Basin, and at least on the which on the California side, I believe was mandated to have to go away, but on the Nevada side is not. Am I getting a lot of feedback here?
So what I'm concerned about here is I don't want to have us confuse item 3 with item 4, because item 3 is talking about the rate increases. Item 4 is talking about the franchise agreement and the different methods of collection of trash.
That's
I think that's that.
Okay.
I jumped the gun. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Yes, this issue is about the rate increase, which is established in our franchise agreement as allowable, right? And you said up to 12%? Did I catch that right?
No, I think the original, the calculations done by South Tahoe Refuse when they make their rate application based on the CPI and other mitigating factors, their calculations came in with about a little over 12% increase. After the accounting firm does the independent audit of the financials and publishes their report, what came back to the Joint Powers Authority was an audited recommendation, I'll say, of 8.15% for Douglas County.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rice, you had something you wanted to weigh in on this?
I sat on that board, and granted, we're talking 3 and 4, but the rate increase for Douglas County is more than in line with the amount of increases that they have suffered at the trash collection company, Tahoe Refuse. And everyone is raising their rates. China is no longer accepting our plastics, and the rate increase for Douglas County seemed to be very much justified. And I'm glad to see that we are at 815 instead of what it could have been. No, thank you.
Commissioner Hales, any questions? Commissioner Nosa? Okay. I don't have any questions. So this is an actionable item, so we'll go to public comment on this. So just a reminder, folks, if you're in the room and you have electronic devices, please silence your electronic devices. And when you approach the podium, please print your name and then state your name and your time. Your 3 minutes will begin once you state your name.
Chairman, Commissioners, Elizabeth Learnhardt for the record. I would like to have the item 3 as well as 4, which I'm going to comment later, be pulled from the action because public has not been provided with sufficient information to even put a comment forth on these proposals. I first learned about the STR's rate increase 2 weeks ago by a card. It has 5 lines on it reflecting the commercial and residential rates. That was all. Half of my neighbors have not received a card. The card also did not mention anything about changes in the services provided, such as trash pickup services, change to a different collection system that is semi-automated, or the mandatory recycling plan if you use these 3 containers. There has been no public outreach as mandated in the contract section 4.2, and the 2 commissioners I have discussed this were not aware of these radical changes as well. So SDR is asking for a 20-year non-recourse exclusive contract with the county. Being the monopoly in this whole region, I think this needs to be vetted further. With all the proposed changes, that would be another reason to delay this decision. SDR states it is not raising their fees due to the newly implemented California law SB 1383. And at the same time, their consulting firm Crow states that the same law raised operation costs by $2,470,037, mandating a future increase for us, for this county, of 10.72% by 2025. Altogether, this system will cost SDR $10,094,515. It does not ring true that there is no correlation with our fees going up. These and many other discrepancies obligate you to take more time and consideration before approving any of these rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Gibson for the Maladministrative Audit Council in and for Douglas County. I know this is an issue that's Tahoe Township related, but since they're contracted with Douglas County, behooves me that the wealthiest county in Nevada doesn't have curbside recycling. Just don't do it. More people would probably recycle if there was curbside recycling, and it would probably save us landfill, but we're not there yet. We're only in the 21st century here. Folks, you can complain all you want to this corporate body politic, and they're going to say the same thing and keep nodding their head. Thank you. Thank you. Just like that. And you ain't getting nothing done, ain't nothing happening, because you don't write a notice or an affidavit. You haven't been taught due process. And if you're not talking to the affidavit mamas or joining the movement at inpowermovement.com to learn about due process and how to serve these jokers, then it's going to be the same maladministrative governing body, overspending your future, getting a whole lot of nothing done, not doing a proper opinion poll, just circumnavigating the public opinion altogether because you're not showing up. But today we're showing up. We got a full house here. If we can invite you over to howtowinincourt.com, you might not even have to go to court. You should just start billing them according to your schedule of fees. What are your schedule of fees? Each one of you take a half day to come here, probably racked your brains for 3 days with the agenda packet. Why don't you start billing for your time? Why don't you bill it back to them? We'll call it the efficiency model. You're getting paid now to speak up, to write a notice, to write an affidavit, and to hold them accountable for their oath. Because many of them are violating their oath and their pledge. The contract says in order to form a more perfect union. They've been on notice that there's a better way of taking care of this business, but they're not paying attention because they don't think we're serious. And we're not. You got one guy standing up here and they're throwing the book at him. They got their judges, their district attorney, their cops coming to my house with their guns late at night, trying to intimidate me, run me out of town, ambushing me. We're just getting started. It's hunting season.
Is there any additional public comment on item 3? Since no additional public comment, we'll come back to the board. Any other questions, Mr. Richter, by the board?
Could you just address the comment that was made by the public about the notice, what kind of notice was given to the residents up there?
Phil Rittker, Director of Public Works for the record. Under the noticing requirements for the public utility, which this is considered, they were required to notice everyone effective, I think, by November 27th. This agenda item, this rate structure, this rate increase was on the JPA meeting initiated back in March. The JPA meetings are publicly noticed as well, both in California and in Nevada. So we publish the agendas, so it's available to the public to participate in those meetings. So there were meetings leading up to a meeting like this today, including the most recent one in November or in October of the joint authority to discuss this rate increase and the impacts and any of the other things that are happening within this jurisdiction. Again, as I said, this is really represented by a 3-jurisdiction entity, the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, and it's there for the purpose of providing efficient trash collection in that basin. With regards to neighbors and anybody else receiving a notification and why that wouldn't happen through the U.S. mail, I can't speak to that. I can speak to the fact, however, that unlike the other jurisdictions up there, Douglas County has no mandatory trash collection. So there may not be a guarantee that the neighbors even are customers of the service. So if they're not, they wouldn't be receiving notification.
So, Mr. Richter, the only question I had was the rate increases that they're asking for are within the franchise agreement as an acceptable rate increase. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
It meets all of the requirements of the rate setting policy.
Okay. So they're not asking for anything that's outside the contract?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Rice? You're muted.
Okay, yes, no questions. I do want to say that I am a subscriber to South Tahoe Refuse, and I got my notice in the mail, as did all of my neighbors. So I'm going to assume that the people that did not get a notice in the mail are those that are not serviced by South Tahoe Refuse.
Okay, so, okay, if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion. This is item number 3, discussion to adopt the resolution regarding rate increase of 8.15% for the calendar year 2024.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice?
I move that we adopt resolution 2023R-095, increasing the South Tahoe Refuse Company's rates by 8.15% for the 2024 calendar year as discussed and presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to adopt resolution 2023R-095 as presented. Any further discussion? Okay, sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We will now go into item number 4, which is regarding the recycling and the pickup process. For possible action, discussion to approve a franchise agreement between Douglas County and South Tahoe Refuge Company for recycling, organics, and solid waste collection and processing services in the Tahoe Township area of Douglas County. The amount of the franchise fee Douglas County receives is equal to 3% of the gross receipts for all services performed by South Tahoe Refuge under this agreement. Mr. Richter.
Commissioners, thank you.
Before you start, I do know that our county manager has a disclosure to address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and members of the public. Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager for the record. I need to disclose a conflict of interest I have in this matter. This agreement came to my attention approximately, I want to say, about a year ago, 8 months ago. I was invited to attend a meeting with South Tahoe Refuse and staff, which included Phil Ricker, I think legal counsel, and the county manager at that time. At that meeting, this franchise agreement was specifically discussed, and I learned of the potential of collecting organic waste. And I asked South Tahoe Refuse if there was a possibility that they might subcontract with a company called Full Circle Compost, because Full Circle Compost is owned in part by my family. My cousin Cody Witt has ownership interest in that company. My uncle Craig Witt is full-time employed by that company, and my father delivers compost part-time for that company. At that time, South Tahoe Refuse advised me that they had not entered into agreement with Full Circle Compost, but that they were considering it. With that information, I disclosed to my then supervisor, County Manager Patrick Cates, that I had a potential for a conflict of interest in this matter and should abstain from participating in any discussions or negotiations related to this contract. I have not participated in the discussions to date, and I should not continue to participate because now Full Circle Compost is specifically listed as a vendor that will be utilized in this contract. Specifically in Exhibit H, it states that Full Circle Compost would be an approved vendor. So with that information, I am disclosing my conflict of interest and will be abstaining from this discussion.
Okay, with that, Phil Rittger, Director of Public Works for the record. A little bit of background information. South Tahoe Refuse Company has provided solid waste collection on a voluntary basis to the residential and commercial areas of South Lake Tahoe Basin in Douglas County, in the Tahoe Township within Douglas County. They were founded in 1962 and have been providing solid waste handling services since that time. South Tahoe Refuse collects waste from its subscribers in the Tahoe Township and transports it to their material recovery facility in South Lake Tahoe, California, also known as a transfer station. The South Lake Tahoe Refuse Material Recovery Facility began operation in July of 1994. Waste assorted and recyclable and green waste materials are removed from the waste stream at that location before being consolidated and then into larger transport vehicles, semis, and then transported to one of their approved landfill sites. The landfill sites currently that they're utilizing are Lockwood in the Sparks area and also the landfill at Carson City. As Ms. Davidson pointed out, green waste is sent both to Full Circle Compost. There's a number of places that it can be sent to, Full Circle Compost being one of them, the Bentley Recycling Facility or the Green Waste Facility as well. So there's a myriad of other places which once trash is sorted, it goes to. An interlocal agreement between Douglas County and the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County was entered into in July of 1997, and that created the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority. The three jurisdictions are physically adjacent and share a common interest in cost-effective management of solid waste generated in the southern Tahoe Basin. The authority was created to provide oversight for the handling and reduction of solid waste in the basin and to oversee the operations of that material recovery facility that was constructed in South Lake Tahoe, California. South Tahoe Refuse has brought forward a request that all three member jurisdictions of the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, their request is to adopt these new franchise agreements for continued management of solid waste services in the Tahoe Basin. Part of this is to consolidate everyone onto a similar schedule, franchise agreement schedule, and as I'll discuss in a minute, the reasons for that. To date, the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County have both adopted the new franchise agreements with substantially equivalent terms and conditions to the agreement being brought forth to this board today. Before I go on, just when I'm done with my introduction or my information here, I want to let you know that the representatives from South Tahoe Refuse are in the audience and available to answer your questions as well. Now, the term of the agreement, I know that's been discussed. The term of the agreement, which would commence on January 1st of 2024, is being requested for 20 years. And the term of the agreement is really being sought, one, to consolidate the three agencies into a similar type contract, but also it's really being done for the best interest of their customers. There is an operation like this has large capital needs and the ongoing capital needs, and in order to secure the best loan rates and funding mechanisms that are available to them, they have to demonstrate that they have secure customer base and for periods of time much greater than 5 years, 7 to 10 years at the minimum, but going out 20 years. And we don't want to be in the situation. I mean, quite honestly, the concept of, well, let's have a 7-year agreement means we'd be doing this every year or every other year in order to continue to just extend these agreements out. So this really is being sought from a 20-year standpoint to put it in place, knowing full well that, by the time you get towards year 13 or 14, they're going to be in the same kind of situation where the financing won't be available to them again unless they extend these agreements out. So just be aware of that.
Just a couple questions on that, because that's of a concern with me. This is the length of the contract. Is it okay to do it this time, or you want me to let him finish?
Can I just finish my few? I've got very few things to talk about first before we do that. The South Tahoe Refuse will pay a franchise fee to Douglas County. It was noted in the agenda item itself that the amount of the franchise fee is 3% of their gross receipts. I want to make it clear to the board that the county is not seeking any increase in our franchise fee. So we are not requesting an increase. The other agencies did. The other agencies have all increased their franchise fees, which will principally, I think, negatively impact their customers going forward. I mean, it generates revenue for them, but it's going to cause their rates to go up at a different rate than ours will moving forward in the future. But we're not looking at any franchise fee increase primarily because it's a voluntary process for the customers that we're serving. So we didn't want to impose additional fees on that. And I will speak one other thing that I wanted to mention is because there is concern about the California regulations. In anticipation of future concerns about California regulations impacting the costs for the Nevada customers, we worked with South Tahoe Refuse, internally our attorney and theirs, and have added a section in the franchise agreement. This is new. This would be new language. It's not in anybody else's agreement, but it's in our proposed franchise agreement here, which is section 12.11, and that is external regulatory matters. And I'll read it here so that it's for the public. It's notwithstanding any other provisions in this agreement, if the state of California or any other jurisdiction that does not have authority over the county service area, meaning the Tahoe Township, subject to this agreement, excluding the U.S. government or any federal agency, imposes regulations or other conditions or obligations upon the contractor which result in either, one, a proposed increased cost or an actual increased cost to customers in such service area, or two, a proposal to reduce services to customers in such service area, then such regulations or other conditions or obligations shall not apply to customers in the service area, and the county and the contractor shall negotiate in good faith to revise the terms of this franchise agreement so that neither of these such results shall occur. So we proactively wanted to make sure that that we were insulated from outside influence. And with that, I will take some questions. And again, South Tahoe Refuse is here if you have questions for them.
Yeah, and I think that would be wise to have perhaps their representative come to the microphone as well to be able to address those questions, should we have any, for the actual franchisee. Are they here, you said?
Come up to the podium.
Thank you. Okay. So, Commissioner, so questions by the commissioners? Commissioner Tarkanian?
So what are the other jurisdictions asking as an increase in their franchise agreement?
It's not relevant to us per se, so I don't know that I know for sure. I believe City of South Lake Tahoe took theirs to 6% or 5%.
Okay, so let me tell you why I think it is relevant to us. And if the county's going to get 3% more, double what they get right now, how much more is the increase in cost going to be to the residents? Because what you're saying is we didn't want the increase in franchise fees. We wanted to keep the cost down for the residents. Well, if you keep the cost down from the residents, but it's not much of a difference compared to the 3% fee, there should be some analysis done to determine which one is more profitable for the county.
Phil Ricker, for the record, I think maybe I confused you with the statement. The current franchise fee is 3%. The franchise being built into this new franchise agreement is 3%. It's unchanged. We haven't asked for it. We're not increasing it by 3%. It's staying at the existing rate.
We get paid the 3% of their gross revenue.
Correct.
And I just asked you, the other jurisdictions have asked for an increase, and you said one of them might be as high as 6%. I've understood what you said. So they're going to get twice as much from their franchise agreement, but then on the flip side, their residents are going to pay more for the TRAF service.
That's correct.
So my question was, did anybody do an analysis to see which one is more advantageous? I mean, if the increase is only a few dollars per resident, but you're going to make a lot more money for the county that could be used for those residents up in Lake Tahoe, then maybe that would be more advantageous.
Phil Ricker, for the record. So our franchise fee is assessed only on revenue generated in Douglas County, not on the entire operations of South Tahoe Refuse. So we're not taking funds out of another jurisdiction into our area. Commissioner Tarkanian, I think the difficulty, and this is a difficult or a tricky question, is the fact that this is probably a unique trash collection in Douglas County is unique in the sense of it was voted upon by it was a voter initiative and passed was a vote back in the 90s to not make trash collection mandatory. So it is like water service. It's like your cable service or anything else. I can collect a franchise fee on it, but it can't be for the benefit.
I don't disagree with what Commissioner.
It can't be for the benefit. The problem we've got here is, I think the problem is that a franchise fee in a system like this is it's the use of those funds has to be then used only to in a perfect world would be used only to support the ratepayers. It's not like I can use those funds across the board.
So we're going to go way too off on this, and there's a lot of people here for other stuff. But the question was, was any analysis taken to determine this was the best deal that the county could get based upon the increase in franchise fees compared to a possible increase into the rates for the taxpayers? We really haven't, you haven't done that yet. With respect to it has to be used for funds up to the taxpayers, well, that's exactly what we do with these TOT taxes when with the roads. We use it up there and it's designated for roads. We use it. We could use the franchise fees for something for the Lake Tahoe people up there. There's a lot of needs for finances there. But let me just get to the other question because I don't think there's an answer. You guys have looked into it, which I really think you should before you make it a contract with somebody. But one of the big issues I've had, and this goes back to my time in Las Vegas, is the trash companies sign these long deals, 20, 30, 40 years, and they're there, and there's no competitive bidding. So you're stuck paying whatever the one person does. Our whole economic system in America is based upon competition. You create more competition, you get a better price and a better product at a lower cost. So I understand that there's going to be the infrastructure cost and you need a long-term contract. I'm reading this thing in here and I don't know if you started, it says you started servicing Douglas County in 1962. Well, that's 60 years now. Or you said that all three jurisdictions got together in 70 something. I don't know if it changed or not, but if you've serviced us for 60 years, that's a long time. Now you're asking for 20 more years. Has anybody bidded on this project besides you guys? Besides this company, have we seen if anybody else even interested in doing it? There may not be. You know, I understand there's probably a limited number of people if you try to split those jurisdictions up, and it might not be worth it to them. But as a steward of the people's money, shouldn't we at least see what other alternatives are out there and not be locked in for such a long period of time?
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. It's a fair question. It is from a scale of economy in the South Lake Tahoe Basin, without the three jurisdictions working together, and especially given that it is voluntary on the Nevada side, you're looking at I mean, I'll give you my perspective on it. You're looking at a jurisdictional area, a service area with less than 2,000 customers right now, all voluntary, with no close proximity transfer station. So without Douglas County purchasing land or investing in its own transfer station up at the lake, the economics of small trucks hauling trash off the hill to the two closest transfer stations. Well, actually, there's one at the hill, one in Incline Village, which is 24 miles away. You've got or 22 miles away, I think. You've got the one down in Douglas County, which is 24 miles away. And I mean, the purpose of a transfer station is the ability to take all the small local trucks into a central location in order to then off-haul to the landfills in a more economical way. So without a significant capital investment on the part of the county to service the 2,000 customers up there, or less than 2,000 customers, it's hard to say that it would pencil out. So we've looked at it. We went to Douglas County with Douglas Disposal and asked that question.
All that makes sense, and I don't mean to say it's not the right decision. That's fine. But I guess what I'm asking is, have you guys looked to see if there's any competitive bidding out there? I mean, I understand why other companies may not want to compete, if particularly they don't have the other jurisdictions, but have we tried? And are we not going to try for 20 more years?
We've asked the question of the closest competitor, which would Douglas Disposal, and the cost structure for them to service that part of the balance of Douglas County, essentially, to have it consolidated under one service, the valley and the lake, would result in a pretty significant, either a significant change in cost structure for the people at the lake in order for them to invest in that infrastructure, the infrastructure needed to serve them up there by that company, or would would sort of unfairly, I think, impact the ratepayers down here in the valley.
I didn't ask if there's any other companies that would do it at a higher cost. And I'm not going to beat a dead horse anymore because there's a lot of people here for something else. I just was wondering if you put it out to bid, if anybody else was out there, there may be a new company, a startup company that maybe want to get the foot in. I don't know. This is something I assume that you've looked at and went through, but as somebody who's going to build on a contract for this for 20 years, it'd be good for us to know if this has actually taken place and what the response has been.
So I share some concerns that Commissioner Tarkanian is expressing. When you enter into a 20-year agreement, how long is our current agreement been in place, and how long were those terms for? Do we know?
I think I believe the last contract was 20 years with either 5 or 7 year renewal on it, and I think we're
the last contract was 20 years also.
Right, and I think we're in it, and it was subject to a renewal period, and I believe we're in that renewal period right now.
Okay, so as Commissioner Tarkanian is pointing out, that eliminates competition. I agree with that mindset. So if we're going to enter into that long-term agreement, we have to be very careful, since our residents really don't have any other options other than either opting out and personally taking care of their trash, or submitting to this company to do it. And and I don't say that they're but. The point being is that then we need to look at the safeguards to our residents, and the safeguards are in the rate increases, right? Because that's the only method that we have of controlling that process to our residents. And so I look at regarding Exhibit E on page 691, and about rate increases, it says 10.16% of the cost increases set forth in Exhibit G2, and I didn't look at that are not reflected in the initial rates effective January 1st, 2024, will be reflected in equal parts in a 5.08% increase in rates for each of the years beginning 2025, January 1st, 2025, and again in January 1st of 2026. So those rate increases basically by agreement of this are locked in for those residents at 5.08. Is that correct?
That is looking forward at the animal-resistant carts and transition to that process. Those are estimates at this point. Those have not been final. Those numbers haven't been finalized, and that has not been agreed to yet within the JPA. That's what will come up as a final part of the agreement, or be negotiated and agreed upon next year.
Okay, so I'm not looking at the correct. I guess my question is, and I was looking for the clause in this contract that indicates the annual increase available for rates by the vendor, and I don't know where that's illustrated. It's a long contract, and so it's 56 pages, so it's hard to find that. Perhaps you could point that out to me, because I know that we just approved an 8.15 in the 24 calendar year, but this is and this says, so obviously I'm not looking at apples to apples here. This is a different increase. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. That's related to the Exhibit E. The rate setting policy is in your packet, starting on pages. I hate to say it. Let's see, page. It is Exhibit E, starting on page 745.
745.
745 through 796. So it's a lengthy procedure, very detailed. So to your point, the assurance to the public or to the customer that these rates are not they're set appropriately, it's by this manual. This manual details exactly how the rates can be adjusted on an annual basis based on the consumer, based on market and inflationary costs. The rates are done in arrears, by the way. So the rate this year, which was higher at 8.15%, higher than normal, is reflective of the fact that the consumer price index in arrears was well over 7%. I'd have to go back down to the exact math on it, but I think it came in closer to 9% based on for this year's calculation. Okay. That's clearly going down, and in next year's interim rate will be a much lower number. But these rates are impacted by those by the economy in arrears.
Okay. I mean, really, that's really our only protection for our residents, and that's what I'm concerned with. And I don't envy your having to sit on this board, Mr. Commissioner Rice. I'm sure that, trying to wade through this contract and those processes is not an easy process. So I appreciate your involvement in that on behalf of the county. But okay, so I too questioned the 20-year agreement because normally we find it difficult it's just not common practice for us to enter into 20-year agreements, to my understanding. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, that's my questions. Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Nosad.
I'll be nitpicking. I'm looking at the single stream, just acceptable materials, and there's a great list of them. And then I went into the other list. I get a bucket of meat from a reputable meat company about once a month, and it comes in a styrofoam box. And styrofoam is one of the non-acceptables for that stream. How do I get rid of my styrofoam?
One of the issues we have right now, and especially with plastic products, is there are no markets. And styrofoam happens to fit into that market. Unfortunately, a lot of the material that we would hope to recycle, we can't because there's no markets available. And if there is any type of market, the costs are so high. Passing those type of rates on to individuals trying to recycle don't make a whole lot of sense. So what we try to do is we try to pick the material that we can market today, hoping the markets change in the future, and some of these other materials, such as styrofoam. Film plastic is another one where the markets are just not there today. So that's really what it comes down to, is what we can market, what we can get out, and that's how we decide what the current material is that we can accept in those bins.
But you haven't told me what I can do with my styrofoam.
It's considered trash. I mean, it goes into food contaminated waste is considered waste. It's not a recyclable. It's not green waste.
Gotcha.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the answer. A lot of this material still goes to the landfill.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I did have one additional question. So our residents have the option of opting in or opting out. Can they opt into, are they eligible to opt out of particular services? In other words, you're going to offer organics, green waste, and recyclables. Is that so? Can they, if a resident doesn't want to participate in a green waste program or everybody has organics, but the recyclables, if they don't want to enter into that, those are going to be separate bins. Can they opt out of one of those features or not?
They can opt out, but understand one of the things we're trying to eliminate is the film plastic out there. Currently, for recyclables and green waste in Douglas County, we allow them to put it in plastic bags and we pick it up once a week. What we're trying to do is get that film plastic eliminated, and we would hope they would opt into the blue bin or the green waste bin. We're offering different sizes for them, but it makes especially with the recyclables, it makes a lot cleaner single stream product. It makes it easier for us to sort and get to market, as opposed to the way we're currently doing it now, where it's gets put in with all the other MSW, and we have to take it across our MRF, and it takes more time, energy, and money to separate that material out. And as far as the green waste, it's the same concept. If we can keep the film plastic out and keep that material clean, it's much easier for us to bring it to our composters, and it makes that whole process more efficient and, much more cost effective.
So what happens if a resident chooses to put their green waste and their recyclables in the single bin of organics?
It's going to go in, with the regular refuse, and some of those loads may get separated, some of them may not. It depends on the operation and what we can do. We're really encouraging people that move towards the single stream and the clean green waste whenever possible. As I said, they have a choice of the size of container. And another thing is that with the carts, we're only going to be picking up every other week when it comes to the recyclables and the green waste, again, for efficiencies.
Okay, so I guess I didn't get clarification on that, and maybe I wasn't listening real carefully. So there's a cost to the resident of all three types of pickup, or just a single one rate?
It's up to the resident. We've costed it out each way. They can accept the carts or they can not accept the carts. They can accept one cart and not the other.
Oh, okay.
We have it all set up, for the resident to make their decision on that.
Okay. Interesting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Rice.
one of the things that I wanted to make you aware of is the fact that I have asked all of these questions, and they went so far as to actually come to my house to show me the containers and the fact that we could opt in or opt out. And I was assured that we will not be forced to succumb to the, be nice, to the California rules regarding what you have to do with your discarded containers and for recycling. So I was assured that we will not be required to do any of that. And I wanted to make sure that the size of the containers, or what they call totes, were something that older people and ladies could handle without being overburdened. And they proved to be very, very, I don't want to say acceptable. I want to say very maneuverable and not a hazard to our older and weaker citizens up here at the lake, seeing as how we tend to have some older folks up here, since everybody with kids have moved off the hill, or most of them have. So I'm very much in favor of what has been presented to us. I know that I have spent a lot of time digging into this, and I think that it is a fair and equitable rate increase, and I have no objections to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as I understand it, on the California side of the border, these things are mandatory, or will be mandatory if they're not already.
That's correct.
But on our side of the border, they are not. So, and I know that we have residents of our county and of Nevada that are constantly concerned about the Californication of Nevada, for lack of a better term, right? So anyways, okay, very good. Commissioner Hales?
I'll just note briefly for the record that I'm sure Commissioner Rice did not mean to insinuate that women are weaker.
Oh, God, no. My wife would kill me.
Although I've seen some of those bins, Commissioner Rice, that are bigger than your wife, so you know she can stand.
We can opt.
You can't even see her.
We can opt out of those bins. We can opt out.
Okay. Well, this is an actionable item. I think we've asked our questions, right, and gotten our answers. So we can go to public comment, and then we'll bring this back to the board after public comment. So public comment on item number 4, the franchise agreement for Douglas County and South Tahoe Refuse Company.
Jim Jackson, you said at one time that these long-term contracts are a bad deal, especially when it comes to developers and all that, because they always change their mind and they always come back to you and want variances. So why should we enter into a long-term contract with another business? It also sounds like in the presentation that we're more concerned that they're going to make money than we're going to protect the citizens of the county. You made the comment that the citizens are extremely important. They're your best asset. The county's asset is the citizens of this county. We pay the bills, we pay the taxes and everything. Your primary goal is to make sure that we're not being taken advantage of and everything. So a long-term contract without a way of getting out of it or saying, hey, wait a minute, you violated this, we're done with it, and no competitive bidding, that's unheard of. In my business, I competitively bid everything every time, and I either won or I lost. I was good enough, I won most of the time, but not always. So I don't see why we should be allowing this contract to be extended for another 20 years when they've been doing it for 20 years already. How many times has this been put out to bid? You might get a surprise and get a better deal. Yeah, there's a problem up there on the jurisdictions and all that, but maybe there's somebody around that wants to take that chance. So my recommendation is don't approve any 20-year contract. Make it shorter. Make the company have to figure out how they're going to make their own money, not let us worry about that. Worry about what we're doing. You got a 3% franchise fees in it. Their prices are going to go up 8% a year maybe. There's room in there for us to make more money for the county. They're going to increase the customers' charge anyway, so we might as well be getting something off of it too. It sounds like a bad deal to me, and I don't think the people are really happy about it. And you've said it yourself, long-term contracts aren't a good deal. They always come back and bite us. So that's my recommendation on that one.
Elizabeth Learnhardt for the record. May I answer for Mr. Richter to Commissioner Rice? All of my neighbors I talk to are subscribing to this service. And to Commissioner Tarkanian, we don't have really a choice, as the previous comment said. We only have one company to choose from. As a matter of fact, as this contract stands, it forbids that there is another company operating in the area. And it attaches the old map when the Tahoe Lake District was created to the contract. In addition to that, it was omitted that there is another trash collection up there. The Kingsbury GID collects their own. They have their own trucks. I don't know where they dump them, but they do have their own trucks. So there is an option if we want to go there. Now let me get to my comment. SDR is trying to save labor cost. They're doing it by automation. That is the base of this contract, after I studied it for hours. They implement this semi-automatic pickup system using 3 bins. And I'm not against recycling, but at the same time, we have to realize that this is a California law and we don't want to be Californicated, as I agree. We are not governed by these laws. We have up there bears, snow berms, and no curbside, because this is based on curbside automated pickup of the bins. None of these bins are really proven to be bear-proof or bear-resistant. It even says so in the contract. When I called Sacramento after calling SDR last summer, I was told mountain communities like South Lake Tahoe are qualified for certain exemption. Why the town or SDR has not approved for them or applied for them, I don't know. According to the Tahoe Bear League, Placer County got a variance from this law and continuous trash collection in a traditional way, including recycling. The Bear League has advised SDR against this system as it will cause havoc with a population of bears. Feeding wildlife, by the way, is intentional putting food out, which this would be, knowing that it's not bear-proof, is illegal in both states. According to Nevada Department of Wildlife, NRS 501.382.27 applies with fees starting at $250 per incident. This proposal shows we have at least 1,122 bear boxes up there. That's why we don't have problems. Exhibit B specifies 3 containers. Only one is animal resistant. Bears have 10 times more acute sense of smell than bloodhounds. Who can fool them by putting rinsed milk containers or clamshells in a non-secured bin? In my earlier comment, I showed you on YouTube the link to a bear making off with the contents of a bear-proof container. You're welcome to watch it. They also want to reduce the organic waste.
Ms. Leonhardt,
Thank
you
you.
exceeded your 30 minutes, so thank you.
Fire. Jason Gibson. Douglas County does a number of things well. Efficiency is not one of them. This company obviously doesn't see the value in curbside recycling. He says that some things will get caught, some things won't. They're not. It's an enormous amount of waste you have here, Douglas County. One lunch at that community service center, 5 trash cans full of plastic going right into the landfill. We've given them proposals. We've consulted with the powers that be to turn that kitchen into something efficient, to create programs, career opportunities. They don't want to hire dishwashers. People don't want to be dishwashers. They want to be culinary crafters. They want a profession. They don't want to be stuck just washing people's stuff. The point is that because you've been locked into this contract, there ain't no curbside recycling. And half of the refuse you got going into the dump is curbside recycling. Give the contract to somebody who's green. I want to thank this lady behind me for bringing in the details and you Lake Tahoe South Shore resident folk.
Additional public comment? Okay, since no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments, questions, observations? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Point of, Commissioner, I'd like to make one point of clarification. In response to one comment made in public comment, that so the board is aware of it, Kingsbury GID does not run its own trash collection services. It is served by South Tahoe Refuse, as is all of the other jurisdictions at the lake. None of the GIDs run their own systems. In 1994, when the vote was taken, or when a ballot measure was taken to the general election, and it was voted by the residents of Douglas County at that time to repeal a mandatory requirement for trash collection. That was written into county code 19.04. And it takes 2/3 of a vote now to bring it back. In the resolution as well is where I think someone was asking, it's in our county code that whenever a fee or rate of solid waste management activity will increase by 10% or greater, those increases must be approved by a vote of the people of Douglas County. So there is a cap that's in our code that whichever franchise agreement or whoever we're working with has to abide by. The difference in that when that Douglas County vote went through is the carve out there was for the unincorporated towns and the GIDs. They do have the right to negotiate their own contracts. As you are aware, you heard it in the previous, or the first administrative agenda item here. The town of Minden operates its own trash collection. The town of Gardnerville operates their own trash collection. None of the GIDs, though, do, though they all work either down here in the valley with Douglas Disposal or at the lake with South Tahoe Refuse. So I just want to make sure you're aware that there isn't another entity up there collecting trash.
Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to put into the record is I'm looking at page 755 of our board packet, and there's a subnote there, subnote 5 on the bottom of that page, Exhibit E, page 11, and it says specifically, for Douglas County, the maximum rate increase is 9.9% before the county must take the increase to the county residents for a vote of approval. Want to make sure that's in the record and our residents understand that, okay? So this board can never approve a rate increase above 9.9 without it going to a vote of the people. And it says a vote of the county residents. It doesn't say the South Tahoe or the Tahoe Township residents. So anyways, I just caught that note as I was reading through this. So anyways, with that, if there's no other further questions, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve a franchise agreement between Douglas County and South Tahoe Refuse Company for recycling, organics, and solid waste collection and processing fees in the Tahoe Township of Douglas County. And the amount of the franchise fee Douglas County receives is equal to 3% of gross receipts for all services performed.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the franchise agreement between Douglas County and South Tahoe Refuse Company as presented.
Discussion.
Discussion.
I think the 20-year contract is too long, and I think it should be trimmed down to possibly 5 to 10 years. And based on that, I'm going to vote no.
I have doubts that we may find another competitive bidder that wants to do the job, but I just don't see what the drawback is by not having its open bid, a time period. It's been 20 years already, and in fact, it might have been 60 years from the way it sounds. I'm going to vote no just because I think there should be, it should be open to competitive bidding. I'm not naive enough to think there's going to be a lot of companies that want to come up and service that small area. But I think it should be done first. If there was a lesser time period like Commissioner Noasad has suggested, I would probably vote for that, though.
So while we're under discussion, I'll ask the vendor, would you be amenable to reducing the terms of your contract in years?
Right now, with the type of systems we're bringing into place with the semi-automated, and I think what people have to remember is one of the reasons we want carts in these areas is to help reduce the injuries to our employees. You know, right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I say with the semi-automated system, one of the things we're trying to accomplish with getting carts into these areas is we're trying to eliminate some of the injuries to our employees, which, you know, workers' comp is a big cost for us right now because currently these guys are lifting and twisting and pulling. The carts will enable us not to have to do that as much. We will still be servicing the bare boxes, so there will be a little bit more labor there. But, you know, when we put our whole solid waste system together on the South Shore, and I know that a lot of it is mandated by California, but we've been able to move a lot of the programs that we've implemented there over to Douglas County, and it doesn't cost Douglas County anything. As Phil had said earlier in his presentation, the rates over there are the cheapest of all three jurisdictions, and that's because of that economy of scale that we offer by doing the things in the South Shore and El Dorado County. When we put our numbers together for the programs that need to go in place, 20 years is what we need to amortize that out over time to keep the rates down as much as possible. If you shorten the time frame on a franchise agreement, those costs go up. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why we've asked for the 20 years. Again, we have been there since 1962, and that's not because we're trying to do anything wrong. It's because we service the community the way we're supposed to. As I said, there's been a lot of programs we put in place in Douglas County that we had to implement in California. And Douglas County's been the beneficiary of that because it's real easy for us to move it across the state line and offer those same type of services, whether it's green waste, recycling, a lot of the work we do with the larger casinos and hotels up there. We recycle quite a bit up there, although it's not mandated by the state of Nevada. So, you know, we would like to keep the 20 years and keep moving forward in that manner.
I think the answer was no.
Yeah, did I sound like a politician just now? Yeah, yes, that's my answer.
Yes, the answer is no, just to be clear. I'll just throw out my thoughts briefly, which are, I'm not hearing anybody say this company isn't meeting our needs, right? The only question is, 20 years seems like a long time in case they're not meeting our needs in the future. And so I did look at the contract, and it does have a lot of instances of default. And if there's any default, we have a termination provision under the contract. So there's some protection there that brings me a level of comfort. I also am persuaded by the amount of mechanical investment and the specifics to that area of the things that you're investing in. And I do believe in competitive bidding. In this case, it's so specific and so unique and so investment heavy that it seems to me that it doesn't lend itself very well to competitive bidding. So for those reasons, I'm willing to support this as it is.
One quick question on the items where we could say there was a default. Are those delineated per case? In other words, you could, if you did lead on this, you're in trouble, and do this, you're in trouble. But in none of those do you say, we think you're defaulting. The people of Douglas County think you're defaulting. That would be a better way of saying it.
And again, I'm going to not beat a dead horse any longer, be my last quick comment. I think when fees are going up and people aren't happy with the increase in fee, they're not servicing them the way they would like them to. And you have an 8.5% increase going in this year.
So I'm not a foreseer, but I can foresee this. I can see a board of commissioners sitting around in 20 years from now saying, how in the heck did this board approve another 20-year contract? And we're asked for another 20 years. You know, you know what I'm saying? You know, as we do with our previous commissioners, say, how in the heck did they approve this? But I appreciate what you indicate, Commissioner Hales, in regards to the default aspects of the contract. So anyways, okay, are we done with the discussion on it? Then we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes 3-2. There you go. Okay. Are we good going to the next item, or do we need to take a break? Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm just asking, I'm just trying to give input, ask for input. Okay, we'll go to item number 5 for possible action, discussion to reappoint Nicole Thomas as the Douglas County Public Guardian to serve at the pleasure of this board for a term of 4 years from the date of appointment pursuant to NRS 253.150, subsection 2, subsection A, and Douglas County Code Chapter 2.22, pursuant to NRS 341.031, subsection 1, subsection B. The board may consider and discuss the character, competence, alleged misconduct, and physical health of Ms. Thomas. This is being presented by our County Manager, Ms. Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. Joined with me here today is Nicole Thomas. Ms. Thomas was competitively recruited and appointed to a term of 4 years by the Board of County Commissioners in January 2016 in accordance with NRS. On December 19th of 2019, Ms. Thomas was reappointed as the Public Guardian for a 4-year term. Ms. Thomas's current term will expire in December, on December 19th, just a couple of weeks away. A copy of all of this information is included in the background for your review. I did ask Ms. Thomas to join me at the podium today to provide a brief overview of how she has been spending her time. And I can tell you that I am quite pleased and proud of the work that that she and her team are doing in service to this community as the public guardian. I have had the pleasure of visiting with them and understand the unique circumstances in which they work, and they serve to the best of their ability some of the most vulnerable members of our population. So to talk a little bit more about the services that she provides and the work that she has done, she has a brief presentation, I think, for you. There are some letters of recommendation that she has secured for members of the public who have received services for family members or been involved closely with her office. I can tell you I have heard nothing but glowing reviews and have had the pleasure of supervising her directly for at least the last 4 years and have very much enjoyed our conversations. I will also tell you, similar to our discussions regarding resources related to the public administrator, we are going to be talking about resources related to the Public Guardian's Office as part of the next budget cycle as well. The number of individuals in our community who are in need of wraparound services from our social services team, as well as ultimately services from the Public Guardian's Office, are increasing. But it is thanks in part to the talented team that we have in place that we're able to serve those needs. So with that, I'll turn over my time to Ms. Thomas, if that pleases the board.
Please.
Thank you, Commission, for allowing me to address you today. I am Nicole Thomas, and I have served as a public guardian since January of 2016. I've had the privilege of educating the community at this reappointment every 4 years, as well as the Board of County Commissioners, of the complexity of guardianship and what the public guardian does for the service of Douglas County. For some of you, this will be my first time in front of you, but for me, this is my third appointment. I feel it's important that I outline what the public guardian is and how the position serves our community. First, our office is made up of 3 staff: myself, the public guardian, Casey Myers, my deputy guardian in the back. She is also my case manager, and Sally Gonzalez is my office assistant and our fiduciary. Sally has served in her position since July of 2016, and Casey has been the deputy guardian case manager under the former public guardian, Claudette Springmeyer, since 2014, and in service of our county since January of 2016. I've been fully staffed with the same staff since July of 2016. NRS 253 outlines the reasoning for a public guardian and who is entitled to a public guardian within each county. To simplify, my office is appointed by the district court for a proposed protected person as a legal guardian in cases in which there is no family to serve. The client typically has been exploited or abused by someone who is close to them, or in an event that no one is willing to serve as the guardian of the person in the estate. Our office serves by court order as a legal guardian of the person in the estate for a protected person who has a cognitive deficiency. Water's important. Cognitive deficiency in which they cannot protect themselves financially, medically, or legally. Our office is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Our office petitions in on behalf of the proposed protected person, or we are petitioned in after referral from Adult Protective Services, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, or the courts have identified a need for my appointment, and a doctor has provided a physician's with needs certificate and other medical documentation. Our office then reviews the referral. We investigate and identify family members and persons of natural affection. We search for contact information and identify involvement of the family members. We review the physician's certificate with needs assessment, which is a medical document, and determine under the investigation if a proposed protected person would be well served with the public guardian's office. Public guardianship is a court process. It's not an emergency solution, but it can serve as a solution to the protection of clients with a cognitive deficit. NRS 159 provides 13 pages of law surrounding the care and consideration of clients under guardianship, and additionally, the Protected Person's Bill of Rights oversees a client's rights under guardianship. My office and I have to navigate very complex medical, estate, property functions, difficult family dynamics, continuous communication, death notifications, public entitlements such as Medicaid and Medicare, and even at times divorces and custody negotiations. All of this while protecting a client's best interest and determining when to utilize substantive judgment and yield to a client's self-determination. My office reports to the court on an annual basis or more often if an issue arises, and we provide a full financial inventory within 60 days of an initial case opening, and a case plan annually during the life of a case, and at the end of the case, we provide a final inventory and provide end-of-life decisions, financials to either an administrator, a trustee, or in some indigent cases, we also serve as a summary administrator. That allows us to wind up a protected person's affairs if they do not have family who's able to serve and under their estate amount is under $10,000. We are always subject to third-party audits by the Social Security Administration, the Veterans Administration, and other authorities. During my 8 years as a public guardian, I've cared for 89 clients with a current caseload of 26 and have made many recommendations, suggestions, and investigations and reports to identify family for many residents of our community leading to the diversion of over 100 potential clients to lower levels of care to avoid guardianship. Now to discuss my qualifications. In 2009, I graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno with a bachelor's in political science and a minor in psychology with an emphasis in addiction studies. In 2012, I graduated with a master's in elementary education with an emphasis in developmental disabilities. In 2016, I graduated with my master's in science and professional counseling with an emphasis in family relations. I've also provided a full-year internship to the state of Nevada in early childhood therapy in 2016, specifically for children 5 to 7 with severe emotional disturbances. In 2023, I was accepted to my doctorate of behavioral health management at ASU. However, I'm currently deferring the program until I feel I can dedicate my time to that program. I've had over 14 years of experience in behavioral health field, including substance abuse counseling, psychiatric wraparound case management, conflict resolution, multidisciplinary team collaboration, legislative work, including both writing, advocating, and testifying at the Nevada legislature. I'm a member of the National Guardianship Association, a certified national guardian. Additionally, I'm a leadership professional in ethics and compliance certified through ECI, and the leading ethics educator for government and private professionals. I serve as a member of the Public Guardian National Committee, the Legal Committee for the Attorney General's End Abuse and Later Life Grant Community Response Team, and the Statewide Committee for the Attorney General's End Abuse and Later Life Grant Community Response Team. During my time as public guardian, my office has seen a complete overhaul of guardianship law, meeting and exceeding dates and deadlines of implementation. From the lawyers who protect our clients to the service entities that provide them services, they know that the Douglas County Public Guardian's Office serves their clients with dignity and respect. As an expert in the field, I could not meet and exceed these expectations without the support of my phenomenal staff, who work tirelessly for the care and consideration of Douglas County residents under our care. Over the last 2 years, our office has received permission from the former county manager to develop a representative payee program to divert clients from guardianship to provide lower levels of care. And as identified by retired Sergeant Smith during her time directing the Good Neighbors program, there is a significant gap in services for our elderly who need to be financially protected. We have collected data, developed screening tools, identified resources and grants, and plan to move forward to implement the supported representative payee program in 2024 to help those over 60 who need additional supports and fiduciary advocacy. This program will ensure that our office advocates for the fiduciary rights of Douglas County citizens while linking them to services they desperately need. The Public Guardian's Office is already an approved payee for Social Security and the Veterans Association, and we have successfully completed those third-party audits that I spoke about earlier. Additionally, we have financial bandwidth and software to handle these complex cases, and these programs will allow us to expand our ability to serve more clients within our county and protect them from exploitation. In conclusion, I would love to read excerpts from my last 4 annual evaluations. I had some information from family members, but I'm getting a little long-winded, which is pretty common in my world. Ms. Thomas demonstrates honest and ethical conduct in the performance of her duties as public guardian. She sets a high standard for herself and her team in areas of integrity because she recognized that client trust is key to the successful performance of the essential functions of the guardian. Ms. Thomas is well respected in her field as evidenced by the comments received and made by the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners during the December 19, 2019 board meeting, where she was reappointed for another 4-year term. Douglas County received good comments from people she serves, and the county manager had no reservations about her recent reappointment. Commissioner Penzel commented during the meeting that Nicole had a level of professionalism to the office that did not exist before she arrived. And this ACM agrees that her self-assessment when Ms. Thomas states, "I believe that I work hard to uphold the ethical practices and identify areas in which our practices can improve." Nicole exemplifies the exceptional degree of integrity in her work. This is important for all employees, but particularly so for her role as public guardian. Nicole is well regarded by the courts, the industry, and her peers. When discussing the possible merger of the public guardian and the community service during her evaluation period, she emphasized the importance of the independence of her role rather than seeking an opportunity to have a larger role within the organization. This tells me that she puts her integrity of her program over her own career. David Spitzer serves as the attorney for the protected persons people of the public guardian serves, explained that Nicole is careful to provide her services in each based on individual needs of the client and the requirements of the law. He wrote, "A more specific charge for any guardian is making sure that guardianship is the least restrictive means by which a person with diminished capacity affairs can be handled. Using less restrictive means such as powers of attorney for financial matters or healthcare and the fairly recent statutory method for supported decision-making are being advanced as alternatives for existing guardianship statewide. Ms. Thomas's case, these alternatives have resulted in some guardianships being dismissed." Retired Sergeant Bernadette Smith shared that Nicole is essential when it comes to the DCSO's Good Neighbor program and assisting her and helping seniors in the community. She's a good communicator and demonstrates by returning phone calls and emails promptly. Her strength is in her education, coupled with her compassion for seniors in our community. Nicole continues to demonstrate honest and ethical conduct in her performance of her duties as public guardian. She is well regarded by the courts, her industry, and her peers. During the evaluation period, Nicole brought forward concerns and worked closely with the county manager and DA's office to identify concerns in a clear and confidential manner. Integrity includes holding both ourselves and our peers to high standards. As a nationally certified guardian and a certified ethics and compliance trainer, I have faithfully served my community over the last 8 years, and if reappointed, moving forward, I plan to continue in the same manner, fighting ethically and independently for the protection of our clients served under the Public Guardian's Office for Douglas County. As I seek reappointment, I look forward to working across siloed departments, completing the 2 years of work for implementing the Representative Payee Program, and continuing to develop a way to serve our county's most vulnerable adults. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of Ms. Thomas? Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nicole, very impressive resume, really impressive. I wonder, in the kind of work you do, does it have any effect on you personally?
Nicole Thomas, Public Guardian. I actively engage in counseling for myself and my staff. It's very important that we take the time to take care of ourselves, but additionally, the type of work that we do takes a lot of effort. And there has been times of burnout in the 8 years that I have been in this position. If I was to say otherwise, I would be lying. However, I do believe that I have a phenomenal staff that pick up the slack when I need the time. And so with having a deputy guardian, it allows me to take much needed time off. However, I do believe we will be talking in the next budget cycle about an additional deputy in order to help support those those times I need some rest.
Not only an impressive resume, impressive answer. Thank you.
Other commissioners? I feel the same way. It takes a special person to be able to do this type of work. My daughter is a special education teacher in a school district in Lodi, and the type of work that she does and the people that she deals with, I have to admit, I don't have the ability to do that. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for folks like yourselves who take on these responsibilities. And you mentioned Sergeant Smith in your presentation, Bernadette Smith, and my wife has been involved in the Good Neighbor program, and that's an impressive program also. And that with the loss of Ms. Smith to retirement, I'm hopeful that we can continue that type of program with our social services department and make sure that the residents that are shut in are still getting cared for and taking a look at it. So anyways, thank you very much for your work you do for the county. Commissioner Rice, anything you wish to add? We have to go to public comment, but Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Hales.
Everything that I've heard about the office that she carries has been positive, and so I have no qualms about reappointing.
Ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will go to public comment.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. I'll take the opportunity to share our experience with the Mobile Outreach Safety Team, Bernadette Smith, and the so-called public guardianship services of Douglas County. It's another front. I watched my parents die in a dust pit. I've got neighbors around me that need help. They don't know how to ask for it. They can't clean down low. Many of these folks are noble peoples who are embarrassed to have people come to their homes. I had no success with Bernadette Smith or the Mobile Outreach Safety Team whatsoever. I could not believe that they allowed my parents to die the way that they died. My dad was nearly killed as a commercial trucker in a head-on accident. My mom got banged up a couple of times. We paid into this county for 40 years. During the COVID, we couldn't get any correspondence with Bernadette Smith, the Mobile Outreach Safety Team, or Mr. Crowley.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Ms. Smith has not been publicly noticed. Her character or competency should not be discussed. We're speaking about Ms. Thomas.
My point is that many of these people are out of balance and are sick themselves and don't even know it.
So
That whatever
Mr.
service
Mr.
you think
Gibson, if
you're
you
funding
could-
is not
Mr.
working
Gibson,
for the people.
Can you hang on for just a second? Can you respond to whether or not Ms. Thomas is eligible for reappointment to that? That's what we are discussing here, is her competence and her ability to serve in that particular position. Do you have any comments regarding her performance or her inability to serve in this position?
Certainly. Her performance is based on an organizational principle. The way she feels, the way that she's able to respond, it's probably one of the most difficult positions or professions to be able to pursue. If these people are organized by means of the Gregorian 1260 work week, where time is money, and aren't able to take care of themselves, if there aren't systems in place to help them retreat, specific practices, I'm talking anybody can make money, but to have a personal practice, a daily discipline that helps them to be in their best of light, to be able to take on the kinds of issues that they're dealing with. You got to have a personal practice as a professional service provider or wellness practitioner today. You can't masquerade as being something you're not. If you're not in balance and well yourself, then please take the time to consult with somebody or talk to us as to how we can reorganize the team. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Jim Jackson. I'm a resident of the county, and I feel like I must apologize for some of the behavior of other residents in this county. I think it was totally uncalled for. Your resume is very impressive. Your answers have been very impressive. I think you are very qualified for the job and should be reappointed. And I think the board has an unlimited amount of patience to deal with some of the idiocy that comes up before you. And again, I'm only one resident, but I apologize for the behavior of others. Thank you.
Hi, Karen Simpson again. And I have had personal experience working with Nicole and through the Good Neighbor program, and I have to say that I personally would be blessed if I had to be under her services. She has helped us with many of our seniors in the area, and through the court appointing her, we have saved several of our local residents from losing their homes, and where she and her team have stepped in and have been able to negotiate and work with them and their financial obligations, and have totally secured them that they're safe now. So I personally would be thankful if you reappointed her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Amber Handy for the record. I am a local attorney, and I actually have the honor and the privilege of being able to represent Nicole Thomas as well as the Public Guardian's Office. I say that with very much not just giving it to you, right? It is an honor and a real privilege. I get to step into her shadow because she is the one who is constantly abreast of the legal changes, her legal obligations, and she is the one who is directing the care in this case. Nicole consistently and earnestly puts forth both ethical and and she works with the highest integrity. Her speech today was lengthy, That's because she's used to being lengthy. Our reports that we file annually with, for each individual client are generally anywhere from 30 to 40 pages long. That's because because Nicole is not just being responsible and providing information to the court, but she's providing information to the family members to ensure not that she is just making the appropriate ethical and medical decisions, but she is also financially carrying out her duties. Nicole mentioned earlier that I think is also important that she also looks to other resources and services to decrease the need for the public guardian's office. That's imperative because in NRS 159, we do have the protected Bill of Rights, and it's important that we are not infringing unnecessarily, and we are ensuring that people can continue to live in their lives with supportive services. I would earnestly put forth if I had needed a guardian, Nicole is on that list. And I would request and encourage the commissioners to reappoint Ms. Thomas as the public guardian for Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we reappoint Nicole Thomas as the Douglas County Public Guardian for a term of 4 years.
A second.
We still get all the delay out of the Tahoe Township, but anyways, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to reappoint Nicole Thomas as the Douglas County Public Guardian for a term of 4 years. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying yes or aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
Yes, aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. We're going to take the next item is going to take some time, so we're going to take a 10-minute break here until it's 2:31. We'll return at 2:40. Okay. Thank you. Okay, it is 12:40, or 2:40, so if I could ask everybody to resume their seats. And if you haven't already done so, please silence your electronic devices. And thank you. Okay, item number 6 for possible action, so this will allow public comment. Discussion on the proposal of the Genoa Town Advisory Board to combine with, oversee, and/or assume the role of the Genoa Historic District Commission, being presented by our Deputy Community Development Director. Wow. Andrea Pauling, Jody Bruns, who is the interim town manager of Genoa, and Mr. Gordon Paisley, who is, or Pasley, maybe I'm, Pasley, okay, Genoa Town Advisory Board. Ms. Pauling.
Good afternoon, commissioners. And first, Mr. Gardner, great job. Thank you. I think that was the first time you got my title correct. Well, good afternoon. I know you guys have had a long day. I'm going to keep this a little brief. I didn't do a presentation, but I wanted to give you a little bit of background on this. And then I'm going to introduce Jody and Gordon. They'll come up and speak to what happened at the Town of Genoa's Advisory Board and the motion that was taken at that time on October 4th. I'll go over that a little bit more. In the audience today, before I actually start presenting this, in the audience today we have several residents from Genoa, which I was happy to see today. We also have 2 members of the Genoa Historic District Commission here today, Marion Basser, who's our vice chair, and Rick Myers, who's one of our members. So I know they're going to be up here, going to be able to answer some questions on history, and also they want to put in some public comment as well. So as previously stated, this agenda item is a discussion for the proposal of the Town of Genoa's Advisory Board to combine with, oversee, or assume the role of the Genoa Historic District Commission. Little background, on August 17th, I and Mr. Hames came in front of you with an ordinance to talk a little bit about some code changes as it pertained to the Genoa Historic District overlay and the commission. At that time, there was brief comments, brief discussion on why the Town of Genoa Advisory Board did not oversee or did not take on that role. No action was taken at that time, but that kind of started that started the discussion, I believe. And then on October 4th, the town board, Town of Genoa Advisory Board, actually had an action item, and there was a motion 4-0 in favor of assuming the role and or overseeing the role, just how that looks. And they wanted to propose this to the Board of County Commissioners. And so when I got wind of this, I put it directly onto the agenda so we can discuss it. I know this has been a hot topic for quite some time within Douglas County and within the Town of Genoa. So just a little background, I wanted to throw that out there so you guys know. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Jody Bruns. I hope I said that right, Jody? Yes, you did. Okay. She's the interim town manager for Genoa. I'm also going to introduce Gordon Paisley? Yes. Yes. Because I would have said Paisley, so yay. He is the chair of the Town Advisory Board, and they're going to be up here discussing a little bit more about this. If you have any questions, I'll be sitting here.
I'm on. Good afternoon, commissioners. After numerous requests by residents in the town of complaints going on within the town boundaries and the inability to get some resolve, that I was asked to bring before the Town Advisory Board, which I did, a proposal for merger, oversight, some other way to be more transparent to the residents, as well as a more timely response to issues in regards to historical districts. As an example, and I'm not claiming whether they're appropriate or not, right now we have permanent use of trailers in the historic district. We have a historic building wrapped in plastic. We have Victorian houses painted in different colors. The list goes on. We have the Wavy Man advertising. We're open in a historic district. And so people would ask us and the board if there was something we could do. And we have no rights or any authority to do anything for them. So they felt that they weren't being heard because sometimes the way the historic committee meets is you contact the chairman and he proposes a meeting. And this could be 6 months, 4 months, 3 months. It could be a year. So their complaints weren't being addressed. So we put that proposal before the board, and the board said, yeah, we want to be part of that process. What that looks like, we want to leave it up to you guys to decide. Certainly, we're not asking to replace that historic board. There is certainly a lot of institutional knowledge on that board that I would never want to get rid of. Maybe a merger of some sort where the people or the residents could come before the town board with a liaison report from some board members back to them so they get a monthly report on the same day of the month. First Wednesday, every month, town advisory board meeting. So, you know, if you were to do a merger, like I said, I wouldn't want to get rid of any of them. They're all a great wealth of knowledge, but I think maybe some could assume a role of maybe an advisory position. Because there is a ton of institutional knowledge. I mean, Marion Vassar, for example, she knows everybody and everything in that town, and I would never want to get rid of her. So the board is willing to entertain whatever you may have for an idea of what that may look like, and they're willing to accept if you don't want to change a thing. But we appreciate your opportunity to talk to you today, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you. Is that the presentation?
No presentation.
No,
Oh, okay.
that's
So, commissioners, questions? Well, okay. So maybe I can go, and then maybe that'll spur some thoughts. Commissioner Rice, you're welcome to go first, though.
Well, thank you, sir. First of all, I need to apologize. I had a meeting scheduled with them to discuss this matter. And I, unfortunately, though I enjoyed my vacation, I came home with an unwanted visitor. Namely, I'm not sure whether it's a cold or whether it's COVID. So I've been playing it as safe as I could. I had to cancel my meeting. But my concern, and I'm sure that they can answer this, is, and I already heard him address part of my concern, is that right now there's a controversy regarding a 5G cell tower on the volunteer fire department property. And I want to know, number one, is this have anything to do with that? And number two, I think that it's really important with Genoa that we have the historical town advisory board being involved, and I don't want to see the bifurcation of these two agencies or these two whatevers to cause any more fracturing of the people in Genoa. So can you address that?
Yeah, Commissioner. Recently, we did have the cell tower come before the advisory board for a potential action, and the advisory board did not take any action because they did not feel it was appropriate to interfere with Verizon's proper appeal to the commission for a fair appeal. So this has nothing to do with the cell tower. It has to do with addressing the cosmetics and the appearance of the downtown corridor and just maybe putting a little more bite or teeth into that committee where they can go around and say, hey, you need to come before us, you put something up that ain't correct, and then have some enforcement to the issues that the town is bringing before the board. Right now, like I said, if you painted your house fluorescent green, it might be 6 months, 8 months before you have a chance to talk about it. So I know we always hear litigation, oh, it's been like that for 6 months. Well, in this case, we would be able to have the residents and the voters go to their appointed officials, elected officials, and if they're not happy with the results they're getting as an elected official, they vote you out, they terminate you. So you have some skin in the game. Your board is comprised of all residents of the town of Genoa, so they're pretty involved. I would never want where it was a majority or a conflict of interest with the board and the historic deal. All we are trying to do is help the historic committee get to a better place and a more timely and more transparent position within the community.
Okay, so what I would indicate, and something that spurred this thought process, I think, is something that we brought up when we chatted with Mr. Qualls maybe a year and a half ago, is the fact that we have a very small footprint of the county here with two boards, an advisory board and the historic commission, of which is comprised of 5 members on each. And the difficulty on an annual basis almost, of finding 5 people to serve in both of those capacities. And so whether or not a merger of the two processes or bodies might be appropriate so that you're not looking for 10 people, you're looking for only 5. The second aspect of that is that, but I was hoping in that process, and I think our direction is that the two boards, if there was any entertainment of the two combining, that the two boards would get together and discuss that as a combination of folks rather than only one board discussing that process. You indicate that if people are unhappy with the performance of the advisory board, the voters have the opportunity to vote them out. I would dispute that. And the reason I dispute that is because your board, the advisory board, has not been going through the election process here in Douglas County. So they're not voted on by the folks. You've been avoiding that process. And that's something we made very clear to Mr. Qualls when he was the town manager, is that in this upcoming election process, we need to see people go through the election process, because otherwise the voters in that district are disenfranchised. Okay? Now that's not necessarily singular to you, by the way. Okay? We've been able to, we've identified several boards. I don't want to say many, but we've identified several boards that have been not going through the election process. And we want to correct that, and I know our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens, is on that very, very robustly. I'll put it that way, to ensure that, and that doesn't mean that anybody's going to be voted out. That just means that the residents themselves do have an opportunity to weigh in on, and there may not be in a contested election either, but at least the voters have an opportunity to weigh in on that. Okay, so those are some of the concerns I had. As you realize, the historic boundary is very narrow. However, I believe that we do have the opportunity, if I'm not mistaken, if we don't have a sufficient amount of candidates come forward, this board appoints the historic commission on an every 2-year basis, I think it is. We do have the opportunity to expand the boundaries of that, as we've done in the past, if we haven't had a sufficient amount of candidates come before us from the Genoa district, because I know that Greg Brown, who lives up in the ranch course of the Genoa golf courses, was appointed to the Historic Commission, and I believe he was a very valuable member to that Historic Commission while he was serving on that before he passed away. But so we're not restricted necessarily to this footprint for that regard. I believe we are restricted to the footprint for the advisory board, if I'm not mistaken. So, Ms. Davidson, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point of clarification, there is a map contained within your board packet, packet page 865, that talks about 3 different zones from which an individual can be appointed to this historic commission. These zones are established in order of preference. So zone 1 should be first. If we can't find anyone in zone 1, then it expands to zone 2. and then further out to Zone 3, but it cannot go outside of Zone 3. Additionally, the other qualifications, there are other qualifications imposed on the Historic Board for appointment for their members that the County Commission is asked to consider, that they elected board members for the Genoa Town Board are not required to have the same qualifications. Those qualifications speak to consideration of at least one member shall be experienced in building construction, one member be an architect, designer, or engineer, and one member be a person actively involved in a state or local historical society or group. This section of code was written in a way that acknowledges that there's a limited pool of applicants who may be interested in this historical advisory board position. And so if we're not able to obtain individuals who are interested, who have those qualifications, the board does have discretion to look outside of those qualifications. But you must give consideration to those qualifications first. I will tell you there are 3 positions up for vacancy, which the board would be asked to consider next week. If in fact your decision is to keep the historic board, and we do have a sufficient number of applicants at this time to fill those 3 positions. I think that's information you need to make your decision today, and that's why I'm offering it. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you for that clarification, and it was very important clarification because there has been some express thoughts from members within the Genoa community that have expressed that we had the discretion to go outside of that area to appoint members of the Historic Commission. And I appreciate the clarification in that regard because that's important.
Interim Genoa Town Manager. I would like to make a clarification that Mr. Crow did go through the election process last year. He was on the ballot and was reelected. We did have another board member who was out of the country at the time of filing, and he was reappointed by our board. But Brian did go through the election process.
Okay. Good. Thank you. So I guess we have an election coming up in March, and we'll see what happens then. So, okay. Other commissioners, any other questions? Okay. We need to go to public comment on this. So we'll go to public comment on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Passley and Ms. Bruns. So are they going to take that, Ms. Bruns, are they going to take that interim tag off of you? Or what's it? Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm Marion Vassar, and I live just 3/4 of a mile north of Genoa on the west side of Jacks Valley Road. And I own a home in Genoa where my granddaughter resides and my great-grandkids, and I love it. I don't know whether I understood, Gordon, when you said that there are times when an applicant has to wait 3 or 4 months for us. I would like to know who that is, because in the past, when our chairman has gotten an information from the applicant, he has gone through the information, and if the applicant has everything that is required, he then calls us immediately to make a meeting as soon as we can do it. And it's usually within 10 days or 2 weeks, so I'm just not sure who waited months. That's the first time I've heard that. Anyway, I'm not going to belabor that. I have sent an email to each of you, and I am hoping that you had an opportunity to read them. I know that one of you did, and I thank that person for acknowledging it. My concern is why you are making a decision at this time when you have had no input from the Genoa Historic District Commission. You've not offered to meet with us, nor has the town board. However, There are those of us who have gone to town board meetings, so we do have an opportunity to express what we are thinking. I also want to say that for the past maybe 14 months, Andrea Pauling and AJ Hames have been working with the Historic District Commission to rewrite or update or renew or bring into the current times the codes, because we were having difficult times when the codes were not. Well, anyway, I want to thank Andrea and AJ. They did a wonderful job, and this new codes that they've been presented to you will be a great help and make it much easier for everyone. I am concerned, and maybe it's far-fetched, but I am concerned that in August we did have a meeting and we did deny Verizon their application for historic appropriateness. And I am concerned that the citizens of Genoa are I'm sure 80% opposed to having that, and for very many reasons, not just the historical appropriateness, there are a lot of other reasons. Is that my timer? Am I too over time? I'm so sorry. Can I take somebody?
No, you're good. Okay, thank you.
Can I take Greg's time?
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry too, because anyway, thank you very much. I hope you read my emails and those from the rest of the committee.
Thank you.
Bear in mind that you have closing comments at the end of the meeting.
Yes. But
No, I can't do that. I have to be at church.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Vassar. Okay, appreciate it. So, additional public comment? I will remind members of the public that they're not required to take all 3 minutes, and if they want to, if they concur with the previous commenter or commentors, they're able to say ditto, I concur. So, and how do you feel, Mr. Hames?
I just, AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. Since I'm not sitting with Andrea today, I thought it should be my time. I just wanted to clarify that the Genoa Historic District Commission does not enforce violations of the code. So if somebody were to paint their house bright pink or something, and we being the citizens of Genoa determined that that didn't appear to be historical, they wouldn't contact the Historic District Commission. There to contact code enforcement. So if there was some perception in Genoa that the Historic District Commission was not doing its job because it wasn't enforcing the code, that actually is not their job. They're not authorized to do that job. That is the job of our code enforcement team.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Oh, no, you can start over. You can reset the timer.
Mr. Chairman, H. William Brooks, 2266 Main Street, Genoa. And I'd like to clear up an item that the county manager just made. It says after those zones where you could draw appointees, that if you cannot find one, it's at the pleasure of this commission to choose anybody. You could go to Las Vegas, Reno, Carson, Virginia City, anywhere you want, and put a person on this commission right now. Go read it in your county ordinance. Now, as to me, you've had 1,500 pages of documentation for this agenda today. I'm sure you didn't read my small item on page 326 of the supplement. Now, as a lifelong resident of Genoa and a direct stakeholder and property owner, I support the merger and administration of the Genoa Historic District Commission by the Genoa Town Advisory Board. The restoration would restore management of historic preservation issues to a local body that carried out that function from 1974 to 1995. The merger would also streamline the county's historic preservation objectives and functions between the town of Genoa and the county community development department. And as is the case right now with the sister towns of Minden and Gardnerville. That's how they do it. By returning a resolution of local issues to local individuals who have direct skin in the game. The Genoa Town Advisory Board already handles services and project review issues by virtue of County Code sections 1802-030, that's services, and 1802-070, design review. Regrettably, the present Genoa Historic Commission is a moribund, dysfunctional entity predominantly made up of well-intentioned but recent non-resident migrants who have little historical local knowledge and base their decisions basically on subjective foreign estate criteria. The last GHDC meeting on the 3rd of August of this year, Mr. Hames, the county council, had to admonish that commission on 4 times on that tower issue that they were exceeding their jurisdiction. Now, to cut to the chase and wrap this up for you, I'm personally concerned that a non-resident appointee can tell me what color to paint my house, what type of porch light I can hang on it, and no one to this date has ever, a state or county functionary, a historic district member, have ever offered to help underwrite the costs associated with their historical mandates. If you want to tell me what color to paint my house, the least you can do is help to buy the paint. As a result, I have
Excuse
more
me, you're
confidence-
interrupting other individuals who are making public comment, okay?
As
So
a
please
result-
hold your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a result, I have confidence in my elected town board, historically and presently, and their staff, that they will look after historical issues more effectively than clueless foreign appointees. And lastly, the Douglas County organizational chart, I can't find your historic district commission, but I can find the town advisory board. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, on my physical issue.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. As we discussed earlier, I did indicate that I would give Mr. Brooks additional time because of his disabilities. So that's why I allowed him to go over the 3 minutes. So, okay. But we must understand also that we have to respect everybody's First Amendment rights. So to speak out while somebody else is speaking is inappropriate as well. So, okay. Additional public comment? Okay. Don't everybody rush to the podium at once, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lacey Ledwig, and I'm a Genoa resident. And I just wanted to comment, I think it's fantastic that we already have applicants available that are applying for next week for the Historic Commission. So to me, that signals that, yes, there are people that are still interested and that want to partake in that. As far as the Genoa Town Board, I think that having one or two people that would be willing to go to those Historic Commission meetings and partake in that and find out, just to make sure that everybody is being heard and that there's no big time gaps. I think that's a fantastic idea. I also really appreciate the information that it's the codes, that's not even their, jurisdiction to do that. So we need to clarify who's getting notified of any infringements on the historical, significance of the town. So that's all I wanted to say was I'm very excited about the fact that there's already people willing to step up to that commission. I don't think they should be combined entirely, but I do think there should be some sharing.
Collaboration?
Collaboration, thank you, perfect, exactly. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, sensing no further public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Oh.
Molly Dahl, resident of Genoa, Nixon Street. I'm sorry for the 3 minutes. Fair is fair, and you had just made someone else sit down, and so it didn't seem right, but thank you for explaining. As a resident of Genoa, I'm grateful for the comments that Commissioner Rice made about the 5G cell tower. As you know, that is a very big issue right now, and I sense and have heard a lot of concern that if these two bodies, the Genoa Historic District Commission and the Genoa Town Advisory Board, are merged, that the standing decision from the Genoa Historic District Commission as a no vote opposing the Verizon cell tower, that might dissolve and disappear, and then we would no longer have a valid fighting point to go against Verizon and the appeal that they're planning to make to you in February. And so I just want to bring that to attention and awareness and maybe elicit a statement that decision will not disappear and will not dissolve no matter what happens to both of those organizations in the town of Genoa, that the residents would have the confidence that our governing bodies are behind the decisions of the residents regarding the cell tower. And I think that is a very big concern for many. So I just wanted to make that heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? If there's additional folks that want to make public comment on this, if they would please go ahead and
line up
on the wall so that we can progress through this as fast as possible.
This is just a real quickie. I'm quite familiar with the Minden Historical Society, where I take an art class. But I watched the director over there spend hours and hours and hours pulling that community together, having shows, having Christmas tree decoration competitions, having videos, and having historical meetings for just anybody who wants to come. And he advertises. Huh? Choice Edwards. Thank you. Anyway, I just think it's a big job, and to combine these two advisory boards with this historical is just going to spread the energy too thin. And I think because Genoa is so historical in its own self, and so is our whole damn valley, I think that we should take advantage of the powers and the volunteers that can make it great. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board now. Additional comments, commissioners? Observations? Commissioner Hales, are you putting your thoughts together? Commissioner Noasad?
Yeah, with regard to the 5G tower, it seems to me the board voted on that and came up as a denial, and that's a public record. And that means that that decision will not be disappearing into thin air.
Commissioner Rice, any additional comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Unfortunately, I was unable to meet with the board, as I explained a little earlier. I'm not sure that I have an appetite to, at this point, do away with the Genoa Historic District Commission. I need more information. I need to know a little bit more, and I'm quite aware of the controversy regarding the 5G cell tower, and I'm reluctant at this point to divest ourselves of either the commission or the board.
I want to caution the county commissioners, if that's an item that was, the 5G tower was before the Genoa Advisory Board, okay? And if there's a potential for an appeal to this board, then I want to make sure that we do not weigh in on that subject for fear of violating open meeting law and expressing views one way or the other in that regard. Is that right, Mr. Ritchie? So we need to be very careful about that. Okay. And I kind of share your views, Mr. Rice, Commissioner Rice. Initially, once again, I looked at this footprint and saw that, each board requires 5 members. I'm very pleased right now that we have 5 members, 10 members basically of that community that want to participate in one capacity or other. Once again, I was hoping that we would have if there was any thoughts of combining them, then I was hoping that would be a combined meeting, and they would all discuss the ramifications and the potentials of doing so. To me, it's my understanding that did not occur, and so I also am very reluctant to take 5 members of a district commission that we appoint and just say, I'm sorry, but your input is not important to us any longer. I struggle with that. If at such time as they weren't able to accomplish that, then maybe it would be something that they would want to take a look at and instigate. I know, Mr. Brooks, you've come to us several times and expressed the concerns that this board would take an opportunity in the case where we didn't have 5 members that wanted to serve on that historic board out of that community, that we would take the opportunities to go outside of that community and appoint historic commission members. I certainly would not. I don't think that's like us saying, Virginia City saying, well, you can appoint somebody down in Gardnerville, I think we need to stay within our jurisdiction. I would never entertain the thought process of going outside. That's where I would see a need to combine the boards and their functions versus going outside that just to fill a position. Okay, we have a tremendous amount of volunteers in our community. I think, and I think people will come forward if they understand that those positions need to be filled. So, anyways, those are my thoughts. Commissioner Hales?
I noticed Andrea Pauling had something to say. Just wanted to know what that was.
Andrea Pauling, Community Development, for the record. I was advised not to say much on this topic just because, but I think I should clarify that the appeal that came before us and that was going to come before you has been withdrawn by Verizon. I don't know where their plans is after that. It was the Genoa Historic District Commission, not the Genoa Advisory Board, who made that motion to deny. And I just wanted to clarify those two facts. Okay.
Very important facts, yes. Commissioner Noah.
As the recommended motion directs staff to draft an ordinance allowing, and then they make the assumption that you want to combine the two boards. I would suggest that we have an example dealing with the vacation home rental reporting to you guys. Why not have the very same thing, having the advisory report to the commission, and organize it that way under the town of Genoa?
Is that your recommended motion?
No, that's just my comment.
Oh, okay. Okay. Commissioner Hales?
I just wanted clarification. I didn't quite catch that.
Well, I mean, to combine them would require an ordinance in Title 20. Is that right? So lacking a motion for us to ask community development to bring forth such a motion or such an ordinance, we would not take any action beyond that. If the feeling of the board is that they want to propose a motion to ask staff to bring forward an ordinance for Title 20, then that would be appropriate for this board to do. But if that's not the indication, that's not the feeling of this board, then we're not required to take any action on this. Just because it says possible action, we're not required to take any action. We can just move on to the next item if that's the feeling.
Okay, just to be clear, we've been talking about melding two organizations, and that doesn't sound very good. We have a working relationship with the vacation home rental under the community development box. We have a town of Genoa box. Why not have an advisory board reporting to the town of Genoa on these subjects?
I think what you're looking for there is, and I don't know that it's required by code, just to suggest the two boards have a little bit more collaboration. I think that would be probably an advice of this, certainly me. I can't speak for the other commissioners. I mean, that would have to be a motion. But that would be my observation at this point in time, is better collaboration. And,
In defense, we have an organization set up on the county managers, or rather on the our description of our organization. See, vacation home rental, community development. Now substitute community development for town and substitute advisory board where the VHR is.
Historic district.
Yeah. I mean, number one, we say we want to direct staff to draft an ordinance. Why not do it the way I just said?
we haven't had that motion come before us yet.
All right then. I make a motion that rather than combining the two boards, that the organizational relationship under the town of Genoa would have the the Historic Commission back up. Historical Commission would be equal to the town of Genoa. In other words, one of them is going to report to the other. I think I've got the two districts get confusing here.
Okay. There is while I appreciate your thought process there, there needs to be an understanding here of who reports to who. Okay, and right now, the Genoa Town Advisory Board is an elected body by the residents of Genoa. The Genoa Historic District Commission, 5-member commission, is a commission that's made up by us, We are the appointees, and that commission reports to the Board of Commissioners, not to the Advisory Board of Genoa. All I'm asking or suggesting is that they have a little bit more communication, collaboration. But they don't that board, that commission, Genoa Historic Commission, does not report to the Advisory Board.
Can I ask you, be the best approach? Why wouldn't we want the historic board to report to the town, to the elected body of Genoa?
Please, County Manager.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to kill me. This answer is not a short one. Historic districts are set up by statute to protect special places across the state. And so we, as a board, had the ability to create a historic district. I don't know when, but this is the only one in Douglas County, I can tell you that. And there are, because we created it, this district qualifies for so many special things, including special funding considerations, grants, all sorts of things. But in order to create a historic district, we had to set up a special set of rules that applies to this particular area to ensure that projects that go into this area are consistent with the character and all the things that are historic and make that such a special place. So I am not sure that the recommendation, although a very good idea, without looking at the statute, I don't know if it would meet the expectations of NRS. I can tell you that by combining the two boards, we would be absorbing the Historic Advisory Committee, and the functions that we've established or the criteria that we've created in county code would not go away. The duties would be performed by a combined body or one body instead of this separate body that reports to you. This separate body reports to you because this is part of a planning structure, land use and zoning structure that we have set up to advise you on keeping the character of the historic district whenever planning or development applications come forward in this particular area. It's an added layer of protection for this historic district. So I'm sorry I went on a little bit, but I'm concerned that if we are changing this too much and having them report to an advisory board, it undermines this whole planning protection, the whole reason why this exists. And legal counsel, feel free to jump in.
Question.
I'd like to jump in.
Question on rebuttal. Somebody mentioned a pink house, and I'm going to have to repaint it because the historic district doesn't like it. And somebody said, well, okay, all right, let's say we don't like what somebody did in terms of the historic district. And they say, go to county enforcement, code enforcement. What code?
So there's a particular section of Title 20 that speaks to historic districts. I think it's 20.680.
80.
80, huh? I can't believe I remember that number off the top of my head. But anyway, long story short, the criteria established within that section of county code, as well as the Douglas County Master Plan, it creates the criteria in which we're supposed to evaluate all projects against, and which the Historic District Board is supposed to be evaluating these applications and giving us an advisory opinion on prior to final approval by the Planning Commission or this county commission.
And why do we have all these deviations?
It's that added layer of protection, right? So historic places, we want to ensure that they're utilizing historic paint colors, historic lighting, protecting night sky. There's a number of specific criteria that's limited to historic designations that also achieves the criteria that the federal government has set up to make something qualify for funding as well. I feel like I'm stepping on your toes, Andrea.
Wonderful government organization.
Andrea Pauling, Community Development. For the record, you're not at all. Thank you, Ms. Davidson. It's good to clarify a little bit more. We had this conversation in August, and so I understand that maybe a refresher probably would have been a little bit better here, but the ordinance that was passed in August related to these codes, it was 2.28, which is the administrative code for Genoa, and then it was also 20.680 for the Genoa Historic District overlay that encompassed all things that they can vote on and look at under code. I don't want to go over all of that again for you and waste your time, but it was 2023-1620. That was the ordinance. So today, if you guys were to go and vote on this specific action item, you could ask staff, myself, to go back and create an ordinance that updates the codes of what we've already changed. So that's just for clarification as well. I know another ordinance was being discussed, and that, to be honest, is above my purview. I would definitely go with legal counsel on that one.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can just one last piece of information, because I think it's important. Ms. Vassar, in public comment, stated that she was concerned that you might be considering this without input from the historic district. And I need to let you know that when the Genoa Town Board took the action they did to advise you to consider this matter, Ms. Pauling did bring it to my attention and ask, is it appropriate for us to bring this forward now? And I said, yes, we have an elected board who has advised us to have this conversation. It does not mean that I guess what I'm saying is the county commission also has the ability to go back to this advisory board, the historic district advisory board, and ask them for an opinion on this matter. But without prompting us to do that, we didn't think it was appropriate to take that to them.
I've been
Commissioner
waiting.
Hales, you've been patient.
Thank you. I think there has been not a full understanding on different persons' understanding, not a full picture, because Mr. Pasley, when you talked to us, you said you referred to violations of the historic code, and then we got clarity from Mr. Hames that violations are not covered by the historic board, but they are covered by code enforcement. And so I'm wondering if the action that was taken by the advisory board was maybe the result of not a full understanding of what the historic board does. So that, coupled with the request by multiple people, including Ms. Vassar, that we take more time on this, makes me, I'm convinced that we are not ready to take action today, other than to perhaps request that the historic board, the historic district commission, thank you, the historic commission discuss this, maybe even at a joint meeting with the advisory board, and talk about what might there be some better way to handle this. And I like that idea, especially because I think these decisions are best made in the location of the people who are living there. So that is not to say I would never consider taking action on this, but I think it's premature right now, and I would invite further discussion and further work on this at the local level between the two entities.
Ditto.
Okay, so pending no motion by this board, we can dispense with this item, right? No action taken. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Page.
I concur.
Okay. We've already had public comment. Yeah, we already had public comment, so we're... Okay, so we have taken no action on item 6. And I think the members that are here of the public involved in this have gotten some feeling from our board on what we would suggest the various members of that community do together, right? So, thank you. Okay, and we're going to take a 6-minute break to 3:40, and then we'll come back for item number 7.
As if my I have the most
Okay, we're back in session. All 5 commissioners are available. So we will go into item number 7 for possible action. So this will allow public comment and discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1625, adopting Plan Development PD Tentative Subdivision Map, TSM, application DP 22-0207, requesting to establish a PD overlay zone for an 80-acre single-family residential subdivision site, and B, to subdivide 80 acres into 80 single-family residential lots, the smallest being 21,780 square feet, with 5 common open space parcels. The subject property is located on the west side of Vicky Lane, north of North Santa Barbara Drive in the SFR 1 zoning district within the Johnson Lane Community Plan. The property owner is Bentley Family Limited Partnership, represented by Keith Rubin of R.O. Anderson Engineering. This is the second reading. The APN number is 1420-00-002-014 and is being presented by Senior Planner. Am I giving you a promotion? No, a demotion. Wow. Okay. I'll skip the titles and just say Kate Marolas O'Neill. Okay. How about that? I'll skip the title. You want to pass me a business card? Maybe I can read it later.
It's okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. Kate Marolas O'Neill, Planning Manager, Community Development for Douglas County. I do want to take this opportunity just to wish all of you and everyone in attendance here a very safe and wonderful holiday season. It's getting slick out there, so I hope all you and your loved ones stay safe for the season and beyond, obviously. Okay, so now on to my mistake. If you turn to your packet on page 882, I just failed to put in the numbers to reference for the added conditions that the Planning Commission had recommended for you. So I just want to go over those real quick to tell you what page number those are on. So the first one, the A9, is on page 898. The B8 is on page 899. And B12 is on page 900. And then B17 is 901. So, okay, so I'm going to introduce Keith Rubin from R.O. Anderson Engineering. He is representing the owner of the property, Bentley, and Family Limited Partnership, and staff is recommending approval of ordinance 2023-1625. I'm going to have Keith come up and do his presentation. Keith? Where is he?
Good afternoon. For the record, Keith Rubin. I am the planning manager for R.O. Anderson Engineering. I have with me in the audience in attendance Rob Anderson, our president and professional engineer, and I also have with me. Oh.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
I have with me Larry Vincent, who's a representative of the Bentley Family Limited Partnership and associated companies. Technical difficulties. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so the background on the project site, it's an 80-acre site located on the west side Vicky Lane, north of North Santa Barbara Drive, and also I think the first access point to the project off of Vicky Lane is directly adjacent to Santa Cruz Drive. It's located in the Johnson Lane planning area in the master plan, community plan. Today's request is for approval of a new tentative map and plan development, which contains 80 parcels with a minimum parcel size of 1/2 acre. The subdivision is proposed to be developed in 4 phases over the next 10 years. So we look at a few of the key elements: master plan consistency. The site has a master planned land use of single-family estates and has a zoning of single-family residential 1 acre minimum parcel size. That SFR1 zoning is consistent with the SFE land use designation in the master plan. Lot design and layout. And maybe I should just stop there just to also explain this concept of this project is relying on the element of what's called a planned unit development in state law, or in county code it's called a plan development. How that's implemented is there's which you read in the record, a zoning overlay district, and that's how you establish lots smaller than the SFR1 zoning that it currently has, and has findings that are related to that and why a board like this would approve zoning smaller than 1 acre. And there's several constraints on this property consistent with the code, which is why we're requesting it. One has to do with providing the amount of open space. It has to have a minimum of 25%, which we're meeting. The constraints include things like wetlands, floodplains, things like that. We don't have floodplain per se on this site. What we have are 2 elements. There's and we did undertake a wetland analysis. At the time we did it, there was an identified wetland. We are able to mitigate the impacts and get a permit from the Corps of Engineers through what's called a nationwide permit. However, since we conducted that study, there was a Supreme Court decision that changed the game on wetlands. So we'll have to go back, and there's a condition of approval to revisit that with the consultant who prepared the study and see if we still need to go through the nationwide permit process. Having said that, we haven't undertaken any changes to the plan. So worst case scenario, if we have to mitigate for wetlands, the site already was designed to accomplish that. So I think we meet that finding. There's also a hot spring that goes through the site. It actually originates across the street, goes underneath Vicky Lane, and there's a ravine, better lack of a term for it, it goes through the site. So we're preserving that as an HOA amenity. We're proposing an outlook near there so you could enjoy the look of the stream and the hot springs. And then to the west part of the site, there's a significantly larger area, or maybe same size, but that's for, there's a couple constraints. There's a earthquake fault that goes through there, and there's also an identified area where we did a dam breach analysis for the DCSID, the East Valley District utility ponds. We had to conduct that analysis as part of the review of the project, because when the county when they built those ponds, they did not do a dam breach analysis, did not study the impact on our property, my client's property, resulting if there was a dam breach from those ponds. So we did the study, and one of the reasons we're clustering it is to accommodate that area, so in the event of a breach, there would be area available for the effluent to flow out and to mitigate that. So these are just reasons behind and rationale for doing a plan development. So this is a layout. I was hoping that pointer would work for me, and it's really kind of sketchy. Oh, there we go. Okay. So that dam breach is that's this area in here. So we have some detention ponds from the runoff from the streets, and also it's overlaid with the dam breach study that we undertook in this area as well. Over here is the hot springs as it flows underneath Vicky, originating on this site. And okay, I'll respond to that. I usually don't do that.
Excuse me, but the public needs to understand we're in a presentation, okay? And so please restrain your comments until we have public comment.
No, that's
Thank you.
That's fine, no problem. So the sewage treatment plant ponds. Again, it's really hard to read with this, but it's right in this area right here. Yep, you bet. So we have 2 accesses proposed that connect to Vicky. As part of the development plan, we're proposing to have basically repaving our frontage on Vicky, and we're also connecting the sidewalks from.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite, did you say repaving the
Paving.
frontage?
I'm sorry.
Did you say repaving or paving, Vicky?
Well, actually, probably both, paving and repaving for portions of Vicky. Let's start all the way back to the intersection at North Santa Barbara and continue north to our furthest northern property boundary. We're proposing, and it's again hard to point here with this, but at that first entrance, there's an area we've set aside for access for the cluster boxes. The county's requested that we relocate the ones that are on the east side of the road further north at this location, and we're gonna have a turnout there so people could safely get out of the traveled way, access their mail, not just our residents, but the residents that are using the one that's out of the dirt portion of Vicky. That's pretty much the details of the site plan. Again, these are half-acre lots. The average lot size of the properties that are developed adjacent to us are approximately 12,000 square feet. So these are about twice as big as the ones that are adjacent to Saratoga Springs. This just shows a development plan, a typical layout. We included a detailed plan for fencing. We're trying to encourage open work fencing where they back up to the hot springs area so they could keep visibility to that amenity.
Did you say encouraging?
Encourage visibility to it, not access. But it's open work, so you could see, I don't know if you've been out there in the winter, it's kind of striking because of the differential in temperatures. You'll see a big plume of steam that come up from when it's flowing. There's also a lot of vegetation, habitat in that area as well.
It's okay to ask questions as we go?
I think it's appropriate to do so
Okay.
as we're going through this, rather than have to try to go back.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So help me understand that. You're encouraging, does that mean you're encouraging each individual lot owner that borders the hot spring area to have an open
Work fence.
Open what fence?
I call it an open work fence. It's that
Open work.
top image. You'll see that. That's basically an open wrought iron type looking fence of steel, but it's wrought iron.
I'm just not hearing the word open.
Yeah, with open work, it means you can see through
Open
it.
work.
It's not closed off. It's not opaque.
Is that something you could require?
It is required. We required it in the
Oh,
plan.
so you're not encouraging them, you're
No,
requiring them?
it's part of the PD we're proposing.
Okay.
Yes. Also, as part of that area, we're proposing this construction of this facility, which is basically an access for an overlook of the historic stream that flows through there, and we're hoping to have some signage that will just kind of describe the history of that area. It's actually very interesting, and about the hot springs and its connection to the native peoples that were in this area. The phasing plan, we're proposing 4 phases. So with phase 1, we would develop the first, I think it's 20 lots. And we're also providing the dedication to the HOA for that open space that surrounds the hot springs area. And then phases 2 and 3. 3 is where 2 brings in the loop back to Vicky, and then 3 brings in the lots in the pond associated at the back west part of the site. And the last phase is phase 4.
Can I ask a question? Not necessarily on that slide, but I'm a little confused about 1 ingress, egress, or 2. It looks like the plan has 2.
Let me back up.
To Vicky? Yeah.
There's 2.
There's 2.
There's 2.
After phase 2, there's 2.
I won't go back. This only works in one direction. At least this clicker won't bring it back.
And the reason I ask is I did get a lot of public comment,
Yes.
letters saying there's not enough ingress, egress, so I want to understand what's planned.
There's 2 points of access that come with Phase 2, as someone pointed out, to Vicky Lane, which is planned as a minor collector in the county's transportation plan.
So within phase 1, you only have one ingress egress.
Correct. There's only one ingress in Phase 1, which is one reason why it's limited to no more than 20 units, consistent with the code. There you go. Yeah, so there's a limit, which is pretty typical with phase projects. So if your first 20 units basically operate off of one access, and then when you go beyond that, you have to have your secondary access built out to a county road. Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Okay. Can I go forward from here? Okay. And this is just showing the open space areas. It's a minimum of 25%. I think we slightly exceed that with this plan. Roads and traffic, we undertook a traffic study for the 80 homes. There were some recommendations regarding stop sign control at the intersections that access Vicky Lane. The staff has added a condition regarding an analysis for level of service at Stephanie and US 395, and is requesting a pro rata share contribution towards those improvements. So we understand that condition's been placed.
Okay, I'm going to be the thorn in your side.
I see that. No problem.
I am not a fan of acronyms.
LOS is level service.
Level of service.
Yes, level of service standards. So the way traffic engineering works is they grade intersections by A, B, C, D, E, F. And the county has an adopted level of service C. This is actually an NDOT intersection, and I've debated this with the county engineer, but I'm not going to debate it today. But it's actually, they have a level of service D. So I think the idea is to have it, because there's a county road that comes into the intersection, that we look at that traffic movement and make sure it operates at a C. But I'll let Jeremy describe what he's after. This shows the road facilities that we're planning on building as part of this project. One shows the minor collector section for Vicky Lane, which is a rural minor collector road section. And for the project, interior to the project, the roadways, it shows basically curb, gutter, sidewalk, which is pretty typical for county standards. If these were 1 acre lots, your section would look quite a bit different. These would be narrower paved sections with roadside ditches, no sidewalks. So we are proposing to have this standard in place for our development. I see a question. Ms. Hales, do you have a question? No, okay.
Yeah, kind of. Don't we have a complete streets policy, and would that not apply here since we're doing something to Vicky anyway?
I'd have to defer that to your staff. I don't know the answer to that.
Jeremy Hutchings, County Engineer for the record. Can you repeat complete streets policy? I'm not sure I understand that question.
Like if you build a street, you should also build sidewalk, pedestrian, bike path, or...
Yeah, there's a rural and urban standard. You have to be in an urban service area to do sidewalk, curb, gutter, and all that. If they're in a rural area, they're actually proposing beyond the standard at this point.
That's correct.
For Vicky Lane, and they're extending it to the northern end of the boundary. Does that answer your question?
And looking at the map here, does Vicky Lane going north empty off onto any other street? Or does it continue up north?
The county's master plan has Vicky Lane connecting to Carson City.
Well,
Does it? Are you asking me, does it today?
Is that what you got going right now? No.
No.
Okay,
no,
so I'm looking at the map of the development, and there's a lot of houses in there, and there's only 2 exits, and they both go to Vicky, and the only way they can go is south. I think that's what she was referring to.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough if you have a mass evacuation.
Okay. Trying to understand the issue. But I'll finish my presentation. Perhaps we could discuss that.
Well, yeah. Well, the funnel goes into Vicky. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It currently does. It doesn't Everything
think-
goes to Vicky and out to
This is
Santa Barbara
something
and
you need to
Stephanie.
take some time and address because we've received a lot of comments about the ingress and egress and the timing of it. And that's a real issue. So I
Okay.
want you to skip over that.
Okay, I don't mean to skip over it.
I agree.
So, county, and I'm just going to basically parrot my understanding of county code. If you have more than 20 units, you have to have access, two means of access. But it doesn't go into the detail, let's say the fire code does, about how that access is supposed to work, if it's for what type of vehicles, and if it has to actually be two ways in and out. All it says is there's two means of access. That is compared to a cul-de-sac street, which is where all this started, was for cul-de-sac streets. So the question is this a cul-de-sac street? It is not, because it's a loop road to a county road, a county collector road. So it's not a cul-de-sac street. So I'm being, maybe, I don't mean to be so legalistic, but that is how it's implied in your ordinance. And it's how other projects have been approved, honestly, in the past 5 years, 10 years. So
Your first phase has more than 20 homes, right?
That's correct, 20 homes.
But you only have one ingress and egress.
Which is for a cul-de-sac street is legal.
But you just said you weren't a cul-de-sac street.
We're not. Because there's only one way in and out for those 20 homes. Again, that's legal. When you have more than 20, you need to have a looped road, which is what happens with phase 2. No. No more than 20 in phase 1. Were you all good? Okay. So that's how that works. Now, the fire code, as you all know, is worded differently and reads differently. So in the fire code, there is an exemption if for projects that don't have two ways literally in and out, and that exemption requires that the homes be sprinklered. We are in agreement with that, and if that is to be a condition of approval, my client's acceptable to that requirement that these homes be sprinklered, consistent with the fire code.
So what you're suggesting there is a workaround in my mind, a workaround. In other words, rather than provide the secondary access road, we will have fire sprinklers in these homes. And the problem with that thought process is that fire sprinklers protect and give adequate time for the residents of a individual property to get out of their homes in an adequate amount of time so that lives are not threatened. However, fire sprinklers have nothing to do with external fires that threaten the area. And the roads provide that access. And so there's the issue that I have with that. Okay? So.
I'd like to underscore something here.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, so just to clarify that issue, it's if you look at the code, Mr. Chairman, what Keith's talking about is that 20 unit is for cul-de-sac. So the way that's typically been applied is if you've got that secondary access out to a collector street, that collector street that complies with that secondary access. The cul-de-sac rules for something like a long drive on the golf course where you've got maybe 200 homes coming out of one cul-de-sac. That's not really the case here. So the way we've applied that, since it's not well defined in our code, is if it's two accesses out into the secondary or a collector street, which Vicky is, it would comply. If that helps.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Hutchins, but while you're reading code specifically as it's written, we have to take into consideration the spirit of the code as well. And the spirit of the code is not good for our residents in this design. That's my observation.
Yeah, understood. Just trying to add a little more information to you as you deliberate.
Please continue.
I'd like to leave it right there. But, and I think just because we are living to the code is my point, particularly the fire code. The people who are responsible for adopting ordinances to protect people in case of a fire. So I'm not a fireman. I didn't write the fire code, but I know what it says, and that's one of their mandatory exemptions for allowing, under that circumstance, having 2 ways in and out.
Let me underscore what I said. If you look
And
at this
I'll-
map,
It's section D 107.1 under exceptions, where there are more than 30 dwelling units on a single public or private fire apparatus access road, and all dwelling units are equipped throughout with an approved automatic sprinkler system in accordance with section 903.3, .1, .1, .2, or .3, access from 2 directions shall not be required.
Mr. Rubin, I don't think you were here for our meeting about 2 months ago when we reviewed that code. And our design standards say 20, okay? So we asked staff to come back and revise our county code to ensure that it was 20 plus needed a secondary access road, regardless of what the fire code says.
So you've
We
gone
want to,
beyond-
and we want to adhere to our building standards of our county.
Okay, understood.
and each of those standards has got the
understand.
people who we work for in mind,
Okay.
the people of Douglas County.
I'm going to tell you that we've been working on this project for over 2 years, and this project was submitted long before your changes were adopted. So if you're going to implement them today, you can, I mean, I can't stop you. You can make whatever decision you want, Mr. Gardner, but that's the history.
I don't care, honestly, Mr. Rubin, I don't care if you've been working on this for 20 years.
That's fine.
That's irrelevant to this board. What we're having before us, we have to decide today,
I understand.
okay? Please.
I'm not trying to be combative, I'm just trying to.
I feel you're being disingenuous to us, honestly. Okay,
Just a quick and easy question here.
we'll go on with the presentation.
Will there be fire hydrants?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
fire hydrants throughout.
And as I understand it, fire hydrants within 1,000 feet don't require any fire sprinklers.
Belt and suspenders.
Okay, proceed, please.
This shows us storm flow routing to the detention ponds located to the west. And we're served by, I skipped over it again. I'll just tell you, we're proposing, to your question, there's water, there's sewer, there's storm drain. Basically, all the urban services that all the other projects that are adjacent enjoy. Now, to the east of us, those homes and facilities do not have sewer. So we'll be extending sewer along our frontage on Bickey. So those future connections would be available to those homes located to the east in the future. So all the sewer and water gets extended to our north, at least to the north access point.
Just one point is I think some people are having trouble hearing.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I can get closer.
Thanks. Thank you.
So the sewer and water will be extended to the north, to at least our northern access point, is my recollection. And so that will be available for future connections to those homes that are currently on septic systems located on the east side of Bickey Lane and along Santa Barbara. That concludes my presentation. If you have any other questions, I'll be available.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Hales? Tarkanian? No, Sad? No? Okay. With that, are we ready to go to public comment then, Ms. Morales? Morales? O'Neill? Okay. Okay, so I would remind the public, number one, please silence your devices. Number two, print your name for the record, and then state your name, and your time will begin 3 minutes. And if you're If you sense that your comments have already been made, you're certainly welcome to add the word ditto or I concur. Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson, ditto to Commissioner Gardner. I liked your attack to it. This is the biggest bunch of BS I've ever heard. Your planning commission should be dismissed. They say no to anything. I'd be surprised. This area I'm tongue-tied because I'm so angry about it. The county is going to get stuck again because this area is either going to burn or flood, one of the two down there. You also have the smell from the sewage treatment plant. At the airport commission that I sat in on one time, this subject was brought up on this development. The representative from the planning commission was very disrespectful to that commission. They brought up the point that it's also right in the flight plan for the airport, primarily the jets, because they fly lower for a longer period of time right over this area. You're going to get complaints from the people that come in here. They didn't think at the time, the planning commission didn't think that it was important to let the people know about the airport and the planes. Now, the smell from the other place, yes. You think you're going to get the people to buy that last development that's right there next to the sewage ponds? I doubt it. And everything. You have one access to that place, Vicky Lane. Okay, you've got 80 homes going in there. Let's say there's 2 cars per home. That's an additional 180 cars coming down Vicky Lane to 2 other roads. You got Stephanie and Johnson Lane. And guess what's happening to Johnson Lane? 170 trucks a day coming down there from the Painted Rock mine that's going to go in. We already know that. Nobody's going to stop it and everything. So now you've got all that traffic going down there. I found it interesting that they were talking about this being an access road. Well, that's the excuse we've heard about Johnson Lane. It's an access road or a collector road, so we can't do anything about it. Well, they'll be long gone by the time the problems come up and everything. I think this is a scam that we're going to get taken to the cleaners on. And I think you're nailing it as far as access points and their workarounds as far as fire prevention and all this kind of stuff. Everything I heard was we're going to do the minimum we possibly can to get away with this. Don't let them do it. Please, don't let them do it. Thank you.
Darrell Klein. This presentation started with the word mistake. That's exactly what this is, a big mistake. That area out there has got, one other word is gonna, liability. We had a flood in 2014. The county had to pay over $800,000. Their recommendations were to build roads for better access in that area. This project has no roads for better access. I'm not against the building out there, but the access needs to be there. There is no access in this area. Everybody will be exiting that place. If there's a fire, a flood, all that area will go to one area, Vicky. And that's all the residents will be going there. Nobody will get out. The last time the 9/11 went out for hours, days, I think it was 4 days it went out. People couldn't access that. And now we're going to put in this development with the minimum requirements. And that is just absurd. So I implore you, or I just ask you guys to vote no on this. As a resident there, like I say, I don't mind the building, but we need the access, and we don't have it with this plan. Thank you.
Hi. I have issues with this. Oh, Chris MacArthur. My main concern is your tax liability as personal people on a commission, because my information is that you could be liable besides the commission if this develops flaws, and it is highly flawed. You have here in the room Mr. Dick Edwards. He is a construction defect expert. Now, he is not a sponsor or paid by Bentley or Anderson, and he will tell you there are many flaws, many flaws. The entrance, the egress, the storage, the runoff and water. But the main thing is this is presented falsely. He's saying that there are large lots. The only near half-acre lots are in Area 4. Area 4, which will be developed last. And Area 4 has 19 potential residents that will impact 25% of the cost of this development, and which are less than 250 feet from a sewage plant. So let me ask you, if you have a wife or the lady here wishes to buy a new house, and you go to your wife and says, I found the perfect location, they're going to give me a super deal, 15% above cost, and she says, oh, show me the pictures. And then she says, what's this building? And you say, well, it's a sewage plant. Come on, people. No one will buy a home by a sewage plant. That is just not feasible. So you have an option. Delay your vote. Hire Mr. Edwards to show you the opposite plans, what can be developed, what's not available, and certainly what are the codes, because he can give you the codes that are important in this development. Now, the people from Bentley won't, and Anderson won't tell you that, but you should listen to him. Thank you.
Quite an introduction. Now I'm up. I'm Dick Edwards. I'm a stakeholder. I live about 1,000 yards south of the site on Hot Springs Road. Keep that one in mind. One of the things that concerns me, let me back up on this just for a rapid thing. I work directly for developers, trying to protect them from themselves because they start to believe their own rhetoric after a while. And the issue that I have with this one that I primarily want to address to you today is what I sent you in the U.S. mail. Can I enter this into the record? This is the correspondence that went to all of you. Okay, well, thank you. The thing I want to address to you is a code requirement. It's a submittal requirement, and it is a geotechnical report. That investigation characterizes the soil and the subsurface water. Now, let's look at that for just a minute. Like I said before, I live on Hot Springs Road. There are lots of instances there of flooded crawl spaces, and that is upslope from this development. Upslope to the north is the Incline Village sewage disposal property. And the Bureau of Reclamation just finished up filling sinkholes. There's a lot of underground water. Why is that important? In order to gravity feed the sewage system, you're going to have to trench downhill, okay? You're doing that in an environment where subsurface water is well known. Well, guess what? Your trenches are going to fill with water. Very likely, highly likely. In my experience doing this for 25 years, you could almost take it to the bank. The problem with this development is that it has not characterized the subsurface or the perennial creek water. If they are toxic and or corrosive, what are you going to do with all of this wastewater? Are you going to pipe it down the perennial creek and pollute the wetlands that's just over the fence? I think not. Anyway, one other point that I would like to make is that there are two aspects of this plan that aren't fully developed. There's no plan to pump the sewage. Where are you going to do that? Where is the sewage line going to be located? You can't take it north of the Douglas County's containment basin. That means you go east of the containment basin, turn and go west to pick up the main trunk line. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Karen Klein, and my first comment, this is the first time we ever heard about the sprinklers. Sprinklers protect the property, they help the people get out of the house, but they don't help them get out of the development. And there's no second access to this development on a separate street. It's a dead-end road, Vicky. Because the Planning Commission found this minimally meets the requirements of the county, I would respectfully request that commissioners add a couple conditions to this development if they feel they have no other choice but to approve it. One, require infrastructure, a large amount of infrastructure security funds be required before the infrastructure is commenced. That way, if I'm right and the development fails, at least there may be some funds to return the failed development back to somewhat of its original state. The two developments directly adjacent to this proposed development are Saratoga Springs, 500 plus homes, and North Fork Trail, 40 homes. Someone, the county, the engineer, or the developer, had the infinite wisdom to provide for two separate exits to two separate streets from each of these developments when being built. Saratoga Springs has Vicky and Stephanie. North Fork Trail has Stephanie and Hayborn. I heard at the last meeting that the Board of Commissioners is concerned with liability from the owner of this proposed development property suing them. But a much greater liability looms from an emergency, a wildfire, a flood, think 2014, that results in many residents of Saratoga Springs, 500 homes, all the homes on the east side of Vicky, which are not developments, and this new development, all the 80 homes, having to exit on Vicky in one direction while emergency vehicles are trying to access the area. All on the same two-lane dead-end street, Vicky. I suggest the board require the plans include a second exit on a separate street. California learned this well in its wildfires, what happens when there's only one way in and out. And I'm told Nevada local governments don't have the same immunity that California does. As a taxpayer, that seems prudent to me to protect the county from future liability and waste of taxpayer money. The property owner knew about these numerous constraints, R.O. Anderson's words, and we heard him again today, constraints of this property when he bought it. If these constraints from being prevent it from being safely developed, which they clearly do, then I urge a no vote on this development.
Hi, my name's Terry Keck, and I'm a resident of Saratoga Springs. I just wanted to talk to them about the fire preventions and the fire exits. We all know that there's one exit, and that's Vicky Lane. We all know if there's fire equipment coming into that area, if there's a fire, there's got to be nowhere for those people to go. They can't go north, and if they do go north, what if the fire jumps the road? They're going to sit in their cars and burn up? This happened in California. We know that. Why would we put ourselves in that danger again just because they want to build this property? If they had two exits, not just one exit, but two exits, at least people would have a fighting chance of getting out. I had 5 family members go through the exact same thing in Sonoma County. And I'll be honest with you, it was a very scary situation to get a call in the middle of the night to, you've got 15 minutes to exit your home. And they had fire equipment coming up the road, but nobody could go down the road. So I would think that we would have enough common sense to put that aside and say, hey, we have to have another exit. We've got to somehow, some way, we can't go north to nothing, to a dead end. We can only go south, and the fire equipment and the emergency equipment has to get in there some way, and they're going to block the roads. And the second thing would be the water that we were going to put into the sprinklers into inside the homes. We've already went to the Water Commission, and I can guarantee you our water volume and pressure drops dramatically in the summertime when the sprinklers are going, and you put 80 homes more with indoor sprinklers. What's going to happen to that, the volume and the pressure of the water? Is it going to last? No, I don't think it will. Because we always get the same thing every year to cut back on the water consumption, but yet we're going to build more homes and have more water with sprinklers in the houses, and then pumping the sewer up out of each home. do these customers know that they're going to have pumps? Do they know that they're going to have some generators in case electricity goes out? I don't think so. I really don't. And where are they going to pump the waste? Is it going to go under the hot springs? Is it going to go over the hot springs? I just think that this whole thing is a development that shouldn't be happening. Thank you.
James McKellop for the record. Secondary access and developments is kind of a pet peeve of mine. I'm always very concerned about that. I think sometimes we think that there's only one reason you would ever have to evacuate, and that might be a fire. There are other reasons why you have to evacuate. I think saying that Vicky Lane having an access to a collector road, 2 accesses to a collector road, but a collector road that's a dead end isn't really a collector road. So it's like 2 accesses to the same long driveway. This is not effective secondary access. In an emergency, again, equipment trying to get in, people trying to get out. It's really the equivalent of not having any secondary access. And that's very concerning to me. And another aspect of this development is a lot of open space there and not much said about maintenance of that open space. We've seen other situations where there was supposed to be an HOA or somebody was supposed to maintain it, and that either doesn't last or never gets done. Thank you.
Kelly Keck. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of everything, but back in 2014 when the floods happened and it cost the taxpayers over $800,000 for the damages just in one area alone, Vicky Road had boulders come down and sand come down, and that place was blocked for 2 weeks. I don't know how people would get in or out if they lived there. The snow melt earlier this year caused flooding and evacuations as close as 3/4 of a mile from this proposed build in North Fork Trails. The proposed build has a minimum requirement for exits, again, one way in, one way out. Have we not learned anything from the deadliest fire in California in 100 years? When fire struck the town of Paradise, they truly had one way in, one way out. The Pine Nut Mountains across from the development, ATVs are out there, side-by-sides, off-road vehicles, and apparently they had an impact on the huge flooding off of Johnson Lane in the same year. Wondering where the water is coming from, how much water is going to be wasted keeping the dust down for the next 10 years. Public access to the hot springs is a liability for Douglas County and the taxpayers. Let's see. And if the decision you make today is to go forward with this development, it will impact the lives of those who end up living in that development. And any liability will be on the board of the county commissioners and the taxpayers of Douglas County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Bennett. I have questions which I have been told that you may or may not answer, but I would like to know if any of you have been out to the development property and looked at it yourselves. If you haven't, I don't feel that as commissioners that represent me, a voter in Douglas County, have done your due diligence, because this is a great liability to this county. I am not against development. I worked in real estate. I know about builders and developers. I know about commissioners. I understand all of that, and I'm not against growth. This is a liability. It will be a liability to this county, whether that development goes, if that development goes in, and there is any danger to any people in that community via the hot springs and the open fences that they're going to have around them to protect children and people, or flooding of any kind, the County of Douglas will have lawsuits abundant, whether it be from Mr. Bentley or from the people that live in the community. I will guarantee it will happen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Johnson, and I live directly across from where these exits are going to be coming out. And I'm very concerned about all the construction trucks, all the noise, the traffic, blocking our driveways so we can't get out. They talk about the fire protection for the houses, but they don't consider any of the houses that are already there having to get out the same street, you know, and I just think that they should have a secondary outlet that comes out not on Vicky, but on a different street. And that's basically my comment. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gail Farbach. I am going to reiterate, or I agree with most of the things that have already been mentioned. To me, this is a common sense and safety issue. I believe it's right there in front of us. Historically, we've seen what has happened in California with these fires. Those communities, and they were built many years ago before the population grew. And they probably didn't know better. And then you had a larger population with all these people trying to get out on the same road. We now have a larger population. It's growing all the time. To even consider that we could have, that this will be developed behind an entire community that already exists on both sides of Vicky Lane. Everyone is going to be going out the same street. And I heard the developer discussing, this big discussion about there will be two, roads for egress. That doesn't make a difference. There could be 5 roads of egress. They're all being funneled into the same street. And everyone that already lives there will be in danger and affected. Also, what I hear from the developer is more concern for the people that will be buying these properties. I don't hear any concern for the people that live there. There has to be, before this is even considered, there must be another road going in and out of this development over, I would say, on the Hayborn side. So all those people, half those people could leave that way, or most of them, because everyone's going to end up on the same street trying to get out. And I also heard now we have an earthquake fault there. We're worried about fire, earthquakes added in, and flooding. So, I mean, it's a major concern. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi. My name's James Bennett, and I live in Saratoga Springs also. I moved here about 4 years ago from Sacramento, California. And, California is known as the earthquake state. I lived in Sacramento all my life, 60 years, and I never felt one earthquake that scared me. 3 or 4 months after I moved here to Nevada, to Saratoga Springs, I'm standing in my living room, and all of a sudden the whole house started shaking. It caught me by surprise. I didn't realize what it was, and then we just had an earthquake. Now, we are very close to an earthquake fault in this area here, and that would be a very big concern for me with this project. Again, with the roads that are inadequate for ingress and egress, I don't see how it can be a good idea, really, honestly. And I would urge you to vote no on it. Thank you very much.
Oh, you took it. That's okay.
Hello. My name is Joyce Edwards, and I too live in Saratoga Springs for the last 4 years. Our house backs up onto Vicky, and the traffic there is pretty
Excuse me, if you could
ferocious.
speak into the microphone and
You got
address your comments to
Vicky
us.
Street is one thing, but then you got the RVs that have a dirt road right next to it, and then there's our fence. Well, there are no ditches, there are no sidewalks, You got horses going up and down the streets. You got bicycles, motorcycles. What's going to happen with all this natural traffic that we have when you put construction trucks up there? Over 100 vehicles with this new development, probably on a daily basis. Vicky's not ready for that, nor are the people who live around there. It's a scenic area. It's a beautiful valley. We don't want it to be a city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, since no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. I'm going to make some comments at this time. Huh? You're offering public comment, Mr. Anderson?
If you won't allow me to respond to the comments, then yes, I would like to offer public comment, Mr. Chairman. As a representative of the applicant, I think there's been some comments that deserve further explanation, if you would allow me.
Okay.
Can I proceed then? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I proceed? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes. What? Understand that. And I always have a problem with this because, we gave time for the applicant to offer their presentation, and now we also allow them additional time to offer their presentation. So I'm just saying that's a problem for me as a commissioner, okay? If we have to do it, and arrest makes us do it, then I guess we'll do it, if I don't have any choice.
Mr. Chairman, would this be called rebuttal then?
I suppose, but that would have been under the comments by the public of favor.
Okay, so then
So,
are we timing this?
I don't like this normal process, okay? That's just me, okay? So just so you understand that going into it.
Mr. Gardner, I understand the frustration that it sometimes causes, but it is in fact administrative practice and has been used for decades in this community. And for the record, thank you, sir. My name is Robert Anderson. I'm a principal engineer, actually, at Anderson Engineering. I am a representative of Bentley Enterprises in this application. I'm a registered professional engineer in 4 states and also a certified floodplain manager, and I too have testified as an expert in numerous cases, but in particular crawl space drainage cases. My experience is over 40 years at this point. I recognize I don't quite look that old, but I am in fact 40 years been at this. So, and frankly, 40 years here in Douglas County. So I think I have earned the expertise that I've been granted and afforded by various judicial venues. There are a couple of things I would like to point out. Mr. Chairman, you were correct in your assessment that Mr. Rubin was not here and not present during that hearing and discussion about the 20 homes, 20 single-family residences or units on a single access road. I was here though, and it's my recollection that in fact was discussed, and I do recall Mr. Noasat's direction specifically, as well as yours, Mr. Gardner, directing staff to bring back an ordinance. I'm not aware though that ordinance has come forward and been adopted. And please excuse me if it has, I apologize, but I do not believe a new ordinance replacing the existing ordinance has come forward yet.
You're correct, that has not come forward yet.
Okay, thank you. With that, my understanding of the code, actually the design manual that says that it shall not be more than 20 single-family residents or units as long as access is, without providing secondary access. The code also says, though, or also adopts the section of the fire code which Mr. Rubin referred to, which does in fact allow up to 30 units with one access, and in fact, if more than 30 units are requested, they can be allowed based on that exemption that he read into the record at that particular time, or can be allowed if they are sprinklered. So there is a way, and it's not, in all due respect, Mr. Chairman, it's not parsing words and it's not parsing code sections, it's just trying to follow the code. We have an applicant who's owned the property for some time, They are trying to follow the code. That is what we are charged to do as professionals, and I think they have done a good job of doing that, following the code.
Can I ask for clarification?
Sure, please.
Because I understand exactly where you're going with
Thank
this.
you.
But it also seems like the board has a concern for the safety of the people that would buy their homes there, even if it doesn't quite follow even if the code doesn't require
Sure.
it. It may give the discretion. I want to ask the legal counsel, is this board required to follow the language of the code, or can it be more strict based upon concerns that it has for the health and safety of its residents?
Before you answer that, sir, are we talking about the fire code, the international fire code, and international whatever else, exclusive of Douglas County Code?
So as I understand it, when we had this discussion a couple months ago, is that while the International Fire Code allows up to 30, our design standards have the ability to over-trump that fire code. But it's unclear in our code, and so that's what we passed a motion to do, is to bring back to us a code that would better define that process.
Yeah, but you guys are focusing on the fire code. I'm focusing
And I know what you're
on the 20.
focusing on, and so I understand your question, and your question's still relevant to Mr. Ritchie, yes, so.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The question of whether the board can impose stricter requirements than what is in the code. By code, I believe you mean the Douglas County Code, which is an ordinance, which is law. No, you cannot impose stricter requirements than what the law requires. For instance, if one says, we don't want somebody to speed and the speed limit's 55, you can't cite somebody for going 56 or 57. You cite someone for exceeding I'm sorry, 54. I'm sorry, I got it the wrong way. but
I'll take your
you get
word
what I
on
mean.
it. I'll take your advice on it, but that wasn't a really good example. I mean, we're saying, from what I see this board talking about and from what I'm hearing from the presenters, is that the code requires one road only for 20 or less homes. And they have that. But this board has a concern, and so do many of the residents, that that's not going to be sufficient if a natural disaster comes in that area, which is not so unlikely considering what's happened with the weather lately. So my question was just basically, if we have more concerns because of a certain area that it might be more risky for people to live there, not have two accesses to get out, can we impose a stricter requirement? My understanding is you're saying we cannot legally do that.
That's correct. Doug Ritchie again. No, you cannot. What should happen is, for instance, I'll give you a good example. Up at the lake, there are narrow roads, dead-end roads. In that case, you could change the building requirements for that area because of the additional hazards posed by the lake. But you could not say, well, we should have done this, and so we're going to impose this requirement that's not in the code until such time as the code has been amended.
No, that's fine. Very much so. I very much appreciate Mr. Ritchie's analysis and your question. I think it's a reasonable question, Mr. Tarkanian, and I certainly understand the concerns of the residents. I would just say that we as practitioners are given this boundary to work within, right? And our clients, our landowner clients, they have a certain desire to realize what's the zoning and the master plan that this good board has adopted and implemented over the years. And so those two things come together, and we're charged to find that spot, and I think we have done an admirable job. Mr. Rubin and his staff have done an admirable job finding that place. And we, as professionals, we disdain bringing something to you that doesn't follow your code. Precisely. I mean, we don't get to this point, let me just say it this way, we don't get to this point in an application if we can't meet your code. Staff will turn us around. We believe me, we have many applicants that come to us and say, Mr. Anderson, can you help us do X, Y, and Z? And we'll do a code analysis and say, Sorry, that is not going to be something that's going to get approved by this board.
We've established that this follows the current code, which
does. Thank
we've
you.
asked to have it changed,
Right.
but we're not there yet.
Okay.
So let me just ask you from a ethical or loving this community, you've been here 40 years, why couldn't the developer build an access road out to Hayborn? I mean, is it just the cost?
No, they don't have the right of way.
Okay, well, that's a good reason.
Yeah, they don't have the right of way. Coincidentally, Douglas County owns the property that would allow that to happen. There's also a floodplain issue and some other constraints.
So why can't we condition this with your acceptance that Douglas County would allow you to build an exit road out to Hayborn? If it's ours that we own, we can give you the permission if you guys are willing to build it.
And so there's, you could, I presume, Mr. Tarkanian, make that a condition of approval. Whether or not our client would accept that requirement is something I would have to discuss with him.
Would have
Your mic's off, I'm sorry.
we would have a problem legally wise if we tried to impose it and it was outside the code from what our legal counsel's saying. But again, the Bentleys have been here for a long time. I assume they still
Sure.
own this land. I know they're trying to sell most of it. You've been here a long time. I'm sure you guys love this community. You want to make sure it's safe.
Absolutely.
You think maybe you could find a solution that would satisfy some of the residents?
Yeah, and I understand that. And those types of alternatives are outside the box, Mr. Tarkanian, but not outside the realm of possibility with two cooperative people. Obviously, litigating standards is not something that is, and frankly, in anybody's interest, in my opinion. But neither here nor there. That is a possibility that you, and it is a good suggestion, Mr. Tarkanian, as far as if there's a need for secondary access. The difficulty is who pays for it and under what circumstances. So, right?
I think the developer would pay for it and the
I
county would
understand.
give the land.
Yeah, so I understand. Thank you. So, Mr. Gardner, that was only one part of my response. I want to just deal with your permission, just a couple other things. The use of, there are several comments, obviously, about sewer and water. I would tell you that the use of simplex pump stations or even duplex pump stations to serve single-family homes has been used throughout this country for many, many decades, where the topography doesn't yield itself to gravity sewer. So this is not something new. This is something that is necessary because of the topography and where lines exist. It is something that as a utility, and you are effectively the utility, Douglas County Utilities, it is a reasonable solution to trying to provide gravity sewers and big commercial lift stations that the county would otherwise be obligated to maintain. So it is not an unusual thing, and it is very readily handled. With respect to water and the question that came up specifically about the demands in the system, the applicant has received a will serve letter from Douglas County Utilities indicating that it has the capacity to serve it. The installation of fire sprinklers to serve it would not reduce the pressure. The irrigation of pressure to these residents, the irrigation system and the additional demand upon that could potentially reduce it. However, that is an obligation that the Douglas County Utilities has, is to make those necessary adjustments, and this would be the venue in which they would have made requirements of the developer to offset any deficiencies in their system necessary to serve this project. And I would tell you no such deficiencies were identified by Douglas County Utilities, and therefore there are no conditions that would require other improvements. So those are just a few of the things. I understand.
There's one of them that I wanted you to address. You haven't
Yeah,
yet.
thank you.
I believe he was an expert for this area,
Yes.
and he's talking about the soil being too wet and not and the sinkholes, and that's a concern.
Thank you. Mr. Tarkanian, I appreciate that, that prod, I'll say, very much. So Douglas County, you might find it interesting. I know the landowners, the homeowners did not, but you are likely familiar with the upper end of Vista Grande Boulevard as it exists today near Jacks Valley Road. Up in the sand, up high, no groundwater present. no appreciable groundwater present by anybody that would do it. I don't know if you recognize it, but that in about 2006, I'm going to say there was a class action lawsuit that those homeowners all got together, and one of the chief complaints was water in their crawl space. Dead serious, you can go to the district court and find the records. Water in their crawl space in that soil condition. I testified in that case. I testified in another case in Reno. Again, these are several hundred homes at a time that are in these class action lawsuits. We reviewed those conditions. We reviewed those and prepared expert reports. In one instance on behalf of the plaintiffs, on another instance on behalf of the defendants. Water in the crawl space is not, at least in my experience in Douglas County, is not generally a result of high water table. It's a result of irrigation practices and the way we build foundations. I would tell you, I live right around the corner from Miss Hales, and my wife called me one day at work and said, Rob, we have water in our crawl space. Okay, I'm an engineer. I design things for a living. I try to prevent those types of things. My wife is a prolific irrigator, and that water goes down and it hits the pad that my construction buddies made, and they compact that soil to the heck out of it so that these foundations do not move, right? Well, what happens is it creates, that soil permeability at that pad is many, many times more restrictive than the backfill around where my wife drip irrigates her petunias. And what happens is that water goes down and it hits that, which is about like pouring water on this piece of wood right here, and it goes wherever the least path of resistance is. In my instance, and I would tell you, many instances in Carson Valley, I would guess that probably over 40% of the homes in Carson Valley have had or do have water in their crawl space, and it is probably 90% of the time a result of that, including one in Rocky
That was a
Terrace.
long answer, but didn't get to the specifics of this area. That's what I'd like to hear.
I would tell you that I do not, there is a soils and geotechnical report that was prepared and submitted with this application. And it went through, professional geological engineers went through and did that analysis, and they made recommendations for constructing the foundations. Very similar to virtually any subdivision we do or have done here in Carson Valley. No specific technical requirements relative to crawl space drainage that are not actually imposed or recommended in other subdivisions. No difference. And I would tell you, I do not think that shallow foundation systems will intercept groundwater on this particular site, based on my experience. I do think there's a probability, if they are constructed with conventional foundations, that over time they may in fact have water in their crawl space. And if I was a betting man, which I am not, I would submit to you that that is likely a result of drip irrigation around the foundation, not groundwater or near surface groundwater in the area. Does that help?
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, I appreciate
Thank
your tolerance and allowing me to speak.
Okay.
Mr. Turkett, thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, so the comments I wanted to make. Sure. No, I mean, no. I don't have any questions. Ms. Morales.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Kate Morales O'Neill, Planning Manager, again, Douglas County. I just want to reference one of the comments regarding the Planning Commission and at the vicinity to the airport, because that was addressed. And the Planning Commission did have us add two conditions, specifically B8 and B12, both reference the vicinity to the airport. Specifically, B8 would have to be on the final map, and it would have to say all parcels are subject to an aviation easement and may be subject to noise from the aircraft overhead that are using the Minden Tahoe Airport. And also B12, they would have to submit a copy of a recorded deed restriction at the submittal of the final map. I won't go through, but you can read, again, that's on page 900 of your packet, under Engineering Division B12, and what the deed restriction would read. So I just wanted to say the Planning Commission did address the concerns about being close to the airport and did want those conditions added.
Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Rubin, I appreciate your responsibility to advocate on behalf of your landowners and your attempt to address all code issues. And I trust our community development department, and I don't want my comments to reflect negatively on them. I trust them to ensure that any development that comes before us meets code. And if it doesn't meet code, then they would be suggesting then the applicant would be asking for variances to our code that we would have to approve. So, Ms. Marolis O'Neill understands how much I hope she understands how much I appreciate the difficult task that's involved with planners throughout the state and certainly here in Douglas County. I would be remiss in saying that I do rely heavily on the recommendations of our advisory boards, especially when they vote unanimously. However, they did not vote unanimously in this case. They voted on a 5-2 vote, and the chairman of that commission, Maureen Casey, I believe got this one right in a vote to deny. As I look at all of the surrounding areas of this, I make an observation that a lot of this land around this particular site is zoned FR19. And so I'm surprised that this particular area has the SFR1 zoning. So that kind of surprises me, especially with the issues that I foresee with the property itself. So maybe depending upon where we go with this. I would indicate also, and it's often heard in the public, the 3 keys to real estate: location, location, location. And in my mind, it's a good program, it's a good project, it's just in the wrong location, okay? And so yes, it meets the code, and yes, it meets the zoning, but I have just too many public health and safety concerns to vote to approve this. And so that's kind of where my votes are going to go.
Can you delineate
my public health and safety concerns.
Can you just delineate a couple of those? Because
well,
I'm
once
waving
again,
back and forth. And I just want to
once again, the lack of a secondary access road, I think, is important. We are addressing now. We've had come before this board several times concerns about flooding in areas of our county on personal property, and this has a stream that goes right through it. That potentially could also have some impact. So the adjacency to the North County sewer treatment plant is a concern. The ground issues that have been raised. So those are a number of public safety and health concerns that I have. So that's where I stand on this. You have questions of who? Staff. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess you can ask staff the questions.
Oh, wait, but I'm just wanting you to know I still have questions.
Okay. Commissioner Nosad?
Oh, you yielded, okay. Location, location, location. And looking at this map, one would wonder why you would butt a development right against a non-road area. So we overcome the 2 exits by saying, oh yeah, there's 2 exits. We'll go around here in Vicky Lane. Come on.
Commissioner Hales, you had questions of staff?
Yeah. So one question, we've heard a lot about increased traffic, maybe not tonight, but in the mail that we received. So is there anything in it, I guess maybe it's Mr. Ritchie I need to ask, but when would increased traffic justify denial? or would it ever?
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. It would be a traffic study. I would have to defer to the planning department and to the county engineer on what the traffic counts would be that would impose additional standards.
Right, I guess that's me. So, Jeremy Hutchings, county engineer. So, yeah, it wouldn't. So, the answer is, if the level of service drops below a C and they don't mitigate it to that level, then they won't develop. If they can mitigate it to that level of service, then they're allowed. So the answer is it depends if they can mitigate it or not.
Is there any evidence?
No.
Thank you.
You guys got to finish the answer. Any evidence of what?
Is there any evidence that this proposed development would drop the level of service for purposes of traffic?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, right, there is, but they're conditioned to maintain the level of service as a condition of the development.
Okay.
So that was where I was answering that. That's why I answered no.
If the conditions are met as required, then we don't have any justification based on traffic, increased traffic, to deny. Did I get that accurately?
Correct.
Okay. My next question is, what evidence do we, the one question that we've talked so much about stormwater and had so much in front of us about stormwater, what assurance can you give that stormwater, the cost of managing stormwater is adequately addressed to place the full cost on the developer for this development of stormwater management?
What assurance? So they're required to comply with our design criteria improvement standards to mitigate post-developed flow to pre-developed levels before it exits the site. So that just means that when it rains, a certain amount of water comes off the site in existing conditions, and after the site's developed, they have to retain enough that no more comes off. I think I heard assurance that it gets built. There are requirements to post security for the improvements. So if the improvements are only partially constructed, that the county could come in and finish the improvements. And that was another question from one of the members of the public, which is a valid one, but that is a code requirement for security. So there's that assurance. So say we slip into a recession similar to 2008 and 9 where developers walked. Right now, there's security required to be posted to make sure we can come in and make sure it's safe for public.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not
You
sure
can
I'm
keep
answering
going,
your
but
question. No, I'm done talking, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just to clarify to make sure I understand what you said. There are provisions already built into this that all the infrastructure that is being required, there will be security posted to complete it.
Correct.
Okay.
Financial security means they post some sort of financial instrument. It could be a letter of credit, cash.
Okay.
With a bank, and we hold it. We're the beneficiaries of it.
And I think we've heard tonight that existing code does not require exits to two different roads. Is my understanding accurate?
Yeah. So this is feels like this is a trap. Is what I feel like this.
Not meant to be.
Well, so there is a provision in Title 20 that says you can have a cul-de-sac with 20 homes on it. And if it gets beyond that, you're supposed to have a secondary means of exit. In this situation where you're looping back around, you can find many instances of that being approved previously in the county. So it's And so the way, like I'd mentioned before and during the presentation, the way we've kind of employed it is if it's a secondary access out to a collector road, which Vicky is, it complies with that section of the code. Then you look at the fire code, and the fire code's a little bit different, but the fire department has reviewed the tentative map, and they did not make any comments about secondary access at that point. And I don't speak for the fire department, but I'm just saying it, from the way we've been managing this issue in the 4 years I've been in as the county engineer, this complies. Now, you can argue, you may not agree with it. I'm just telling you it complies with the way we've been managing it.
So to paraphrase, there are different ways to interpret what's written in code, but the way that you've always interpreted it since you've been here, this would comply.
In my opinion, this complies. Yes.
So what you're saying is that if you look at the map, you got 2 exits, period, and you say that complies. But from the point of view of the people who are living at the very far end of that development, they have to find their way in an emergency all the way to the other end of the development. Now, if you had a road to the north of that runs east-west, that would be different. Then you would have 2 exits, 2 real exits. You don't have 2 now.
Commissioner Rice, we haven't heard from you on this.
No, you haven't. I've been interested in listening to the other questions. My concern is, number one, does this project meet county code? Number two, if it does meet county code and it is meets all of the requirements, what right do I have to say don't do it? It seems to me that if they have met all of the requirements, whether or not we agree with the requirements, that I don't see where I have any choice except to accept the proposal as it's presented, because they do, in my mind, it seems like they meet all of the requirements that code requests. And I don't see how, without being arbitrary and capricious, I can vote against it. That's my thought.
Mr. Davidson, did you have something to share?
I did, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. We're all a little bit rusty at development applications. We haven't seen one in a while, and this is the first time we've had an opportunity to have a robust discussion such as this. So I would just take this opportunity to remind the board, in addition to using county code, specifically design standards, as a measuring stick for this, in which to evaluate the appropriateness of this project, we have some other tools that are also outlined in county code, specifically compatibility with the Douglas County Master Plan. And I would direct your attention to page 888 of the board packet. That is a discussion of the findings for a plan development, which are also pulled out of county code. Specifically, I would direct your attention to finding 1, 5, 10, and 17, which talks about adequacy of public facilities, public safety, those types of things. I think much of your discussion this evening has been hitting on these topics, and if you can tie your comments specifically to whether or not you believe the findings can be met, that would be very helpful. If you have any questions or concerns, those are just the ones that I thought perhaps a couple of commissioners were hitting on, but I would strongly encourage you to tie your comments to those findings and whether or not you believe those findings can be met.
Are we ready for a motion?
I have some things to say.
Okay.
I'll be quick. Well, I guess I have more questions. I wasn't done. I read in the conditions that a final geotechnical report would still be required. Is that right? Yes, okay. Is there another water report that would be required so we'll know if there's corrosive water, or is that all part of the same?
There'll be a water model, but that's for the potable water, drinkable water.
We had some public comment
There's no
that,
requirement for another groundwater study to determine if it's corrosive or not that will exist as the geotechnical report. They might tweak it a little bit, but typically the geotechnical report doesn't change from the tentative to the final map or the final improvement plans.
so did you already learn if there's corrosive water?
So corrosive, are you saying groundwater or?
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
work
there's
through
no code
the
requirement
concerns
for-
that came
there's
up.
no- The requirements for a geotechnical report and to comply with the recommendations in the geotechnical report, there's no additional requirement for determine whether water is corrosive per se or not.
Well, I want,
Tom Delaire, Community Development Director for the record. Charlotte, Commissioner Hales, I think the soils report and the geotechnical report, we can put on the supplemental on the website for this meeting, if that would be helpful to the public. I don't have everybody's email addresses here. They signed in, but I don't have the email addresses specifically. We do have Mr. Edwards' letter in the back of this item, the very end of it. The pages are 1,068, so his is already on file. But we do have the geotechnical report. They do mention that for concrete, it is some corrosive. It doesn't go into if it's highly corrosive or not, that they will need to do some sort of protection against that, which is in the mixed design of the concrete, possibly for those homes. But it does go into some detail in there from what I reviewed after our conversation the other day.
so do the conditions require that mitigation or those protective steps?
Yeah, but I think it's specific to closer to the Hot Springs area, which is actually, there's no homes proposed on that. It's an
Okay.
actual open space. So I don't know how far away that corrosive nature will be of the soils. Otherwise, they have designed what you need to have for the road, which was our county standard, the 3 inches of asphalt on 6 inches of base, I believe. So the soils themselves are strong enough to support that road structure.
Okay, I'll be quick and that answers, thanks. I'll just share, I agree with Commissioner Rice, and that is, if this looks to me like it meets code, if I'm told by the experts that it meets code, I don't want to substitute I don't, unless there's some evidence that I have that it doesn't meet code, I don't think I have a basis for denying. And I've heard a lot of concerns, and I sympathize with those. I want you to know I read every letter. I listened carefully to public comments, but I don't see in the record evidence of this not meeting code. And if that's the case, I don't want to put the county at risk of litigation and losing, which it probably would. That is not, that just compounds the problems. That is not to say that I'm not sympathetic. I am sympathetic. I want open space. I want less traffic. I want more quiet. I want those things. But we can't get those things by saying no to developments that meet code, because we'll lose anyway. We get those things when we have conservation easements, when we take appropriate steps to secure those things for our enjoyment. So I don't, and I will note that this is not approving, as I understand it, if we approve this, we're not approving a development. We're approving a redesign of the zoning so that instead of 1 acre lots, The lots are smaller and they're bunched up. But before this could be approved for a development, they'd still have to come on in and have more specific plans for the development. Is that accurate?
Right, they would still need to come in with full civil improvement plans and come under a site improvement permit for the road work and then building permits for the homes. That is accurate.
Yeah.
But this is a tentative map and plan development, so you would-
Approving this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's not like we're making a master plan amendment or changing zoning. This is what the property has the right to do. And in fact, this is much better than what the property would otherwise be able to do, which is 1 acre lots without clustering to protect the hot springs and to have open space. And it's a better development than saying no to this and having them have 1 acre lots throughout the whole thing. So I know it's disappointing, and I am sorry that that's the case, and I wish we could give the open space and secure the open space, and there are ways to do that, and I encourage you to support the ways to do that, but I don't think that we can securely vote no on this and not have it happen anyway.
I tell you what, I like being on the downside of 3-2. That I don't have to make this type of a decision, because I think it's clear that there's 2 that are in favor and 2 that are not. So my decision is going to make the difference. And I don't like being in that position, because I understand the concerns of the homeowners, and I came into this meeting intent, or at least with the belief that I would end up not supporting this issue. But you talk with the county manager, district attorney, and he gave us clear legal guidance of what we need to follow. We've talked with the staff, and they're telling us that they followed all these different requirements. So it goes back to, you have a person who owns a piece of residential land, and he wants to build something residential on it. And I think there was 13 people who spoke. All 13 of you said, no, that's not right. We don't want you to do that. Well, then I guess, what does the guy do with his land? Well, you're shaking your head. I'm not sure what else you expect him to do. You can say, okay, you got to put. I'm going to get to the road.
I must once again caution the public, please.
I'm going to get to the.
We've had public comment, so.
I'm going to get to the road in a second, but the point is, Commissioner Hales and I have not seen eye to eye in many things in the first year we've been together. But I think this one is hard for me to go against what she's saying, because it's zoned for residential. Now you're going from 1 acre to a half acre, and actually you're preserving areas that may be better to build in that area than and keep the other area open. I don't see how anybody here who just argued against this can say, yes, the county should say, no, you can't build homes there, knowing that the county is going to get into a lawsuit and going to lose. It's the exact answer of taking a property. Yes.
So County Manager Jennifer Davidson suggested that we look at the findings and address the findings. So Commissioner Tarkanian, I would ask you to review finding number 7, finding number 9, finding number 10, finding number 12, and finding number 17, because I don't believe this meets any of those findings.
This is very important, and I read through those before the meeting. I don't have it open in front of me. My computer's out. Okay. I gave Commissioner Hills my charger.
Power cord.
But if you want to go through them, let's have an open discussion.
Let's take a look at that then, if we don't mind. Okay, finding number 7. Any development-related adverse impacts such as traffic, noise, odors, visual nuisances, or other similar adverse effects to adjacent development and neighborhoods are mitigated by improvements or modifications either on-site or within the public right-of-way. I don't believe that finding has been met.
Okay, so let's go through let's go through this.
So let's talk about finding number 8.
No, can we just go through one at a time?
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So with respect to traffic, we have staff that's told us that they've had to come up with the traffic plan that is going to mitigate the damage, and there isn't going to be an impact. Isn't that what staff came up with?
Yeah.
Okay, so then let's go to noise. I haven't heard anything about noise. Odor, yes, there is a waste treatment plant there, but it's just like, what are you saying? You can't build there then? Because whatever you build there, you're going to have that odor. It's not, yes, this isn't creating a new odor. It's you're building homes next to an existing odor, so I don't see that. A visual nuisance, I don't know what that would be. Am I missing something? Which one do you think it doesn't follow? And I'm sorry we're taking up so much time, but this is I think, important if you guys want to.
I don't disagree with you at all. Okay, I don't disagree with you. If you want to go down to and you talked about this a lot, okay, when we're talking about the BHRs, okay? Finding number 10, the uses proposed will not be detrimental to the present and proposed surrounding land uses, but will enhance the desirability of the area and have a beneficial effect. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, tell me how it'll be detrimental to the present and surrounding areas.
Well, because I don't think it's, I just don't think it's going to enhance the desirability of the area. Okay? I don't think it's going to add any desirability to the area.
In fact, it's going to have a negative effect because it's in the traffic pattern of the airport.
Okay, but then that goes, then that goes to the fact that this is zoned residential. It's,
Okay.
no matter what you put there,
The plan,
it's going to be in the.
let's look at the item 12. The planned development will not result in material prejudice or diminution in value of the surrounding properties. Now, I agree with that, but it also says, and will not endanger the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and I say it does.
In which area, in which way?
Well, traffic, number one, and getting out of the
Well,
development.
first of all, I'm going to make a proposal on the road, so let's throw the road out. Is there something else I'm missing? Listen, I'm.
Well, you're asking to put additional conditions in this? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I'm going to suggest that they build a road.
Well, that would be something that they would need to come forward with later on if they wanted to enter into an agreement and somehow establish that. But that's not what's on the agenda today.
I mean, I don't know all the
Okay.
Procedures. You know them much better than I. So I would be in favor. Listen, I understand the concerns of the residents, and I don't want to put you in a bad position. In my whole 3 years here on the board, I've stood up for the people that have not had a big voice here. But I look at it and I try to see how do we legally have a way to go about not doing this. I understand the road thing, and from listening to Jeremy, he said there's different interpretations, and you can say, hey, you need to have access to the second road, and I would like to make that a condition upon it. If I can't do it in this meeting, then can we have them come back and see if they would be agreeable to that?
So one thing I wanted to say is that don't be concerned. Your vote is your vote. Don't be concerned about its impact or effect on me and my vote. Okay, so
I didn't make that indication.
Oh, I got that. I got that inference. Okay,
them.
I got that inference. Okay, so
no. I'm talking about them. Listen. I understand. All you guys came up. You sound just like when I watched my mother in city council stuff. The poor homeowners. They don't got a voice in these things. And I think you guys have some legitimate gripes. But on the other hand, this is zoned residential. Some residential use is going to be there next to a sewer plant, next to over the airport. There has to be the safety, and the road is one of them. And I was just going to suggest that, hey, I mean, this landowner, I think, would be crazy not to build a road to Hayborn and expend that cost as opposed to going.
Okay, public, please. Okay, so I think, anyways, I've articulated where my reasoning and where I feel it doesn't meet the findings, and the findings must be met, and so in my mind, they're not. So, but that's me.
Okay, so my question is, can I make another condition now, or do I just have to vote no and have them come back with that as a condition?
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Thanks to A.J. Hames, who works with community development all the time, he showed me Douglas County Code 20.14.1010, which, yes, the board can condition based on the ability to meet a number of things. This would probably fit under number A2, which is standards which are generally specially applicable to particular uses, specific to conditions related to this particular project, or protection of health, safety, and general welfare. So if you feel that due to the specific conditions for this project and for the health, safety, and general welfare, a secondary access at this point in time in the first phase is necessary, you could issue that condition. Of course, the owner can decide what they're going to do with that.
Question. So what if we table this until next time with the provision that the consideration of the road, an east-west road on the north side of the project be entertained?
Well, the application's before you today. If you're going to issue the condition, you can do it right now, tabling it. What new information would you gain?
What are you saying, that we're going to make a motion with the provision that
Okay.
you
So,
entertain, or?
so as I understand it, Commissioner Tarkanian can make a motion to approve this based on his conditions today. His additional
You're saying
condition.
what else would we get? One would be able to hear from he could speak with his client and they can come back and give us their input and we could do it. The only problem is we're going to have all these people back for a whole nother night doing it. I don't know if you guys would want that or not.
Yeah. So just to be clear, this board can issue that condition, and if the owner doesn't agree with it, then it's not approved. 'cause
Okay,
it's
so then I'm going to
conditioned.
make the motion to approve the tentative map. I don't have the language in front of me, based upon the condition that they build a secondary access road on Hayborn. If they expend the cost, we provide the land.
Is that during which phase?
The first phase. I don't understand
Okay.
why it would matter. They're going to have to expand it at some point. If they think these things are going to sell, they're going to sell, and they're going to be on to the next phase.
Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt ordinance 2023-1625, adopting a plan development tentative subdivision map, application DP 22-0207, with the stipulation, condition that a secondary access road be provided by the applicant during phase one. Is that right?
Yes.
I'd like to offer an
To
amendment.
Hayborn. I'm sorry.
To Hayborn, whether that be on the north side or the south side. It doesn't really matter, right?
I didn't hear what you said.
And you said to Hayborn, and Hayborn, I think Hayborn only terminates at Stephanie Lane, if I'm not mistaken. So it would have to basically be south of the development versus north in my, thinking in my mind. So.
Go ahead.
My amendment would also be, and maybe we don't need to do this, but there are conditions on page 882, 890, and 896 through 901, and I would like to make sure that those conditions are made part of our approval. So I would offer an amendment that those conditions also be included, page 882 and 896 through 901.
Okay. And do we have a second on that amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor with an amendment to also include the other conditions as illustrated in our package. Is that right? Okay. So, and that's seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. Okay. So we first have to, is there any discussion on the amendment? Does everybody understand what the amendment is? Okay. Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Rice, did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I will, I still believe this is a bad location, so I will vote no on that. Okay? Based on the lack
On
of
the
findings.
amendment.
Right, that I've already articulated. Okay? So the motion passes 4-1, and now on the main motion as amended. Okay?
Discussion on the main motion, then.
We could still have discussion on the main motion as amended.
Right. My question is, are there any, and I just don't know, are there any options besides Hayborn? Like your amendment is specific to Hayborn. Are there any other options that they could explore? When you say secondary access, I think you mean secondary to Vicky. So could there be like a way to tie into South Santa Barbara or something like that? That I just don't know. And maybe it's not even a, so.
My concerns with tying into, for instance, South Santa Barbara, as you're indicating, Commissioner Hales, is that you're now taking a secondary access road and putting it back into another residential neighborhood. That really constrains things. So I think my attitude would be.
Hayborn's
it
the
needs
only
to-
option.
Well, I mean, you can go north into Carson City, I suppose, by extending Vicky,
yeah.
but I don't see that as an option either.
No. Okay.
So, okay. Okay, so we've had discussion on the proposed, the motion with the amendment, okay? So all those in favor of the motion to adopt ordinance 2023-1625 with the conditions that Commissioner Tarkanian has articulated and the additional conditions that are also in our packet. Okay. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, that passes 4-1. Once again, I cite the lack of ability to meet the findings. So, okay.
If I may, Chair, while this was going on, I did email, Kate Morales O'Neill for the record, email the geotech report to the supplemental.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and there you go, Mr. Rubin. Okay.
Gardner, I'm going to take off.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I've been informed that Commissioner Tarkanian has a pending flight, so he's going to exit, but thank you very much for staying around as long as you did, so. We need to take a 5-minute recess. Well, why don't we come back at 5:45? That's 8 minutes, right? 5:45. Okay, thank you. Wow, okay, it's 5:46, so I want to call this back into order so we can try to get out of here at a reasonable period of time tonight before the restaurants close. Okay, Commissioner, I don't know where Commissioner Hales is. I know Commissioner Rice is online, and I know that Commissioner Tarkanian has exited. So anyways, the fact that we still only have 4 commissioners, we still possess a quorum, and but it doesn't change the required number of votes in order to pass a measure. So item number 8, once again being presented by Ms. Kate Morales O'Neill. For possible action, discussion on an application for a major modification, DP 23-0194, modifying the development schedule for Ashland Park PD plan development, DP 20-0219 and DP 20-0220. This modification changes the completion date of Phase 1, 47 lots, from December 31st, 2023 to December 16th, 2025. The subject site is located in the Gardnerville Community Plan at 1424 Toller Lane on the north side of Toller Lane between Harvest Avenue and Decker Road. The owner is Ashland Park LLC. Matt Carter is the applicant's representative, and Keith Rubin of R.O. Anderson will make the presentation on behalf of the applicant. The parcel is APN 1320-34-002-054, and being presented once again by Ms. Morales O'Neill. Welcome back.
Yes, good evening, Kate Morales O'Neill. Yeah, I'm the presenter that, it's like the gift that keeps giving. So here I am again. Staff recommends approval of this modification to the development schedule. Again, it is just for Phase 1 to go from December of the end of this year to December 16th of 2025. And actually, Rob Anderson, principal at R.O. Anderson Engineering, will actually be the one representing Matt Carter and owner of Ashland Park LLC. And Rob, if you would join us up here and you can do your presentation. Thank you.
So maybe I can make an observation here. I don't know how fast homes can be built, but by my calculations, you have about 23 days to meet the deadline for Phase 1, right? So how are you doing? How are you coming along with that, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, Mr. Gardner, for the record, Rob Anderson, do we need to wait for Commissioner Tarkanian?
Mr. Tarkanian had to exit. He had some other commitments this evening, including a flight somewhere. So anyways, he's exited. So you have less comments from us.
Very good. So for the record, my name is Rob Anderson. I am with Anderson Engineering. I am here today on behalf of Ashland Park LLC. As Kate pointed out to you, Mr. Matt Carter, who is one of the members of the LLC, is also here. The application is for a time extension for the phasing schedule within the PD. It is predicated, and the basis of it is the ongoing litigation between the applicant and Douglas County, of which I presume each of you are at least casually familiar with. I would characterize that litigation, at least at this time, as being constructive and cooperative, but yet we have not reached a resolution. I believe both parties are working diligently to get to that point, but we just are not there. Therefore, it's not feasible to build the road within 23 days, Mr. Gardner, to answer your initial question. And although we have done a considerable amount of work, as noted in our application, it's not possible to build it within that time frame. And under the terms right now, or under the discussion in there's a debate relative to the amount of improvements required of each party, and so it's not possible to post a financial security to ensure its completion and therefore record the map, hence the request for a time extension. I believe the request, the way it's structured by Mr. Rubin, to be concurrent with, I'm sorry,
Can you speak into the mic a little bit more, Mr. Anderson?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My apologies. May I make a donation, Ms. Davidson, to a little longer stem on this? But I believe the way Mr. Rubin and our staff structured the request to make it consistent, the first phase being recorded concurrently with the completion of the road, whether it's completed by Douglas County at that date that's included in the development agreement, or if it's completed by the applicant by that date in the development agreement, I think is appropriate and provides each party with the most flexibility. So we would appreciate your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, so so this is phase one, 47 lots, 2-year extension. As I understand it, this development is still subject to the growth management ordinance, and also then would be subject to the available allotments, should they exist at that time as well.
I
Correct?
believe that's correct. Nothing's changed there. This application doesn't seek to change that.
Right, and that's what I wanted to make sure the public understood, is that that changes nothing else except for the extension of time.
Correct.
Right, okay. Other commissioners? Commissioner Rice, any questions?
No, sir. I understand that we are part of the problem on this one, so I think it would behoove us to grant the extension.
Okay. Commissioner Hales? Ditto. Okay. It's a actionable item, so we will go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment on item number 8? Issuing a major modification and moving the completion date for 2 years. Since no public comment, we'll come it back to the board, and I'll entertain a motion if there's no further comments, questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Rice.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the modification application DP 23-0194, changing the completion date of Ashland Park PD Phase 1, comprising 47 lots from December the 31st of 2023 to December the 16th, 2025.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the application for a major modification, DP 23-0194, related to the Ashland Park PD, moving the completion date of Phase 1, 47 lots from December 31st, 2023 to December 16th, 2025. The only question I really have on that is why not the end of December versus December 16th? Not that it's a major question. I mean,
Coincidentally, it happens to be the date that is confirms the county's obligation to complete the road based on the development agreement.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope each
Merry
of you have a
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Okay. Now we can move right along, right? A couple more items. Number 9, for possible action, discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-114, setting the compensation for the Justices of the Peace for East Fork and the Tahoe Township Justice Courts, Douglas County, Nevada. And this is being presented by our Human Resources Manager, Wendy Lang, or Director.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. Thank you very much. Wendy Lang for the record. This item is to set the resolution, this resolution is to set the compensation for Justices of the Peace. It is required by NRS Chapter 4 that this is done by the Commission in the December preceding an election year. And so I'm bringing this forward with no recommended changes at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, and so we have neither one of our Justices of the Peace coming forward and asking for a raise. Good news. Okay. Questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Rice, anything? You can shake your head no if you.
Yeah, I would just like to make sure that both of our JPs are in accord with this. Wendy? I'm sorry, Ms. Lang.
No problem, Commissioner. Neither of them have indicated any interest in changing the compensation, and I can give a little bit more background on the reason I'm not suggesting a change. Other elected offices in Douglas County are set by NRS as well. This one gives you the ability to set the compensation for this particular position. Historically, the commissions have followed increases in compensation consistent with the NRS for other elected positions in Douglas County. And this is currently in line with that, and no changes are pending for that for other elected offices. And that is the basis for our recommendation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nosad, any questions? Okay, I saw your hand on the button, so. And Commissioner Hales?
I move.
Oh, okay, you're going to, no, we have to go to public comment. Sorry. Hold that thought, okay? Public comment on item number 9.
Jason Gibson with the Justice Coalition in and for Douglas County. I'll take the opportunity to inform the general public that based on our experience, my experience, 25 years worth of experience, these are not justices of the peace, they're administrative bankers. That's all they really are. They won't uphold your state or federal constitution. They've demonstrated that clearly. During our special meeting last week, when I informed the board that I had pro se appealed successfully the right to travel, the following day, Justice Johnson, who was just hired by this board, 2 months into his seat and saddle, was compelled to give me 3 days business notice in an effort to ambush my ability to appear while I was out of state, knowing likely that I was out of state. And so he was used in the same manner that Gilbert and McMorris were used, which is essentially justice by ambush. It's not even justice by ambush, it's trial by ambush. It's unreal what these people are getting away with. No right to competent counsel. They don't want you having a jury, no grand jury indictment. They can just make up whatever they want to make up, Johnny on the spot, and they think they can get away with it. Now, I know in that open meeting law, Mr. Ritchie, that a verbal request for the bond and the oath is all that's required. I don't have to put that in writing. It's on the record. We've asked you folks for those bonds and those oaths. So we're asking the justices of the peace, the so-called justices of the peace, for the same. We'll start with Michael Johnson's oath and his bond, and we'll have that in writing, thank you. And we'll do the same for Paul Gilbert and for Judge McMorris, all of whom are in violation of their oath and their pledge. In addition to getting the raise that they received from the legislature, which is $400 Saturday and Sunday, I think they got an $800, correct me if I'm wrong, fact check, but I think they got $800 for being available on the weekends, even if they don't hear any cases. Now they're going to give them another raise, which gives them a grandfathered boost in their salaries, which are about $120,000 a year. With their benefits, they're in about $175, and with the new weekend perk, I'm sure they're making $220, $230. They make more in 2 months what the average family makes in Douglas County in a year. That's called economic slavery. And they're getting filthy rich. They're the shareholders and the stakeholders and the beneficiaries of this new JALIC enterprise.
Thank you. Additional public comment on item number 9. Okay, sensing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions, commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-R-114 as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Do I hear an echo?
Hello.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to adopt Resolution 2023-R-114, setting the compensation for the Justices of the Peace for East Fork and for the Tahoe Township Justice Courts, Douglas County, Nevada. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. And we'll now go to item number 10 for possible action. A discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1626, an amendment to Douglas County Code, Chapter 2.02, County Personnel Regulation, Section 2.02.030- definitions, deleting compensatory time. I always have trouble with that word, compensatory time, off from the definition of hours worked. This is the second reading, and once again, being brought forward by our Human Resources Director, Ms. Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang from Human Resources here to speak to you about this item. I was before you a few weeks ago with the first reading. Obviously, at that time, I also brought forward a memorandum of understanding with our General Employee Labor Association. And in both documents, we introduced the concept of removing time that employees utilize their time off, that was compensatory time off they had earned, from accruing towards their overtime threshold for the work week. So I'm bringing this forward as the second reading today to change that definition and the way that overtime is calculated. At that meeting a few weeks ago, we also brought forward a change for both employee groups to increase their health insurance benefits in exchange, if you will, for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you recognize and appreciate the fact that we didn't put you number 1 and number 10 on the agenda today.
Very much appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, we try to group it up like that, so you don't have to be here all day. But anyways, and appreciate your getting into the evening hour with us. So anyways, commissioners, questions of Ms. Lang on this? No? Okay, then we'll go to this possible action. So we'll go to public comment. And is there any public comment on item number 10?
Jason Gibson with the Maladministrative Audit Council here in Douglas County. This is something we should all be looking at, because basically what it says is that you're not going to get paid for taking vacation time anymore. The county has essentially been compensated, whether they're at work or not at work. But during the COVID situation, they took full advantage of the circumstances. And they have, and we can show this to be true, but they have an organizational principle where they all take an extra day or 2 or 3 days, extra snow days. They're all out of the office at the same time, and they all come back at the same time. They're making full-time salary and wages, and they're out of the office more often than not. And we can show it and we can prove it. Now what they're saying is they're going to modify the language so that if you're not actually on the clock and actually working, we're not going to actually pay you. So progressive. Such a progressive county you got here. Looking after you. It's called maladministration. These are just some of the tactics they're using to line their pockets with your future, Douglas County. Maybe we should all go pro, see how they stand. Still want to be the employee? Yeah, you do, because it's gravy train. Most of the services that are provided in this county are pseudo services. They don't really exist. And if they do, they're shady, incomplete, and fraught with techno error, tech glitches, and it's all at your expense. And in the meanwhile, the covert taxation, the inflation, is just something they're factoring right into these raises. 10% each year. You don't even got to do anything for it. You don't even have to show up. You don't even have to serve and protect your Constitution or know what's in it. We got you covered. It'd be our little secret.
Is there any additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. And I'll make a comment. To those employees who may be watching today, please do not take offense to any comments that have been made by the public. The commissioners, I can assure you, or certain members of the public, I can assure you that this board and our county manager and other department heads certainly appreciate your coming to work on a daily basis and being employed in Douglas County. We appreciate that. So I didn't want to have that go misrepresented. So with that, is there any additional comments? If there's no additional comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt ordinance 2023-1626.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to adopt ordinance 2023-1626, amending Douglas County Code Chapter 2.02, County Personnel Regulation as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Okay, and we're down to item number 11, which is announcements, presentation only items, so there will be no public comment on this. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. I believe Commissioner Hales also already asked for additional
Yes.
board items.
I don't need to reiterate those,
Okay.
but I'm not going to say anything except I do want to note the announcement of the Tahoe Night Monsters hockey team.
Yes, very good. Okay, I think you stole Mr. Rice's thunder, but
Share the thunder.
Mr. Rice,
Jesse belongs to everyone.
do you want to talk to us about sanitation?
No, I'm flushing that one, but that was a pun. Anyway, I attended the TTD meeting yesterday. Yes, I wore a mask. Anyway, a discussion and possible action regarding our strategic board work session for short and midterm priorities to complete the multimodal connectivity within the greater Tahoe Truckee region from I-80 to the US 50 corridors. We're going to be having a workshop on that early next year. We have several agencies that are providing transportation, and what we're trying to do is get some interconnectivity so that people can have a way of getting from the south to the north and the east to the west. So we'll be working on that, along with trying to get a ferry service working on Lake Tahoe from north to south. So that's all that I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosat, anything to add? The audit committee meeting this morning. Yes. That was probably your longest meeting of the year, right? For the audit committee.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't announced by Commissioner Hales, but I believe I read somewhere in an article that South Lake Tahoe, the city of South Lake Tahoe, has committed additional funds to microtransit. Yes. So that was a good development.
And getting additional service.
And well, of course, they're going to get additional
Yep.
service, as
But a
I
lot of
hope
money.
we are too, with
Yeah.
our additional. Okay. I took the opportunity, as Commissioner Hales did, I believe. Were you at the Thanksgiving service? No, okay. Commissioner Nosad was though, right? You were there. Serving meals for the Thanksgiving? For some reason, I thought you were there. Okay. I know that our county manager, Jennifer, was there. So thank you for that. We have the opportunity to serve meals to our senior citizens the day before Thanksgiving, and this time it'll be December 22nd. So I encourage your participation in there. It's a great opportunity and overwhelming overflow crowds nowadays. So anyways, I also wanted to announce that the next Thursday is a special meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Hopefully it won't take this long today, but that will be our annual appointments to the pending vacancies on our advisory boards will take place next Thursday on the 14th here in these chambers. And generally, just so the public understands, generally those appointments are made in December of a non-election year so that those boards can be fully staffed going into the new calendar year. On years where we have elections, we don't do that until January so that the new commissioners that are possibly on the board can have an input on those. So once again, that'll be next Thursday on the 14th. And then hopefully we're anticipating our final board meeting of the year to be on the 21st, pending special meetings. If hopefully we won't have any. So otherwise, I have nothing else to report. At this time then, based on that, we'll go into closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Jim Jackson, been a long day.
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, couple of comments. The last special meeting that you had, I watched it online. I wasn't able to make it here. And there were a couple of comments that were made. One of them was protecting county assets. The biggest asset that the county has are the citizens of this county. And protecting those citizens is protecting the biggest asset you have, because that's where all your money comes from. So in everything that you do, that needs to be number one in your thought process. I thank you for your no vote on the 80 home development. We have to see where that one's going to go. It's not going to be pleasant whichever way it goes. Another comment that was made is that in concern to the levee on the river, the county needed to do that because it protected county assets. Well, that's very true. It did. Except there was one comment made that maybe the homeowner should have paid for it. Well, no, they're the county asset that you're protecting by putting the levee back together. The reason I bring these things up is because now we take that up to my area, Johnson Lane. Well, just recently, the speed limits on Johnson Lane were changed from 45 miles an hour down to 35 miles an hour, all the way up to Fremont, and from Fremont above, 25 miles an hour. We're not sure why. Some reason they were changed. Well, if the county can change that, I think you can probably change the weight limits on that same road. That would tell the BLM, send Knox somewhere else. Again, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one. So anyway, I think that needs to be pursued and looked at as a distinct possibility of solving our problem up there. Another comment was made in that special meeting by Commissioner Nosad that in the past, developers were given 20-year programs. And somewhere in that 20 years, the developer changed their mind, did something, and came back, and the county got hooked on it. Shouldn't do that anymore. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Put time limits, reasonable time limits on them. The one with the trash collecting, 20 years, another 20 years, that's a bit long. Some competitive bidding might not hurt in that situation. My last comment is, and this is where I need your help, we have been trying for a couple of months now to get the weeds cut down at Tony Court, and Fremont. The water situation there has been taken care of. I was told that it was the state that did that. But as far as the weeds, not the weeds on the property, but the ones that go right up to the street are still there. And I can't get anybody to do anything about it, so maybe you can help me on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Additional public comment?
Jason Gibson, we'll give a shout out to Peak Productions for the Christmas festivities. Fantastic production value, exceptional talent, awesome fireworks, the parade, the Burners Parade. It's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. But we must needs digress, as we usually do in fixing this muddle puddle. According to Newsbreak, Nevada records the highest fraud rate per capita in the U.S. You're the #1 state for fraud, Nevada. And of course, Douglas County is the richest county in Nevada, so they're leading the way. Reno is also the most dangerous city in Nevada today. And the shooting at UNLV should be another reminder that crime and war is a racket, and you got to follow the money. And the reason why these folks won't endorse the discovery of the law of time and do what's right and actually teach their constitutions in the schools is because it would be the end of their fraud as we know it. They're getting too filthy rich by keeping things the way they are. Last year, this board and the Republican Party brought Donald Trump to our airport to spew this kind of propaganda right here. This is what's circulating in your county. It's a magazine. Battlefield, United States of America. Urgent. Prepare for grid-down nuclear attack. It's coming. Wake up, America. This is from the Trump rally. On the back here, it says, all we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept our new world order. This is your business partner there, Donald Trump. Just pick out a few of these segments here. Listen to this kind of rhetoric coming out of KKK Douglas County. All of our enemies will be nuked. We are the champions of the world. The United States will be the only one standing. We are the champions. You worship us. You do what you're told. You keep your mouth shut. Your head down. If you fear the Lord, you'll be stockpiling supplies and getting with us. A total distortion of the revelation of John, who was not a concealer but a revealer. This is the garbage being circulated coming out of Douglas County. This is the garbage that come out of Mar-a-Lago right here.
Minutes.
Chairman?
With no further business, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Doug Ritchie, for public comment, for the benefit of the public. The Board of County Commissioners are not the custodian of records for most of the public records maintained by Douglas County. For example, an oath of office required by public officials is maintained by the county clerk's office. The bonds administered the bonds that are issued are administered by risk management within the HR department. Requests for public records should be made in writing with sufficient specificity so that staff may assist the public to locate the records they seek. So if you want to get public records, go to the right people and they will get you the information you need. But the Board of County Commissioners are not the custodian of records of most of the records that people might want to look at. Just a public service announcement.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And with no additional business, the meeting is hereby adjourned.